Nas thinks it's Halloween still and is still dressed up as a boomer YM.
At the stock market, they talk about financial conditions. So that could be good because that means stimulus is closer. That totally makes a lot of sense, but it was wicked that again, the words he was saying was not, he did answer the questions. He was ignoring a lot. And that's why I agree with you. It's like how he answered it came off dovish, but don't underestimate the pervasive idea of everybody kind of saying this is bullish. He's done. But then it was parroted by the biggest people in finance. You know what I'm saying? Literally, Nick Timmerow sitting in the Fed meeting sent out the tweet that's sparking the market. Again, all the analysts at Bloomberg, all the media, you wake up in the morning, everyone's like, oh yeah, Powell's done. It didn't take more than 24 hours for everybody to arrive to that conclusion. So I'm glad, though, other people talked about it this morning. The market reaction was more important in a weird way, but like if what he said was a little different than the market reaction, but that's okay because it does seem the market is very forward looking and they are going off that. And so I said, it's like they're trying to call his bluff, and we'll see. Maybe he was actually bluffing this time or not. Yeah, low ticker moving. I have not checked Meta. Let me see. A lot of the big tech is just down. So, like, a lot of the names that, like, remember, we were kind of shaky the last couple of days. And then there's a couple of names that, like, they found a way to work. But now today, everything's going up. Some of these names that have led by a lot, they've just made kind of be comatose, more or less. Yeah, I don't see anything on Meta. The thing is, Powell has to hold his credibility. If he's bluffing, he has to end this rally. Not necessarily. That doesn't relate to his credibility. Like I said yesterday, I think Powell is trying to keep bonds from rallying, while at the same time he doesn't want stocks to go down too much to the point where he has to change policy. So in a weird way, I think Powell is okay if markets go down, but he doesn't want them down too much. The thing he wants is bonds not to rally. That's it. As long as bonds stay the same and the market goes up or down, he doesn't really give a shit, in my opinion. So that's where I'm kind of putting it, where, I think his credibility, people are kind of testing him now after yesterday, but for the most part, the credibility of keeping rates high, he's kind of stuck with it so far. That's why the last 3 years of the bond market has been a lot of pain. On the bullish side, it's very hard for Powell to follow up with a hard hawkish tone with the press circles the regional presidents have been on. Seems uniform that they are done raising. I mean, and I said this to you guys months ago. How do you know when they're going to actually pause? It's when they actually pause. And that's the thing about yesterday. It was the second pause in a row. So say whatever you want, Powell. Do whatever you want. But at the end of the day now, you have evidence, real evidence, that the hiking cycle has ended. So at this point, he could say whatever he wants, but now he has gone 2 months in a row of not raising rates. That's it. That right there, the object in motion has stopped. You see what so now but that's also the same counter, because now something big would have to happen for him to start up again. Equal and opposite reactions. He's stopping this train after 16 months or so. That means if he will restart it if something gets really insane, but for the most part, something big would have to happen now to get this train moving once again. Fang going negative. Bonds are holding up a little. Again, we did go down a little bit from the data, but the bonds are recovered, so kind of a weird reaction. Caterpillar's at the low. Airbnb, Google on the low now. A lot of the bigger tech. Maybe 114. Palantir. If he was trying to be hawkish, wouldn't this mean the rally is false hope? If everybody sells off it, that's what I was saying. If people pick up on that and don't buy it, then we're in trouble. But it seems like everybody wants to eat it up for now. But in general, though, he's just trying to be hawkish because he doesn't want the idea of Powell, and why I believe he has to be hawkish and try to sound hawkish is because he does not want the bonds to catch a bid. So imagine if he told you, "Oh yeah, I'm not raising next meeting." Every mother effer, everybody that has ever watched any of my videos, Hugh, anybody you could think of, they're all going to buy the bonds. So he does not want you to buy the bonds and cause a front run. Even with him being as hawkish as he was and everybody reading between the lines, you already had the bonds gap up. So that's the only thing he doesn't want. He just doesn't want people to front run it, because what happens? If everybody's like, okay, Powell's done raising, they front run it, yields get slashed in half, then guess what? You're going to get economic activity, inflation all over again, and then it slows down the process. So that's where it gets just weird for the most part. Aren't they doing exactly what he wants? Yes and no, right? Because they are rallying it right now, but the thing we got to watch out for, but look at the last 6 months. You know what I'm saying? So realistically, I think 4.5 to 4.25, right? Then Powell's going to start freaking out. Because now if the rates go below 4.25, you know, before you know it, long-term rates are really, really low. But, you know, staying between 4.5 to 4.25, that's healthier than staying between 5 and what God knows whatever is there. You know, higher for longer, but hopefully, you know, it's calming down that pressure. Like we were telling you, what you did in the last 3 months, sometimes you've done this in a whole damn year. So that's why I'm saying like 4.5 to 4.25. I'm just saying kind of within the peaks of last year. So last year's peak in rates could be our floor, and that would be fine. Versus, you know, if it goes below that and we start plummeting, then yeah, I think Powell will get pissed, and then he's going to start batting the market down. But as of now, it's just day number one. That's the thing, though, too. When it's all said and done, we are trying to find out where this goes, and we need a couple of days. And ultimately, like I said, the data could communicate it for you. The last bull trap of the year. We'll see, man. I mean, it's all just, you see the emotions, man. That's all. Again, like I heard a lot of things yesterday, every other week, and the last time we thought we were dying and the bounce failed, but, you know, just vibe with it, man. Vibe with it. Because I think a little bit of patience, mind the schedule, but it's like right now that Powell issue, what the Fed does, rates, I mean, we're zoning in. This is going to be very crucial over the next 6 months now. You know, again, we've watched so much movement, and now we're seeing it. But, you know, yesterday was a shift at the very least. You know, no matter what, like I told you, the last time they mentioned these financial conditions, it was 2021 or 2022, the beginning. And then in 2021 and all that other time. So it's very interesting to see where this has led us. And now bonds are recovering from the good data. That's a good sign, you guys. Like I was telling you, if we could start to hit past the highs here and you could really get above that, then that could be actually very, very good. Start talking Santa rally, maybe, but I mean, let's get a little closer to Thanksgiving. But I mean, after Halloween, the floor is yours. TTSFL turkey stream. Yeah, I kind of want to do it in real life, though, this year. My mom and girlfriend might get mad if I ditch them for Thanksgiving, but it's for the cult. Start talking tax loss harvesting. Why? So here's the caveat. The mutual funds, their deadline to tax loss harvest is October 31st. As an individual investor, even if you have trader tax status, you have till the end of the year. So we are planning, but I think I'm more towards end of November or whenever we rally. If we really, really rally and prices get good, I'm going to sell out some shit, and then we're not going to touch it for a couple of months, and then hopefully chill. Friendsgiving is the weekend post. Oh, really? I thought it was the weekend before. Friendsgiving, maybe we just change the dates. Thank you for the nugget, yeah. So, again, if you have things that are up and it makes sense and you can maximize some of your sells here and do it, feel free to tax loss, but you do still got a little bit of time. And that's why generally what I'm looking to do, any of my losses, trying to wait, let the market, it's moved around. I want to kind of get back to like a more equilibrium, which you could say is kind of here, and then get out of a couple of names and take my losses and call it a day, but hopefully at a better one. I never re-entered UWMC, no. And I didn't miss out on much, though. I just missed out on the dividend because I sold it at 4.80. So then it went down a little bit. I still wasn't able to purchase because I was restricted because, again, I sold at the end of the year. And then by the time I was ready to buy back in, it never went below my price. So I sold out pretty good, but I wasn't going to pay more for it, unfortunately. Now, I have a couple in some other accounts. I did that last year for a tax loss, unfortunately, and then it just, again, that was the one time I do my good tax losses there. They all just went crazy. Airbnb had the best earnings, and yes, fallen. Welcome to Wall Street. But, I mean, after years of this, though, I don't think you guys are, it shouldn't shock you anymore. But they did good. Airbnb will perish. Just remember, though, it's been another 3 months ago, 6 months ago, everywhere on the news media, you heard Airbnb is dying. You saw the real estate. Again, there's been so much fear over it every quarter, and once again, another quarter of record numbers. So literally, last quarter for Airbnb, that was their biggest revenue in EBITDA ever. So, and that's the same thing happened last year than the year before that. But so I'm cool with it. The PE 34, that's what's weird. Because I saw this morning, actually. I was looking at it. Where is it? So did you see what happened with Airbnb? Something happened financially. Roku's on the high again. Walmart going up too. But they reported an EPS of $6.64 a share. I don't know if that surprised some of you guys. So they literally reported an EPS 300% higher. Their earnings per share tripled. Why? Because they had a tax benefit on income. They had an income tax benefit. So they benefited off of taxes. It wasn't even full year EPS. So they saved so much on taxes that their earnings per share skyrocketed. So although it was a one-time charge-off, that the ironic part is they would be sub without it. It's around 30 PE. But if you factor in that PE on that, it brings it down to a 14.5. So in a weird way, just don't underestimate both the cash, the earnings. Again, it is how they spend in their valuation, but literally one quick thing, they tripled up. So, but again, I'm looking at the company. I'm looking at the business. Again, I've spent the last 3 years. The stock may not reflect it, but at the end of the day, every year of everybody telling you Airbnb is dying. It's getting worse. It's worse. It's worse. But all I have seen is the revenue numbers go up. And again, like I told you, they're eating Hilton's lunch. Even Marriott didn't do good, but none of those companies are reporting, highest record earnings in the billions. Where is that? Euro close 930. Bonds hitting a high. We're coming back up here for now. I'll take it. Is it, 9:30? So you got another 2 hours till Euro close. But yeah, this is what I was saying. Like, bro, this is insane. Is this on local? What is this? Oh, this is fiscal quarters. Hold on. I like the bond movement so far today, as long as it could hold up, but it does look very, very nice today. At least for a little bit. Okta. Uh-oh. Don't tell me they got hacked again. Okta's on the, remember, that was the one not too long ago. They got murdered, if you recall. Airbnb is going to lose loads of hosts due to delinquent mortgages. I understand, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I do hope that, like, if you really do believe that, where did you get that idea from? And it's been said every quarter for the last 8 quarters minimum. So with rates being as high as they have for the last year and a half, unfortunately, we have heard this every single day, every single month. And, like, this is what I'm saying. I mean, out of, like, this was their last quarter right here. Their net income was $4.3 billion in one quarter. So just off of saving off taxes, they made as much as they would make in a whole year in one quarter. I don't know if you guys are hearing me correctly. Again, 3.39. Nobody in travel is hitting record numbers right now. Just unfortunately. Maybe Booking, but I still think they're slipping behind. But again, Marriott, Hilton, all of these, we're talking $3.3 billion in sales. Again, gross income of 2.6. Their net income, that's it. They say we make this, we have no taxes. They're doing 4.3. Yes, this is Airbnb. Again, EBITDA of $1.5 billion. Like I showed you, literally, like companies like Albemarle will do that in a year. They just did that in 3 months. So I don't know. That's why I'm like, you could keep letting Wall Street, respond how it wants, and you could keep reading Twitter, and they keep saying it's crashing. Again, they warned and they said volatility. They did that last time too, but it's just like, dude, I don't know if like, it's been a long time of this whole, it's going to crash, and like, we've been ignoring every single quarter and year of just constantly improving. This is the roaring kitty of Airbnb. No, I'm not. I don't want to be. I didn't buy it that cheap anyways. I wish it was at $1, but at this point, I mean, it's going to be one of those where we talk about it, and then eventually, I mean, it does its thing, but it's just Airbnb. I mean, I like it, but I understand how Wall Street is with it, but, my mind isn't changing. I'm just showing you what I see. That's it. It's one of those. I'm not trying to be a fan of it, or I'm not trying to be the martyr of it. I think it's just very simple that it's a good name, and I ride. I am the screaming Egyptian, not the roaring kitty. Japan is getting stimmy. Yeah, Okta, another breach potentially. Watch out. That would, again, remember, they got murdered last time. We got that news early on the first one too. They had earnings though too. Watch out for that. You can't support it. Politicians could clap it if they want to. Amen. That applies for every stock. I was thinking about it the other day. Nobody says this, though. They just passed the AI regulation bill, right? The executive order by President Biden. You know what I was thinking of? Tesla's supercomputer that everybody was hyped on. You know, government could get rid of anything. The point is, though, and this is to that same counter argument, all I'm saying is people have said that for half a decade now. And that's why it's getting kind of weird that literally people are ignoring that it's still growing. So while everybody was predicting the downfall over the last couple of years, they have actually only increased. Again, the equity, the value, that's a different story, but fundamentally as the company. Didn't New York ban Airbnbs? Yes, they did last quarter. Again, Airbnb just had a record quarter. Yeah, Okta there is a report, Okta breached again. I don't know if it'll be that bad. They also had earnings too. Expect Expedia to manipulate the earnings. Oh, Expedia, are you ready? I just found out, Amex Travel, all of it is through Expedia. This whole time you think you're getting like some special, it's just a deal they have with Expedia. So everything you book on Amex is literally just Expedia with a premium too. That's the crazy part. So Amex has the ability to even upcharge on Expedia, believe it or not. It's wicked. So close to the 40, baby, Nepal. God bless you, my friend. Hey, man, I remember when Nepal just first got here. I can't believe it's almost been 3. DraftKings, Apple, SPY, all into the high. JP Morgan to hire 1,000 new business bankers by 2025. Is that 4,300? Almost 4,290. I mean, again, we're about to get to the high of the day. That is the next level. I mean, Expedia or Amex is good, but I think Chase and Amex, you go pretty hard on that. I convert my Amex points into Airbnb gift cards, then book Europe B&Bs. Then my friends split it so I get cash back. Wow. It was through Expedia. They switched to servicing. But I think the booking still goes through Expedia. I think they handle, they have a partnership, but on the fundamental back end, all of the trips are booked via Expedia Inc., which blew my mind. The email about I don't know, because I literally, a couple people today gave me updates on emails, but even I had Tim's emails going to fucking, what's it called? You want me to make a video of your class? That's fucked up, dude. Tell your fucking professor, if I make a better video, then I get to come speak for the class. Yeah, Okta new breach. Yeah, I stream alerted that out a couple minutes ago. El Coyote had it a minute or two before that. I mean, I could be down, maybe. Let me see. I'll look into it, but if you want me to make a video on what you're learning in class for economics, I could try. I mean, I don't, but I do. I mean, if your professor's not teaching it, man, come on. Yeah, Booking subsidy. Yeah, Booking owns everything. That's why Booking is the only person in the space where Airbnb is not eating their lunch. That's it. That's the real competition, because Booking is just, they own everything. But it's just dude, it's wicked. But yeah, Booking, they got a ton. I like Booking a lot as well. Why Airbnb? Just lack of liquidity probably. And I mean, it can move a lot. Like I'm saying, with that earnings, it was pricing in 10, 20% or 10%, and it's already, fluctuated. I'd say like 15% back and forth, up 5, down 5, up 5, down 5. But for the most part, that happens a lot with those earnings. Hilton would make more money. It's just crazy, though. I don't think people get it. Again, Marriott's revenue was in like gross revenue, 2.9 billion or something like that. Hilton, 2 point something, 1.7 billion gross revenue. Your boy Airbnb is doing 17.9 in gross bookings. It's just, there's a reason why everybody hates Airbnb, but now they're getting big enough. So I'm actually glad about that. You read the comment, the converting it. I see the converting one, but not the other. I don't know if it didn't go through. Booking, yeah, but booking is a good. Honestly, if you don't like Airbnb, for whatever reason though, maybe you'll like Booking. Again, like I've said this again a couple of quarters ago. We were just talking about it. I'm like, dude, the space for the ones who are really running it, it's pretty fire. Yeah, like they're the only ones, like they do 38 billion in gross bookings. That's what I'm talking about. It's literally in between Airbnb and booking.com on this quarter. Those two companies are going to account for at least $50 billion of travel bookings. Gross. Doesn't mean profit, but like that total amount when people spent that much money just between those two companies. So both, again, Booking's the one with, it's already real rallied. You're paying the premium, but they've established themselves. It has a premium in stock price, but Booking, it doesn't have the same type of PE as Airbnb. But yeah, like I'm saying, it's just those, like your Marriotts, your Hiltons, your hotels. It's a different ball game now. That's what I'm saying. It's like you combine Hilton and Marriott. That's $5 billion in bookings in 3 months. You take Airbnb alone, they're triple that. But then you take Booking and Airbnb, that's $50 billion of travel spend just between those guys. You have gold status for Hilton. They wouldn't let you stay because I'm 20. I thought you could get a hotel at 18. I was getting hotels when I was 18. I thought it's 25 to rent a car. Oh, Elf did give it up. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm down 3 on that now. Mohammed El-Arian spitting facts. Why are you getting hotels? When I was young, oh, we would party. We got kicked out of Palm Springs once. I was 18. Right when I turned 18, we got a hotel. I booked my first hotel. And then they kicked us out. They caught us drinking on the balcony. They're like, "Are you guys 21?" And I was like, "What do you mean? I'm in my room." And then they got really mad. Hold on the membership due to how grateful I am. Oh my God bless. Why? Wait, it's not. I think it's missing a message though. Is there a reason why? But either way, I love you, bro. You've been here for years, holding it down. You've always spoke your mind too, which I've always respected. Man, it's great. I sold out of 6. We got like 20% on that. Yeah, I top ticked that at 22. So it was up 5% in the morning. I got out of it. PayPal bought back 2% of the entire company in the last 3 months. PayPal is on track to buy 10% of the company over the next year at the current prices. PayPal starts buying back shares again on Monday. Jeez. I think it's too long. I don't think it's letting it go through. I see your message history. I only see like bits and pieces. Yeah, Roku, that one actually ended up holding and is killing it. Again, Netflix came down. I was breaking, dude. I was up $300 on Netflix. Now I'm down 200. But remember, this was I was down a lot on it, and then that one came back from the earnings, and then Spy's hitting a new high, man. So we are still rocketing and rallying up right now. How you doing? Can't complain. Yeah, I've Airbnb'd several homes. I got 2 active ones that have been going for the last couple years. I used to have a little bit more, but before all of the Airbnb hype, I just converted them into rentals, like long term. I used to Airbnb a house in LA, another one, and I did not like it as much. But then my other 2 Airbnbs, they have done extraordinarily well. Midjourney, that's the AI thing for the artwork. I don't know if Disney guided down on earnings. I think, remember, there was something good and bad about it because it had like the little pop for a little bit, a drop, and then it popped, and then that was it. My bookings for next couple of months, our bookings are way down. Mine are decent for now. I think it's still at the same rate, unfortunately. I say that because mine are winter. I have one that does really well in winter. So, like, one of them, it's my hot season, and then San Diego just... like downtown San Diego just does not like get bad. It sucks. I have 2 bookings for November right now. Let me see. Do you hire someone to do the Airbnb? Yeah, the first time. And then one of them, they just sold me the furniture. So, like, one of them, I bought a house that was fully furnished. They just left everything. And then I still have that same furniture to this day. Starbucks was really good. We talked about it a little bit in the morning, but China. So Starbucks just did very, very good on China, and which I think is a very good sign, but I hate playing Starbucks when it's up 10%. It is a trip because it's like a slow mover, then it has one of these big pops. It just gets pretty awkward, and then they're like at what, 2020 levels for the most part, kind of pinned. UAW says over 80% of workers at Ford's Michigan plant vote to approve tentative agreement. My Redfin covered calls, no, they expire in January. I'm going to reallocate Bill once they cut rates. I mean, again, I don't have any bill in my long term. So any bill is just like literally like private personal funds. Like I've told you from the beginning of the year, even after SVB, I split up several accounts and I went to everywhere I could with 250 grand or less to just hammer it home with Bill. So I don't plan on, unless I'm buying a house, I'm just going to keep it there. And then as far as the bill in the long term, I've already used it. I've switched out bill to cash and I bought stocks. They went down. But again, everything I did buy this year, I made sure it paid me a yield, except for like 2 of them, I think. Did you get that one? No. You might be saying something there that's getting auto banned. Email me if anything, though, bro. I do want to know what you have to say, but it's fucking up. I like Airbnb for the long term. Again, I think the pricing is going to be your only issue, but I am very well, not like that's one of my favorite stocks at this point. Where is gold? Bonds hitting a high 87 on TLT, 2.25. Again, 4299. So Chad, 4,300, bro. You're already back. My goodness. That was quick. So again, the next level is going to be, it's like 43.25, but like I think 43.08. Yeah, 43.08, then 43.20, then 43.27 or 25. Or maybe it just hits 429 and then just comes down. It doesn't necessarily, but we'll see. Just relief again, a little bit of relief, but everybody interpreting Powell again. I think it's them trying to call the bluff, but they are interpreting it as Powell being done raising rates initially until either the data or anything else goes crazy.
Order rejected.
Good or bad, labor
Order
will have
rejected.
a big effect tomorrow. At least for tomorrow. I don't know if you're talking in general, but for tomorrow, just like any data we've gotten here, you know, the data is, whether it's good or bad, looking at
Order
forward to the
rejected.
economy, it's getting people to react a certain way. So in this case, you know, if the labor market is strong tomorrow, the bond market is gonna be bad and vice versa. I mean, in general, I mean, we're not going to go over it. You trying to get me to answer your class stuff, bro. So, I mean, I don't want to bring up the Phillips curve, but there's other things, you know, relationships between inflation and employment. There's many schools of thoughts and ways to study it. But in general, I mean, you know, my job right here, I'm applying it to right here, right now. You know what I'm saying? That's more so what I'm more focused on than any of how it should be in the past. And why do I say that? Because, and maybe you could bring this up to your professor. He'll get mad at you, though. But, like, think about it. A 40-year bond cycle has ended. You know, what the bonds have done for 40 years has changed. So even whatever we think we know about the bonds, I mean, the last couple of years, any relationship between bonds, labor, this and that, it has been upended, or it's a little different right here, right now. So I don't know how your professor would vibe with that, but you know what I'm saying. You know, maybe if he's an older guy, he might stick to the OG stuff, though. So we'll see. MSGE. What's this? Madison Square Garden. Bonds hitting a new high. Did we get past 4,300 yet? 429915. Very big level. At one point, you would have pumped this up. But to give you an idea, you know, you broke through 4,300. It was the same setup right when you started rallying above 4,200 on, like, the end of May. It was like a couple days later we were here, and then when we broke above 4,300, I mean, it quickly brought us near 4,400. So again, a couple more points to the upside. Bonds are up almost 3%, almost 2.5% on TLT, which is amazing. Netflix even trying to come up here. We had up 2% and not for a while. I mean, even then, 4 days. This will be 4 days in a row if we close green. China's PetroChina pursuing deal with Venezuela's PDVSA for 8 million barrels per month of Venezuelan crude. Check oil. You got a China-Venezuela oil deal. That's weird. Did Powell? No, Powell didn't say he wasn't. Powell said, if anything, he's thinking about more rate hikes, but the way the market heard it was bullshit, and then they started buying him. But Powell said the exact opposite. But then he downplayed both about being a live meeting and moving forward. He made sure you knew about the risks, and all of that. Yeah, so my Airbnb thing. Right now, November, I have every weekend booked. And then same thing with December, but my weekdays are not booked out yet. So it's still about like 4 to 6 bookings for each month. But I just don't have like my Mondays, Tuesday, Wednesday shit booked out. But like all my weekends. So every weekend in November is booked. Again, even already down to Thanksgiving. The last, oh no, it's a weekday. Oh wait, no, never mind. My manager's saying it's through VRBO. So yeah, like my December, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 days available in December. And then November, there's a little bit more. But I have the weekends booked in November. So not too bad, but I mean, I would say at other times, though, coming into this, I would be fully booked in the last 2 years. But it's still, like, again, this is what I've been trying to communicate. Sometimes it gets, like, a little bit more volatile, but at the end of the day, I'm like, that's still a W for me. So, you know, if I have every weekend booked out, I mean, I'm winning no matter what. But usually it should all be out booked by here. So, again, 12 days in December, maybe like 15 to 17 available in November. You want to book it? It's in. Hey, I still got some available. If you want to stay in a cabin in November. And then the San Diego one, again, that one's already booked out. That one's downtown apartment. It's fully booked. Again, there's like three open days just between the cleanings and shit. My cleaning fees, I don't think I lowered them. I was lowering cleaning fees before you complained about them. That's how we were able to keep the bookings up. We knew y'all are sensitive. Y'all don't care. If I was like, hey, I'll give you 99% off, but I'm charging you $200 on cleaning fee, y'all would still reject the deal. That's why, unfortunately, the way society has gotten, brainwashed. You can't give that's it. You just got to give them what they want. I'm telling you, I told you this a year and a half ago. Right when I noticed everybody complain, I slashed my cleaning fee. Everybody's like, Airbnb's crashing. I grew 50%. It was insane. So we'll see. Yeah, you can make money upcharging or like at the same time, like even then, like it costs. I have to pay to clean the house. You know, I am spending at least $100 every time someone leaves. But you know, I think even my cleaning fee is lower than what I pay my cleaners just because I know people don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like my cleaning fees are really, really low. I did this a year and a half ago because I even knew the algorithm on Airbnb, they were punishing you if you were doing that. You cut your cleaning person's payout? No, I pay them the same. I pay them more. I take it out of my profit. It's not difficult business, you guys. you can figure, you know what I'm saying? Like it's simple. Everybody that stays now, everybody that looks at my listing, they're not turned off by some weird Airbnb shit. I'm telling you, if I just book out 4 weekends, I'm making hand over fist on my mortgage. So it's very simple, you know. You just low fees, no fees, everybody feels good about it. The cost is already there, they're paying for it, everyone's happy, they're getting more than what they asked for. It worked out pretty well. It's the rental, but the experience. We stayed at the Colt place. Yeah, but nobody knows it's mine. Like, Do you think it would still cash flow if you were to buy now with interest rates? If I bought it at the same price I bought the house at, maybe. So that's the thing, because it's not only did interest rates triple or double, so did the price of the property. So I'm telling you, these properties that I own for Airbnb, when I bought them, these were all like sub $500,000. So I bought these little units. One of them's really big, but they were cheap when I bought them. These were houses that, you know, this was at that one point, this was the median price to purchase a home in America. You know, these were cheaper properties. So If the price is up and the interest rate, no, I would not cash flow off of them. Nor would I do that, though. I wouldn't tell any of you to go buy expensive house right now at a high rate and then try to, Airbnb it. It may not really work. So it's, but based on the purchase price, I'd say even with high interest rate, I would do good. Does the demand being higher than supply for labor, does that increase real wages? And does that add to inflation? Just, dude, you really are asking me this is your study guide, huh? So, if demand is higher than labor supply would go up. Again, if there is a high demand for labor, it should increase wages. But again, it all depends, and even on your school of thought that you want to follow with. But in general, demand should both lower supply and then lead to an increase in supply, depending on what it is. But yeah, I am doing his homework. Yeah, but demand was higher than supply for labor. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Is that you have a lot of people who, demand is running through the roof right now. People are still buying, even though there is labor, people that you still need laborers to meet with the demand. But then he's also talking about how it is calming down, but we still have hot demand. The labor market's still very active. So at the very least, he was just talking about wages not going up too much. That's where he's saying it's good because we don't want it to go up too much, but it is, demand has been the borderline problem here. And then the fact is the labor market is not getting weak because the economy demand is still staying strong. I'll pay for the tutoring time. But yeah, if you want me to do your homework, you have to apply it into today's context. That's all. So that way everybody else could benefit off of it. But I'm not going to go because, again, if we go over all the economic theories, I like what you sent me. I like your little class thing. But for the most part, though, we do have to, with everything going on right now, if it blends into this, I'm down. But like, if you like, yo, how does the Phillips curve affect the 1970s? I'm like, bro. No important data, not for now. Just bonds are rocketing. I can't believe this right here. This is doing a lot of work. NVO and Lila. Roku keeps killing it. They really going, yeah. Some names more than others, but everything's been good. Escrow shortfall will be the collapse of real estate. Deals on properties I have a couple of stories. One, I just hope all of you real estate bears listen to me and just believe me, trust me. Actually don't, because anybody who tells you that's a fuckhead. But I do want to make it simple for you guys, for real. Don't get caught. They told you Airbnb was collapsing for how long? They told you real estate was going to collapse for how long? Like, do you get what I'm saying? It sounds like smart people shit. You could bring up these cool theories, but it's simple. Jobs go up, real estate crashes. That's all. Unemployment goes up, real estate comes down. People lose jobs, you are going to get everything you want in real estate. That's all. Trust me. Don't make it any harder than what it is. Don't get distracted. Don't use your energy looking at all of these different things. Because again, real estate moves slow. It's very illiquid and it does all this, but it's just like you really have to think about it. It's all down to employment. Trust me. And I'm trying to help you out because I'm not even trying to say it's not going to crash. But all I am telling you is that there is something that will make it, that will cause that, but it's not these little random things you're hearing about. It's not fucking Airbnb. It's not going to be escrows and more, people paying their home insurance. No, it is going to be employment. Don't forget, that's how people get their money. That's where all of it starts from. That's the only way you threaten all of these loans and everything, and why people would sell and more people would sell is when they lose their jobs. So right now you have to understand we are at historic unemployment, meaning that unemployment is so low, Joe Biden could brag about it every day, because truly unemployment is very, very low for historical standards. So you have to realize that. That means more people now than everything, right, have more employment sources. They have more jobs, more money than ever before. I know it's weird. There's all these things going on, but when it's all said and done, it is boiling down to the source of all the income, your job. So that's what it is. And I'm not saying it will be immune, but like I'm telling you, once the jobs really come in and unemployment goes up, real estate will become different. But it's not going to be Airbnb. It's not going to be little factors. It's not going to be all these, sensationalized things that are like, oh man, it's going to hurt you. It's employment, and that's it. Because clearly that's the only correlation that's held up this far. It won't affect the whole country or the company, but certain cities initially, but then it will spread. See, I'm not trying to tell you that real estate is an immovable object, because I've been on both sides of real estate. Again, I remember all the shit where I'm telling you I bought it so low, and you're like, so lucky, Josh. Actually, no, because when I bought them, everybody said I was an idiot. Literally, nobody wanted them. Again, 2015, even 2018, 2019, you weren't buying houses. Again, the market rates started to even come up a little bit. Then they started to cut, but it was very slow. You would put a house on the market, it would sit there for 90 days, and you wouldn't even get an offer. I remember I had houses, I would sit there for 60 days trying to sell it, and only one person would come and see my house for sale. Imagine that. And you still have to pay the mortgage. Interest rates were low compared to today, but I would still be paying the mortgage, and I would have one person come and see my house to buy, and it was for sale at a decently low price. Again, the price was 50% cheaper than what that same house would sell for today, right? It's just like that. At that moment in time, though, it wasn't like real estate wasn't a good idea to a degree. And what I'm trying to say is that there's trends, right? So you're like, will this happen in certain cities? Yes. People start to lose jobs. Once they lose their jobs, they literally cannot afford their mortgage, and then they would be incentivized to sell their house while it still has equity. And then what will happen? More houses come on the market. But then how does this spread? Is that people start to notice this. It happens in one area, more houses pop up. It's going to start happening everywhere, because then people are like, oh shit, people are losing their jobs. Now this equity, I thought I could get more for my money. And it goes from seller's market to buyer's market. You haven't seen that happen yet, where now a chain reaction of everybody worried about their job and then worried about their equity. And then everybody starts increasing supply. And now before you know it, we'll see more real estate supply in a month than we've seen in a year. And then that's how it will begin the process of real estate calming down, because then people's behaviors and attitudes change. And now without a job, they're incentivized to actually sell. And then we will watch a supply shift happen in real estate. So that's how I could see it playing out. But like I'm saying, you need real estate, unfortunately, or you need jobs. You need job loss to happen. Otherwise, I don't think that would occur. It didn't really. I thought it could be higher. I wanted it at that 110. Or my OG's at Notorious. You got a new profile pic too? God bless you, baby. Most people own their homes outright. It'll probably buy the dip. Well, that will help, but like I'm saying, if there is a lot of job losses, you will watch a decline in real estate. No questions asked. Especially with how employed people are today, you would need a job loss to watch it go down. Will there be a limit to it? Of course, but like we're saying, just for supply and demand, That would have a big impact on that. Do I see it going up anytime soon? Yes, it should, but I don't know what's real, my friend, unfortunately. And I mean that in all honesty. I don't know what's real. In the sense, we talked about this yesterday. I've watched multiple companies fail, go bankrupt, Facebook lay off at least 30,000 people, every tech company lay off hundreds of thousands of individuals, and I've yet to see that reflect in any sort of jobs metric. So I do think they would be on the way, but I don't know. I really don't know when that would happen or where. It's hard to tell because in my mind, I think it would have already happened. And I think we already gone through layoffs, but unfortunately, your official standardized data just does not show that on the employment side. Mulan plans to extend buyback program for added 6 months. Or are the people laid off getting other jobs? It could be, but even then though, if that's literally what's happening, let's say that's like literally the market is so strong, everybody at Facebook got fired and got a new job within 90 days, then just the labor market is not weak. Unfortunately, that means the demand for labor. This is your homeboy, asking about this. But demand for labor is high. That means the supply of labor is still low. That's why if these people are getting laid off in mass, Yellow Corporation is going bankrupt, 86,000 employees or something like that, and it's like they're getting rehired. That just means the labor supply is so low and demand for labor is so high, leading you to have this, very, very strong, job market. Yeah, Roku is actually one of the few that's actually holding those gains. Elf already gave it back up. That's crazy. They just robbed me 11 on that. That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Israel moving into the outskirts of Gaza, CNN report. Bill grows, Treasury yield picture still uncertain. Indeed. Bonds are kind of chilling off of that, but again, they came from the peak. But SPY, you are above the 4,300, no? Yeah, 4303. Again, it's like 4308, 4307, and then 25. Coin running, ARC. Yeah, the ARC leaps came back to green. So they went from negative to break even, and now with that extra run, they're back into positive. I think like 10%. MGM, yeah. I still had those puts, again, even when it was hitting lower. We made them free, but the remainder, they were just holding break even though the stock kept going lower. Airbnb, Netflix came up too, which I like. Airbnb, yeah. I was trying to see if it would go to the 110. Or is 113? Mortgage applications historically low. Canceled transactions are high. Credit card debt all-time high. Delinquencies rising fast. A lot of headwinds. I know. Believe me. You guys, I think even you and I, Max, we've had discussions about real estate over the years. So it's like all of these things are real and it is apparent, but just like I'm saying, the source of capital, people's jobs, as long as people have a way, I don't see real estate supply coming up. But, once that unemployment ticks up, I'm ready to ditch real estate, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to tell y'all to watch out. But until then, it's just not there. Yeah, there's no money, but there's jobs. It's slowing down real estate investors. That's the general idea. You should, or again, the people who really need to live and are moving for other work. But like I'm saying, jobs. It's the number one. The Walmart offering prefab tiny homes. I think I did see that. I think they're copying a Home Depot. You still got to buy the land. You got to get the utilities, but I'm kind of down for one. We hit 4,300 and chill. What do you mean jobs just start contracting people under you? No, I'm just saying, like, you will see real estate weakness once unemployment weakness shows up. That's it. It's like, again, everyone spent years trying to call the top on real estate. Meanwhile, your rent and the price of the homes have doubled since. And it's just like, at this point, it's not saying real estate is immune to everything, but that is the thing that's very sticky. Jobs and real estate are friends. So if jobs are, there's a lot of strong jobs and unemployment's low, real estate is going to hold up, and then vice versa. You will watch real estate go down once unemployment starts to rise. This is the top of the lower high. We don't go higher than this for the rest of the year. I mean, we'll see. Again, everybody very, very certain these last couple of days, but it feels like the theme of this whole 3 months has been, you don't know what's going to happen. The theme is we'll see, and then even Powell coming in and you know what I'm saying, like flip-flopping, doing a lot of this, bringing up new terms he hasn't brought up. So, like I'm saying, just vibe with it. Let's see if we get real progress. I'll take it at face value for now, but, we got to make sure none of this dumps, because that's how it's all happened. It hasn't been about, doubting what you're seeing. It's just all about whatever you saw just doesn't hold up. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about, okay, we hit this, we're never going to go up, it's going to turn into a massive decline. It's like, no, we get relief off of certain reasons, but it just hasn't held up throughout the month. So just keep watching your bonds and that, and we'll see the data. But for now, we got a little bit of progress that wasn't just taking us straight down. Amazon tried to impede Probe by destroying communications. FTC says Amazon founder Jeff Bezos instructed executives to accept irrelevant junk ads to extract billions of dollars through increased advertising. Amazon says FTC grossly, they're already responding. Amazon says grossly miscategorizes Project Nessie, that it was scrapped several years ago. And then Bill Gross says regional bank falling knife has hit bottom. Google says AdSense transition will transition from primarily paying publishers per click to paying per impression. What? Interesting. Google won't be doing pay per click anymore? It says they're going to transfer to pay per impression. Roku. We've mentioned Roku. We've actually mentioned Roku here. It was doing its second pop after 25%. We were just saying it's going. They killed it. Yeah, Roku's still on the high ticker. I could keep that one up. Netflix came back up there too. A Netflix breakout could be nice. Nvidia's up. Nothing on Booking. Booking might just be with Airbnb. Again, Marriott, Hilton. I think Marriott and Hilton should be down. Booking, Airbnb up. But again, Booking has earnings tomorrow, and Airbnb, they warned about next quarter, but Airbnb killed it. They had a record quarter, so Booking's more likely to do the same. You run ads to the manager, there's a massive difference in what they charge by impression. But I thought usually like pay per impression, people liked it for brand awareness, but it doesn't always lead to sales. So that's why I know some advertisers like pay per click, because they want people on their site or whatever. SPX. I don't know. Troy, what's that website you have for the names that are up and down on the Dow and S&P? Because I don't have a publicly available one. But I remember you posted a website before that had it. Pay per revenue, pay per impression would bring in more revenue because then you could charge advertisers for less, essentially. So then you could waste your whole advertising budget without getting a single click. So then 10 million people can see your face, but not one person clicks on it. EDR, they got the buyout offer. So honestly, I mean, easy to talk about. Last couple of days, there's a merger, I think, with it was EDR and I think TKO. Again, EDR is part of, they're saying it has like the agency aspect, but right now it's an arbitrage play of trying to figure out if they actually get bought out and at what price. That's as far as I'm concerned with it. Sector Spider. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, so you could look at this one. This tells you, at least by industry. I thought this one had the ups and downs, but this tells you all the industries, XLF, XLRE, all of those things. But I don't know if you could get the breakdown. I remember Troy posted that one. It's a good site, though. That's a good sector tracker from SPDR. How do you see financial sector reacting with the cuts? When the cuts, they'll do good. I mean, it's been weird because they were supposed to benefit off the high rates, but with all of the held to maturity stuff, I'm very certain they'll do good. Again, you got to realize, even today, a lot of people made money on their books just by bonds calming the F down. 2-3% in the last couple of days. That could go a long way. Bloomberg and Spider both have sector performance site. I think there's a. I want to know. I wonder if there's a public way to get the ups and down names, but usually I haven't been able to find one. Bonds are gonna flip today. If they do, that will make people a little less exuberant. But if the bond, if you hold a 2% day on TLT, it will be good. Roku, you didn't buy. I don't like them. I don't use Roku. My mom does, but I still think Roku's it's not really a company I like. Again, this is the same people will have me have a full conversation on Airbnb. So just remember, their EBITDA was $10 million. You know what I'm saying? Even price to earnings, I don't even think they have a PE ratio. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Hire you? Why? Last guy who said this little hiring shit, I ended up banning him because it turned into a weird joke. And then I just saw they were not really serious. So, I don't know why I would hire you in reference to Roku. But in general, they'll be there. Top trades, long and sell. You could just do it yourself and make the money yourself and keep it for yourself. And then make fun of me if I do bad, if that's what gets you off. But other than that, if you're that good, you don't need to work for anybody. Amen? Amen. Apple earnings. I don't know. You're getting a couple of cheek lays here. Hold on. Again, Bill Gross says the regional banking knife has hit the bottom. That was a little earlier. 4305. All right, so you're 4203. You went a little higher. They said this is going to be the highest we ever go. This is the new high to the new low. Knife, he says the falling knife it hit the ground. So now the knife is not falling. It's just a knife in the ground. What was that? A little bit of reaction, baby. So we have, unfortunately, another hour, 15 minutes till Euro close. So it's like you're still, right now, you've only gone higher and higher. But remember, like yesterday, we got a little active. But then I guess yesterday after Euro close, we chilled out. But the 2 days before that, we kind of stayed within a range. Just cooling off. For now, I think the bonds too. Again, earlier in the day, the bonds, they gave up the 2% at the high. The TLT, again, TLT hit a high intraday. They went up as high as 2.5, which is insane. But we'll see if that actually holds up. You're waiting to get your real estate license, then sell leads? What do you mean? So you're not doing the real estate stuff anymore? Then send me back my money, dog. 2 weeks later. Yen looking fleshy. I am doing it good. Don't delay. Just don't delay. Remember, that's what got you in the door. You was making moves. Yen is still up 0.3, but that is kind of part of today if you think about it. You got a little bit of relief there on the yen. The hurdle for TLT is it's everything there. We still have, I can't believe ELF flipped like that, bro. I was crazy. I had like $4 a share gain in the morning. But now I'm down $10 a share now. But the TLT, it needs to hold up. I mean, you got to get through the data tomorrow, but in general, you want the rates to, and long-term expectations to kind of cool down, and that is what will bring it up. And like we were saying, we've said this for weeks now. As long as this chart goes down below those peaks, man, we're going to be we're going to have a good time. So now it's kind of basing out at the last time we hit a low, but generally speaking, I think working your way through these levels is the next hurdle, and then establishing ourselves between 4.5 and 4.2 without going too low or too high. RTX they got murdered off of earnings issue and guidance the last quarters leading into it. And then they started catching a bid off of the war stuff and then their earnings. They sold bonds, had a little buyback thing, recovered a little bit. And then they've been up like 12 to 15% since earnings. Coin up 8.2. What are things you're looking at influencing the indexes? Tech, obviously, but one thing I tell you, financials and anything rate sensitive, the small caps, they're the leader for a reason. Because again, is everybody feeling good about Powell and our equities going up? Yes, they are, but the real story is the bonds chilling the F out. That's what I'm saying. So, and it's no surprise that anything interest rate sensitive is doing way better today, and it had way more green, and it didn't give back as much as anything else. Yeah, home builders, interest rates, it makes sense. Again, anything related to bond yields, you got to realize, you just had a nice little recovery in the last 2 days. Is it good? Yes, but it's only good if we stay here and keep going. So that's the scary part. But anything related to interest rates got relief today because of bonds. The reaction to Powell, even though it's a market reaction, if it's carrying over to the bonds and the yields are coming lower, especially on the long end, this is all Powell reaction in that sense. But the bonds are the ones having an outsized effect on a lot of different industries. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. It's almost 8:30. We got to do push-ups in a little bit, too. We'll do that when I get back. So see you in a little bit. And God bless you. Good morning. No news.
In the interim, so we have already talked about kind of moving from the very front end of the curve to now liking duration in UK, in Europe, and also parts of US as well. So we're already kind of starting that journey in duration. We have yet to do that across the board with equity. We're doing that with selective parts of equity, as I said, and also private market being very selective in terms of where we deploy risk. So private credit stands out versus the other private market exposures.
Yeah, and you saw PIMCO kind of warning on private credit and the underregulated area of private credit. So interesting to see how that plays out. Wade, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Wade Lee of BlackRock joining us. This is Bloomberg.
At Roto-Rooter, we're plumbing
Roto-Rooter. Oh shit! I clicked that. I didn't finish going pee, bro. I sucked, bro. What the hell? How you gonna play me like that? Come on, CNBC. Come in clutch. Come in clutch. No. Yeah. Why ain't he talking?
Happen in this country overall, politically, geographically, anything else that would make your business grow faster? By another way of saying it, what exactly is it going to take for you to expand even more?
Yeah, it really is a shame that we as a country have stopped ourselves from expanding our natural gas infrastructure into the Northeast and particularly into New England, where last winter we were having to burn fuel oil and coal, which is more than twice as amount of emissions as burning natural gas. And here we sit with one of the largest deposits of gas in Pennsylvania in the Marcellus, about 120 to 150 miles away from that market. And as simple as it should be for us to build a pipeline into their area and cut people's energy costs in half in that area, and as well as reduce their emissions in half, we don't have the courage or the consolidated perspective enough to take advantage of our natural gas here in the U.S. So there's some huge opportunities like that. Meanwhile, we just had an open season on the Mid-Atlantic and Southeast states who definitely get it. And we had almost 3 BCF a day. So that's about 3% of the nation's consumption. We had a 3 BCF a day increment of demand expressed in that open season. So people in the Southeast and the Mid-Atlantic are getting it. And unfortunately, the Northeast and New England markets are really starving themselves from an opportunity to reduce emissions and reduce their utility bills.
All right. Alan Armstrong, there's a lot to talk about here. We hope you'll come back and join us again soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yeah, Williams, 2% off the 52-week high. Straight ahead, much more coming up on some of the moves we've seen in tech. We're going to talk to a Palantir and Shopify shareholder, good day for them, about how he's thinking about some of those names.
Palantir and Shop. All right, we're back. Still at 4299. Elon making a tweet about Starlink. Starlink is now the majority of all active satellites. Woohoo! And then ARC going up. That's good. The contracts were up more before that drop, but they're still in the green now. We'll take it. We'll take it. Roku, again, they were supposed to lose 50 million or 30 million, and then they came in with a positive EBITDA of 10 million. So people got excited on that. Palantir treated me so good this morning. No, I'm going to hold the ARC again. I mean, that maybe till the end of the year or January. That's when I have the time for. But again, I mean, I made that play when Bill Ackman covered the bonds because I've always told you ARC is a pseudo rate play. I do not view ARC anymore as Cathie Woods. As weird as that may sound to you, I view ARC as a different type of bond. This is like the ultimate like hype bond. Pretty much credit conditions ease up and then you go down. You said it was at 52-week high. You crazy. But that's the way I look at it. Again, the way ARC and Cathie Woods plays are set up, they're all interest rate sensitive. So that's why, again, ARC, I believe, is, if rates go lower, rates calm down, ARC is the one that benefits. And then vice versa. You just sold. Should you get back in? I mean, if you don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to push it a little bit, but, you know, if you got a good gain out of it, I mean, unless you want to go back in, it's up to you. Euro closes at 9:30, unfortunately, this time around. Until next week, and then we get more sleep, right? They said I get more sleep, so we'll find out. But, yeah, you have that coming up. Elf, I have no idea. I don't know if they have their call or not, but I went up. I'm down $10. I was up. Oof. Maybe I grab more. I'd want to wait a little bit, but that moved a lot. Which is weird because, again, I thought they would have got rewarded because Estee Lauder did so bad. So I thought the winner in the space would get more of a reward, but not so much. To sleep more. Yeah, you got daylight savings this week. So, again, because right now, Euro closes an hour later until we move our clocks. No, this was just shares to flip, not for the long term. I would get Elf at the long term at like $20 maybe. That's when I last saw it. So if it goes down there, I'm down. But other than that, just to flip it. Again, they're one of the only companies that, you know, there's a couple out there, but they meet the criteria of just constantly raising guidance, especially in this environment. Again, some of the bigger names are doing bad too. So to see them do good, I thought it was very impressive. The eclipse on Saturday. Oh, yeah, wait, isn't this the crash window? I forgot about that. Don't we have like 2 more? When's the lunar solar eclipse or whatever? What time will it be this time next week? 8:30. It'll go back to 8:30 as it usually is. So usually it's 8:30. You know, that's something you've heard here every day. We'd wait, be like 8:30 Euro close. But now with this little weird thing, we're going to have it's 9:30 for this week, and then we go back to 8:30 next week. What level to hit the pump it up song? 4,600. So the last time we pumped it up was 4,500. And you guys were really excited, and we said, you know, the next 100 points we'll pump it up, and we have not hit that since. So unfortunately, we put it in stone. He said many tech will pump it up. The writing's on the wall. You know, some of you don't understand what I just said, and that's the whole point of the whole writing on the wall thing. Make you think about it a little bit. Mind blown. Mr. Elf. Microsoft, where's Netflix? So again, the big tech didn't go up as much, but it's 1.3 on the NASDAQ. Today, you'd move 0.3 today, 0.4. You did 1%. You did 1% by pre-market. And again, TLT's up 2. It is coming down though. Watch if TLT. I haven't looked at the dollar, but got an interesting breakdown. Dollars recovered a quarter. Believe it or not, dollar was down by 0.6. Now it's only down by 0.4. My goodness. I have no idea what happened with ELP. We were up on it in the morning, and then it just died. I don't know if all the other ones are even doing that. I like PayPal. I've always liked PayPal. Again, even as of lately, we got in at like $62 for the long term, so we're down on that now. But I liked everything. Again, I think their earnings they're still in that weird earnings report mode of like bad, not getting better, but like it's not the worst, but it's still not getting better. But again, like their buyback plans, all of that. But I just truly believe in the value of it. I don't think at $60, I'm not too against PayPal's price. You know, it's still, you know, back in time of history, but ultimately too, I mean, they still are touching a lot of dollars. They got a good EPS. It's still positive. That's the ironic part. You know, most of these plays, these like good value plays I like, and they're not value, they're growth, but they're down a shit ton. Like, you know, they all have positive EPSs. Like, they all have earnings, you know, compared to some names like, again, literally, like Roku is going insane, but like, that's like a negative earnings company, you know. So For the most part, I really do believe in the value and the money they touch as far as PayPal is concerned. Yeah, and prayers feed me. He'll be good. Sometimes those things happen. It may end up working out for the benefit. Maybe you caught something early, or maybe it's nothing at all. If it's a new bull run, it's my first. Oh, wow. It may be. It may be. But then again, I'm just, as much as I want to be like, oh, yeah, it just, again, I've been traumatized over the last 3 months. If we sustain a bond rally, then I would get ready for your bull run. If we can't sustain a bond rally, though, I don't think I still think it's going to be rocky. Did that dude pay you from yesterday? No. I haven't seen him yet. I need to ban him whenever I see him. If you see him, let me know. We'll go over Apple, 10 o'clock? Hour and a half? Just buying on valuation is the only thing that makes sense here. Yes and no. So in a weird way, in my mind, this is why I'm even thinking about the dollar. Again, your dollar is it's stronger, globally. Right now, you could get anything globally borderline cheaper, but I'm thinking about future value as well. And it's understanding how, again, the last 3 years, we've had so much the distortion of value and what prices and certain things mean. That's why I'm saying it's just I like what a lot of these companies are doing. I'm not as concerned with some of the valuation stuff or prices. I want them at a cheaper value than they've been at. But for the most part, again, I am keeping a longer term outlook on a lot of these because the values and the value of your dollar and everything, it's already, it's made multiple standard deviation moves. And I think in the future, we're going to watch that go back and forth. But the dollar's strong. At the end of the day, that's why I like the diversification in this 10-year environment because no matter what, just remember your dollar could get you a little bit more. So make sure you do get a little bit more and then keep a little bit as well, just in case you could get a lot more. Go ahead and ban me. I'll take his punishment. It's very honorable, but don't worry. Usually I would forgive him since you sacrificed yourself, but I think you knew that was going to happen. So unfortunately, he's still on the chopping block. I gave him an opportunity to back out. That's the difference. And coming back up, again, you had this little dance there. Bonds gave up a little bit more. The dollar's not really too friendly. Again, the dollar is actually making advances. What's the T? No, it's honestly just a funny joke. Somebody in here was betting, they wanted to bet me $100 that Powell was going to cut rates tomorrow. So I took it and I just said, I know people don't pay me on the internet. So I'm just saying, if you don't pay me, I'm going to ban you next time I see you. And then, yeah. So now we're here. Shout out to Fed Futures. I said bets off 10x and you never confirmed. I said you had to buy out of the bet and you said no. There you are though. My bad, man. You got to make a new account though. I love you. Okay, I love you. I got to stick to my word here, bro. Yeah, he came out. We found him. Honestly, it's not letting me ban him. You're getting kind of lucky here. There you go. I pressed it. It's okay, man. What did he do? He made a wrong bet. Believe me, I understand. I make a wrong bet. I pay for it. Happens all the time to me. So, just welcome to the reality of it. TRGP. Targa. NVS gave up and then they came back. That was wild. I swear he called it off. He did call it off, but you can't call it off. That's what I told him. I said, if you want to call, you could buy out of the deal now for $20 if you want, but nah, that's it. We wasted too much time talking about it. It's not that harsh. This is how it is. I take bets seriously. I tell everybody that. That's all. Just why you don't bet. There's no point. You could have saved yourself if you were not ready to commit to your word, what's the point? You know what I'm saying? You could have easily saved the trouble, the drama, the discussion, the time, all just by, just vibing with you. You didn't have to be, I want to bet. Okay? And then someone takes you up and you agree. It's unfortunate. I slept in. Now that my fire season is over. Are you a firefighter? Or were you just living in the fires? It could be a California thing. Airbnb. We already had the Airbnb talk, but I encourage you to go over their earnings and maybe you'll see something you like. Again, they did warn about volatility. The whole world does hate Airbnb, but I already had it up. Yeah, this is their last earnings here. Just see if you like anything. If not, you'll be good. BSX on the high. You hate Powell. You shouldn't be mad at Powell. I'm telling you, you should be mad at the news media, Nick Timmerhouse. If you think this rally is fake, unfortunately, you have to blame all the people who spread fear for the last 3 months. And then right when Powell didn't say something, they just took it as he's done. And again, it makes sense. I really hope I've explained both sides. But you know what I'm saying? There's a reason why people feel like that. But also at the same time, I truly believe yesterday was the market taking over, trying to pressure Powell and saying, nope, this is what he said. When, I'm telling you, bro, Nikki T and then everybody just piling in with I see the bullish interpretation, but I mean, again, Powell saying we're thinking about raising rates, and saying if anything, more rates than not. It's wicked. The words that he said, the uncertainty, the no accountability towards long-term rates, very, very, very wild. That's why I was like, I do think yesterday, if you really don't like this rally, I don't think you could blame Powell, man. I think Powell changed something, and I think Powell let you know that he was aware of what happened in the long-term rates. Powell was aware. Again, I brought it up before it happened. Even Powell knows. Powell knows financial conditions have changed and are becoming an issue. And he acknowledged that, and that's great, but he played his same 50-50 card, and then it was the reporters and the analysts. I'm telling you, 40 minutes, not even 4 minutes after we got the release, you had 5 Bloomberg or two or 3 Bloomberg, don't let me be inaccurate, but they were already saying that this was bullish right off the bat, even before he spoke. And then again, Nikki T puts out a tweet after 5 minutes of bearish comments. Literally, I'm listening. I'm like, okay, this doesn't sound good. And I'm like, this sounds worse. This sounds worse. He does not seem confident. He says more rate hikes. It was getting really bad. And then Nikki T is just like, oh, to my ear, it sounded like this. And then everybody who read it as bullish in the beginning, they just pounced on that, and then the market took over. But I really believe this was all market reaction. If anything, I think Powell said his piece. Yeah, he said no cut. He said no cuts, and he said, if anything, more rate hikes. That he said that's what we're thinking about. And then, like he said, just he did not display confidence that long-term rates tightened up pressure enough. So, like I'm saying, it doesn't mean that the market has to dump. I get it. There's been a lot of pain. As long as you get people if that was good enough to get people to buy those bonds after not touching them for 3 months, well, God, then God let it happen then, if that's the case. But for the most part, this wasn't one of those Fed meetings where Powell says something, change the situation fundamentally, and everybody's reacting to that. It was just like, I just think they ignored it, and they viewed weakness in Powell's speech and where he's at and the fact he already paused, and then they pounced on it, and now they're pressuring it. I still stand by that till this day. It seems like that's what we're getting. You're missing that he kept saying maximum employment before stable prices multiple times, when before he would say it the other way around. He completely changed his insight. I'm aware of that, but I don't think that was that important, if that makes any sense. Why? Because he's always said that, so that's why the word I focused on for yesterday, it was the word that has not showed up in 2 years, and that's what that conversation here leading into the bottom was all about that. And the market was listening. He wasn't saying good things towards it, but the spark was literally off of Nikki Timmerhouse. And then again, after the fact, it's just phrases like that. I think everybody in the market just started bending and twisting it to meet their bullish thesis and saying, well, this is what he did. That's why he's bullish. Like, no, the only thing bullish about yesterday, which I could wholeheartedly agree with, hands down, it's the only thing that makes sense, is that Powell has actually paused. It is now 2 months in a row. You know what I'm saying? It is 2 months in a row of actually pausing. That's why I think the market is doubting him and pressuring. They didn't have to hear anything bullish, but the fact of the matter is your boy has stopped the train. The object in motion is no longer moving. So that means the next step, whether it's a hike or a cut, it has to be really big to get Powell to do it again or to get him to cut, because now Powell can just chill here if he wants to. So that's what I see as bullish, and I think the reporters in the market and anybody who wanted some upside, I think they pounced on it, and now it puts Powell in a hard position because he's in a position where he has to either do something big by restarting or he cuts rates, but now you're going to need something big to follow that up with. Data, it's expected to come lower, but after the JOLTS jobs report, what's the issue? I'm telling you, it's a joke. That's why I'm saying it's like maybe we get distracted by it all, but just like Powell actually paused. That's the moral of the story. He's in a new position, and then the market is trying to pressure him a little bit. But for the fact that he paused, that means 4 more months from now is an average when they cut, or he's going to restart, and that means we have a big inflation problem. So, do you get what I'm saying? For tomorrow's jobs report, what do I think is going to happen? Based on the JOLTS jobs openings, I don't think it matters, because I think there's going to be a big revision, sadly. So the number's supposed to come in lower. If it comes in lower, people will like it. If it comes in too low, people might panic. But overall, I think low would be better. But at the same time, I'm expecting a fat revision that is going to alter it. Or even if we get a big miss or beat, the revision of last month might temper it or not, unfortunately. But I do think tomorrow is the biggest data of the week now. Oh, Grammy 3, baby. Back to back. Oh, my God. Where's my horn? Oh, my horn fell. What's that? Data dog on the low? Kind of flushing. God bless you, Grammy. Horna. You guys wanted this horn in the morning. I was going crazy. That's it. We're still high, though, actually. The market's still doing very good. He's doing single targeted sniper shots. 1 at a time, baby. He's not raising because people and banks are in trouble. Exactly. 100%. And I think analysts in the market picked up on that yesterday by him bringing up financial conditions, by him playing, being half-assed with the answers and trying to do that same thing. I think a lot of people got that impression that, okay, clearly something's weak, but now that means Powell can't do anymore. And that's why I'm saying they're calling his bluff and they're trying to pounce on it, because now they're saying you can't raise rates. You already stopped twice in a row. Look around. So we'll see if Powell fights back against that later, or, how much legs this really has. It was the most nervous Powell. It was just different. Like I said, the fact he usually when he brings up a new word, especially if you haven't seen it in 2 years, he kind of elaborates on it, and he'll try to give you metrics to follow, but he really tried to play that 50-50. But just this time, again, I think you got a different reaction from the market. Where is Starbucks still? And then Elf a little bit off the bottom. That was a wicked move, man. Tesla's coming up, Microsoft coming down, Apple too. They're still elevated though. ADM, Archer Daniels on the high. Hit that like button. Where the pizza at, baby? Oh, in due time. Oh, yeah, let's get push-ups. Damn it. We're like right on time, and then we missed it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I don't know why I told you that here, but it's push-up time, okay? We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Ah. Woo. Let's go. New icon. Who this, baby? I'm Matt. Hey, man, 12 months. Gets that push-ups in. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair like you ride in the dolphin. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing that. You ain't doing that. So relax a little bit. Get that good posture. Relax the jog. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Oh. There you go. Wow. I did not make an Uber play. I was looking at him though. They didn't really pull back too much, and they just held. Sava on the high again. We've seen that a couple times. Oh. Come on, man. Do your stretches. Do your push-ups. It's good. I'm almost done. Didn't sound like you did push-ups. I'm doing back workouts actually right now. I don't know if you hear the exhales randomly, but I'm doing them. I do a circuit. If you were on Twitch, you may have seen it before. I do a circuit with resistance bands, and then I do these like shoulder arm stretches. The Tracy Chapman song Fast Car, the one you and your girl like, was nominated for Song of the Year. Really? That makes sense. Even I liked it. It's a good song. It's good. You got a fast car. It was so crazy when you guys taught me about that one too. I got to learn the story, the background. It was amazing. Instead of pump it up, can we get a face cam? I don't think that's what you want, bro. Just imagine the market like recovers and is rallying and you're all hyped. And then the reward is you just get to see my weird lizard face with my receding hairline. What kind of reward is that, dog? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be like, damn, they might sell off the market right when they see me. They're going to be like, oh, shit, that's Josh? Nah, we out. That's it. The yield curve will uninvert. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Not a want, but a need. There's also the daily push-ups. Oh, you can see that. That's it. I need to chart, bro. Ever since I haven't charged my camera, I haven't done like an in-person watch list there. But you can see some of the progress. I took some profits, took the family to Mexico. So much real estate advertising in English in Tulum. Yeah, man, Tulum's very expensive too. That's the crazy part. Tulum is insane. It's like probably one of the most expensive places in Mexico, I think. And then we hit 43.04. Bonds are coming a little lower. Last time bonds dropped, market rallying, but then bonds are going a little lower off of that. On the angel tree, if you get me the address, I'll just get everything sent over. I might even just order some shit just directly to your house, like from Amazon. If that's it, but I'm down, bro. I'm down. I'm gonna just send a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Just take care of them. Make sure they get it. If there's any like restrictions, let me know, or if I should focus on an age group as well. Like, am I not allowed to give them like I can't donate like a bunch of Donald Trump toys, right? That would probably be banned. Or like because I got a bunch of these like Joe Biden dolls too. Great for kids. Teaches them basic things, you know, like smelling. It's like a smelling book. It's hard to explain, but it's good to like teach about senses. So yeah, I got a couple of things. ADM, where's AMD? I think I gotta wait till Euro close for some action. Unless it just gives up. If you could get past this peak here, get below VWAP, dump before Euro close or anything, it'll get wild, but we'll see. Did you get the LT back? Kind of. I just have to wait. They're dumb. I'm telling you, it sucks because now I'm like, I can't get mad at everybody because then I won't have a brokerage. But I'm just like, it was my fault being kind of like both late and impatient. And then in the process of like talking to them, they were just so stupid. I just kept canceling things. And I'm like, I was trying to find another way out to stop the process that shouldn't have happened. But it's good though. It's going to, again, I think now, like what, 6 days, 7 days, whatever it's going to be. Raul is like the Avatar. When we needed him the most, he disappeared. I don't even know if that's the plot of Avatar. I still haven't watched it. I do have the Yellen dolls. Because that was just, dude, it's so weird. Like, you know, like I got the Yellen, the Biden, and I have those. But, like, I think they're hilarious. Like, I don't know. I think it's, like, even my personality. Like, I just find all this shit funny. But, like, when I would have those dolls and put them on a video, people would get so freaked out. I was like, it's not that serious. They, like, I don't know. I think some of y'all thought I was doing some, like, voodoo shit or some crazy stuff. But It's weird, bro. I think they're funny. So I have them in my house still. Like people see them all the time. It's like I think it's hilarious. Is there any left? What bearish sentiment? Just bonds. I mean, bonds and then inflation. Don't forget. This is what I was saying yesterday. Even if Powell doesn't speak, don't forget that Powell can, the data can speak for Powell. So, we'll see what it says tomorrow with the non-farms. But for the most part, I really think if bonds and inflation worries, then you'll be good to go. Apple and Euro close 9:30. So we got 30 minutes till Euro close. You're still holding up. I'd say the only other development, dollar just gave back some of its gains today. Still doing very, very good. But at one point, we were at our 29.81. How many times have I told you about this price on UUP? That's the bullish point. So unfortunately, dollar can't get past it. And then bonds have slipped now. TLT was up 2, but you got to still see just good progress for today, but nothing is set in stone, unfortunately. Again, 4 days in a row of green. We're actually holding up. So, but we got to actually keep it up there. Channel must be lagging. Euro closed 25 minutes ago. Sure about that? You sure about that? Yeah, it's okay. Euro close is 9:30 this whole week because of daylight savings. So believe it or not, Euro close is at 9:30 until next week. Next week it will return back to 8:30. You sure about that? That's a TikTok noise. If you're not familiar, I'm not being an asshole. That's like the sound. You ever see that video? What day? Whenever we reset our clock. Wait, do we do it on Sunday? Isn't it Sunday coming into Monday? Or is it Friday coming into Saturday? Oh, is DVR on? DVR shouldn't be on. Yeah, I don't have it on. MPW. It has to get past that high, though, on the after earnings. Again, anything interest rate sensitive. But remember, it was at 520 last week. Then it had to go through more carnage. And then Apple earnings, we're going to go over the preview in about an hour, I'd say. So we'll go over Apple, any of the other companies for today, if you would like to cover them. I mean, fortunately, we're chill. Again, Roku's still at the high. I think it might even go to another high. Bonds kind of coming down. A lot of big tech not doing as hot, but the other 90% of the market is killing it. It's Saturday night, Sunday morning. All right. Any chance we get Lendington today? You want to hear Lendington on Apple? Should we didn't get lending tips once for this earnings season. Would you guys like to bring in a LT earnings assessment? You already know what he's going to say. So we'll see. We don't like him? Okay. Hey, man, that's between you two. If you had to pick between SEDG, MO, or MPW, which one would you pick? I don't have to. I would go with MO and MPW. But, that's the beauty of it. Like, you know, in a crazy way, my main strategy, like I've been saying here, is just diversification. We're about to complete our third year of this shit. So, you know, with inflation and this type of environment, you know what I'm saying? So I really hope you guys like just keep in mind, we don't know what's going to happen. We have ideas, you know, certain things played out exactly how we expected, some didn't, but the answer is diversification. So like, even if, you know, even if you're looking at your account, even if you're looking at making plays, like even diversify the long term. Like, so don't forget, it's good to build up one position and it's good to have something, because when that does work, that'll help you make a lot of money easier. But at the same time, just don't forget, you know, you want a little bit of everything. So that's why I'm saying, it's like, I'm not going to just pick one. I like what I'm doing. I like getting a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Obviously, don't go too crazy, but when it's all said and done, it's just a little bit of everything, and make sure you got money in kind of different spots in different areas, so that no matter what happens, if it's all quality, you'll benefit. But if there is certain times where it's good over here, bad over there, you know, you want to make sure your portfolio can vibe with the seasons. You know, that I could give you a little bit of this, man. I could give you, so it's part of the philo. You want me? It's part of the philo. Maybe we got to slip in the philo. I don't know. You want me to tell you right now? I could tell you a little part of the philo right now. And it kind of makes sense with diversification. It makes sense with how I view the economy and what I think is going to be happening here. And even if it doesn't happen, you know, there's a reason why I use and think with this logic. Would you like it now? I mean, you could communicate with the like button if you want. You let me know. You let me know. Everyone ignored the CLX cheek. It was mind-blowing, fascinating. Yes, please. Now y'all like the video. Let me see the communication mechanism. So I communicate to the chat, and I want to see how it communicates to the long-term like rate, just like Powell. You know, I'm aware of my messaging communication. I'm trying to see the long and variable lags. Like each day. All right, are you ready? I'll tell you. Look at the ground. Look at the ground, the soil. Have you guys ever seen a tree? You ever see a tree grow? Even the trees, even the soil, nothing in the world grows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nothing. There is no plant in the world that you plant and every day, every minute, no matter what, it is growing, it's feeding, it's building roots. No, doesn't happen. So the lesson from nature is even the soil rests and has seasons. Even the soil has to replenish itself a little bit. Otherwise, you can't go all the way around. So that's why the whole idea here is diversification. You want to be, again, there's going to be times where things you have are going to underperform. There's going to be times things outperform. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be seasons. So I hope you have different plants in different soil for different times. And that's why it's like we don't know what we're getting into, but keep your assets and investments on a cycle. So that some of them, again, you have some harvesting while the other ones are being planted and vice versa. Scientific false. I mean, your guys' mindsets, you guys are just gone. You know what I'm saying? Believe me, whether it was accurate or not, if you missed what I said, you missed it. It's okay. It's not for you, Habibi. It's not for you. But in general, not even rotate. Just think about it. Think about the seasons. It's very, very big. Very, very big. So that's part of it. I don't know if we'll get the full philo, but it's a good point. It's kind of mind-blowing if you remind yourself of it. Can't do arms every day. Amen. Amen. Can you explain bull and bear flags and how reliable you find them? I have no idea what a bull or a bear flag was. The first time I heard bear flag, I thought it was a parade. Yeah, I said, I don't judge you guys. I don't judge what you into. You know what I'm saying? You want a bear flag? Go ahead. I heard they called it a bear flag rally. I literally thought it was a rally. You know what I'm saying? I said, that's cool, but I don't even know what it looked like. That's the beauty. In my mind, you could show me a bear flag, bull flag. I don't see anything except the price. It's crazy. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Colt, baby. Shout out to Colt, man. We're blessed, and I'm very excited. Again, wherever this market leads us this year has had a lot of good and bad. More bad than good, I would say, for me. But at the end of the day, I'm starting to get really excited. It just seems like, if we could, this last like 10 months felt like a weird purgatory, but it's good to see the market moving on stuff. And again, I mean, we've gone through enough and learned a lot where, the next realm starts to open up, baby. The U.S. to urge Israel to agree to a series of brief secessions. Once the bonds come right back to high, they're not coming down unless the government stops spending. You need that. It's a big factor slowing it down, but honestly, I can't negate your comment. That's what sucks right now. You see what I'm saying? Like everything that I keep looking at, I'm just like, as much as I want to believe in the bond rally, it could give up immediately, unfortunately, and there is still a lot of supply. And we got the supply we were looking for, baby. Friday Jr., Bradley Frizzle, and the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your ass up. Let's go. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. I watched the 10-year, man. I watched the 10-year and I watched the Peach. It's here. Bradley Frizzle, baby. God bless you. Thank you once again. Oh, it's here. There it is. Oh, maybe the bonds will hold their rally. Now, I don't know. The peach will hold. See, if I could believe in the bonds like I believe in the peach, the market is easy. You know what I'm saying? It was Powell. He's been messing up the bonds these last couple years. I'm telling you, if Powell and the bonds had the same credibility as Bradley Frizzle and the peach, oh, man, it would be a different story. But unfortunately, though, we got it still. So, yeah, watch the 10-year and watch below. Watch if it goes below. Again, 4.5 to 4.2 I think is reasonable, but pretty much anything above 4.75 on the yields, we have a problem on the 10-year. Really, the number's 5, but once you start climbing to 4.75, we start seeing 5 almost instantly. I keep seeing card. This one sucks, bro. We go up 9 and then we go down. I've held this whole time. It's just not doing anything. The peach. SPX. I mean, the bonds are coming down. Dollar have already climbed up. They both got a lot of cushion. I mean, bonds are still up more than any equity index. And then, the dollar was right at the level, but we'll see. We still got 20 minutes. I think Apple has a better chance of doing well, as weird as that may sound. If Apple reported 2 weeks ago, I don't know. But even then, unless they absolutely miss right now, it does seem, though, that as long as the market is a little bit calmer than not, I think you're going to get a little more favorableness out of Apple. But then again, it's all going to boil down to China. That's it. That Huawei and then everything they've done. And then maybe their cash plans, they could. Some people are saying they might bring back some of the buybacks, but we'll see. Again, I'm going to go over the preview here in about an hour. I think about 50 minutes. Airbnb maintained underweight at Morgan Stanley. Elf buyers. Elf just got dumped on early, man. That shit got crazy. Is the Roth the best long-term in that retirement account field? I would say so for the most part. I mean, obviously not a recommendation. But, you know, I think a Roth IRA everybody should have. And if you could work it in with your dividend stocks for the long term, even better. Yeah, Instacart was popping earlier. But again, it needs to get above that price. So I've been going break even to like down $1 or $2 every other week, pretty much. So now I'm only down like 50 cents a share on it, but it still has to like do its thing. TTD, they move a lot. Honestly, TTD could be an interesting one. Rumble up 10, Uber stair stepping. Yeah, Instacart, there was the IPO. Their IPO is a failure. I have 1,000 shares. I bought them at $27. It was like one of the first bottoms. Again, this was part of my whole October's gonna rally play, and then just nothing fucking happened. But now again, I'm almost at break even. But their IPO, they were up a lot. That's why I was down to play it. They had 100% upside almost. Instachart. That seems more likely. Burke is up. I forgot about Birkenstock. BOK. Are financials still doing good? Yeah, they're killing it. As long as you got that XLRE. Even real estate index is up. Nowadays, seems like everybody forgot about ARM. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they talk in their eye, just a bunch of gibberish, and everybody forgot that they forgot about ARM. No? Okay. There's CART, GPC on the high. I mean, we're holding up again. I think the big tech ain't moving as much, even a lot of the names that had earnings in the morning, and I think we're getting just some of the other, like, I'm just seeing a lot of random names go up. There's more names on the low ticker, but then you have, like, random support on the high ticker from just very random ass names, some big, some small. Right now, NASDAQ 100, only 13 names red, 88 names in the green. Dow Jones, 2 names red, 28 names in the green. Walgreens is the leader on the Dow. And then S&P, 73 names in the red, 430 in the, what's it called? In the green. Lemonade Rippin'. Interesting, because I just saw Root go up. Yeah, they're up 40, and then Root's up 15. So they're both, remember, we played that one. Actually, we made out with that one, but still. Not Square. Again, Square might be able to do better than PayPal on earnings, but again, even Square didn't hit, or PayPal didn't even hit what was priced in. FMC. Holy moly, 1K of cart. Yeah. Are you behind on the stream? But yeah, I bought that at the beginning of October. Again, I like that they hit their IPO price. Morning, I was down again, and it came back. But it's done that every time. So this whole week, I've been going, I'll go down, come back near break even, go down. I'll go positive on it or break even, then come down, and then go. It's literally, this is a 2-week chart of Instacart. It's wild. Yeah, small caps are doing very good. Again, that interest rate sensitivity is helping. And then even in this last, like, I think leading into Euro close, your big tech's not moving as much. But we're hugging 4,300. Honestly, it's kind of impressive that we've held it up this long. You're shorting NQ. God bless you. God bless, man. God bless. Maybe, I don't know. Why now, though? Maybe wait until tomorrow morning right before the meeting or right after non-farms. That's because, again, that's the thing, though. But if non-farms kills us tomorrow, you're going to love that short. Yeah, if it wanted to fill the gap, it would have. But we'll see, though. Again, I'm just very not trusting of everything. Again, just until something, like, I like how bonds are holding up, and it's still early in the day. Maybe this thing bounces by the end, but I do want to make sure everything holds up. Or we get the same non-farm reaction. Was kind of muted last time. It could be, but at that point, if we ignore the non-farms, then I do think we rally just off of Powell then. Because if the non-farms don't create a negative scenario to fuck up the bonds, then everybody is just going to ride through with this and then say non-farm, just like the bond auction. If we could get away of something that could potentially be a headwind, people might feel a little bit better. What time? Non-farms come out an hour before the bell tomorrow. You've been seeing people on LinkedIn getting laid off in your network. A couple people in the chat, I mean, we've been bringing up employment and jobs, and they kind of had the same thing to say. Yeah, Tesla came back up, but is it still going? Uber's still on the high. Remember, they made a deal today with New York, Lyft and Uber. They made an agreement to pay like $360 million in back pay for drivers based on like the new laws or something. And everybody like that. JP Morgan on the high. Again, banks are actually running. I'm seeing Citi too. I wonder, JP Morgan has already recovered the Jamie Dimon selling news. So again, that was a couple of days ago. They're back to 140. You want a Chad flash poll? Let's see. All right, I like it. You haven't had one in a while. If you would like to participate in Chad Feud, you have a flash poll right now. And your flash poll's question is, have you been laid off or has your business slowed down in the last 3 months? Let's see. Let's get our own little employment survey. If we do this good enough, maybe we'll replace the Michigan Consumer Sentiment or something. You know? So let's go. Have you been laid off or has your business slowed down in the last 3 months? Yes or no? There's already 223 votes. Wow. Okay, we're getting some action here. Chad. That's what I'm talking about. Or NA. I mean, just don't vote if it doesn't apply to you. But at this point, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a yes or no question. Yes. Oh, we got the poll on you. Damn, under 1 minute, almost 500 votes. And you're sitting at 46% say yes, 55% say no. Interesting. You're in chemicals. Your business is booming, son. My job is secured. It's a lot of yeses. All right, should we stop at 500? We'll go to 600. 80 more people. I want more votes, the better. More votes, the more accurate. But that was quick. This is like an Apple iPhone question. I work airlines and slow. I'm a janitor. They always need someone to clean. Amen, bro. Have you seen the new South Park? Have you guys seen the new South Park? So, I thought I hit 600. They fucked with it. So, Chad poll, have you been laid off or has your business slowed down in the last 3 months? 55% said no, but 44% said yes. That's like at least 200 people have been laid off or has seen their business slow down in the last quarter. That's still a pretty high number. Yeah, the Panderverse. What do they say? We don't know how to do anything. All these guys, he's like, I'll pay you $50. He's like, I have so much work. The handymen who know how to fix things and do stuff, and then they become the billionaires. So funny. You have to watch it. You have to watch it. I won't ruin it. You have to watch it. It's great. It's so funny. You work with home builders. Everything got slower. Only past few months in North Carolina. You're slightly affected by UAW. That's crazy, bro. Again, it's still kind of a high number, man, for 200 people. I'm sure it's interesting. But great question, whoever asked that. I'm glad we got the poll of the chats. Uber's still going up. So Uber's hitting a high again. We were just talking about that. SPY's holding up. Bonds came down. A couple of earnings. Again, NVO chilled out. Dollar keeps climbing, though. Is the yen coming down? Is it normal for mortgage to increase every year because of accounted escrow? Past few years, my payments have increased. Unfortunately, it is common. That is the problem. So that has happened before everything. The problem now is that taxes and insurance is going up a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the payments are rising abnormally higher than they would in the past, but naturally that always does happen. So like even before rates and inflation, you had a mortgage, your escrow amounts would go up slightly every year, again, with taxes and all of that. But this time around, just again, insurance and other thing is just going up a lot as of lately. So, and taxes and your home value. So it's led to a lot of increased adjustments there for escrow. To 2019, one of my mortgages was $430. Today it's $570. It's a good thing it's like cheaper, but that's still that's like what, almost 50%? Your accounts in lower income areas are hemorrhaging business. My upper income areas are slightly up. Poultry, you're still getting orders for new farms. You thought high rates would have slowed it down, but you haven't seen that. Hey, man, you and Powell both. U.S. to press Israel for pauses in war. China not listed in countries which agreed to chair's statement on testing next generation of AI models. All right, again, a little red there. Again, dollar has been climbing. TLT's on the low ticker now. It's still up, but you're starting to flush a little bit. A lot of bond demand today, but don't forget about the supply. So it's still good, though, 1.3, but you've given up half of the gains now on bonds. So at one point you were up a lot. You were up almost 3%, 2.5%, and now you're back to 1.4, which is still great for the long end of the curve. But again, you're watching some give back. Equities not responding, but now bonds and equities are matched up here. So as long as stocks don't drop and then bonds stay the same from here, S&P's up 1.4, TLT's up 1.39. What are you seeing anecdotally in San Diego? It's cooling down a little bit. Again, I still see travel, Padres games, like Friday nights, Saturday nights, like it's popping, but I have noticed it's easier to get restaurant bookings. It's easier to go to nice places. I even then the other day, I was in LA and there was like a really, really exclusive restaurant. I'm telling you, like last time I was there, like, and I was even with one of my homies who like, he's the plug and they wouldn't even give us a seat. Like I'm telling you, like this was one of Drake's spots. Drake be rapping about this place. I'm like, oh my goodness. And like, I could not, like they would not entertain us at all. Right. Literally a week or two ago, they're fucking, I walked in randomly with my girlfriend just to see, and they were totally down to seat us. And I was like, what? And then we went somewhere else. That's how crazy it was. I went to somewhere else, and it was supposed to be another place that was like super exclusive and private, and they let me in on a walk-in. And that's where I was like, all right, things are kind of calming down in that sense. And then I've seen cars calm down a little bit, but generally speaking, though, like tourism and like entertainment, Friday, Saturday nights, even the malls throughout the weeks, like it's still pretty active, but it's definitely not the like, you know, neck breaking just pace that everybody was at. Swiss Miss is the key. She is sometimes low key though, because I think they see her and they're like, all right, maybe he's not broke. That's the only explanation I have in my mind. But other than that, every time I'm with her, we do get better odds of getting seated. Last time it was me and my Chinese homie. It didn't work. That's it. He looked like One Punch Man and I look like Osama bin Lizard. So it's weird. It's weird. And it's because you have the shaved head before you assume anything. He did the One Punch Man shave before any of us. My homie was doing the bald head like 5 years before Andrew Tate. And I was like, you're crazy, bro. I was like, we really doing that? He gave up quick. He didn't. Oh, dude, Olivier did not fight back against the hairline at all. That's one thing I respect. Like, years ago, bro, I'm telling you, years. When I was making some of the first videos with him and you saw him, you know what I'm saying? But, like, dude, he shaved that dome before anybody. And I was like, man, now looking back, I'm like, he was onto something. He was onto something. You started rocking at 19. I have to decide, bro. I said my hair loss is keep getting worse, bro. I'm either gonna have the U shape, or we got to do something, man. We got to do something. But I'm still vibing. Mr. Worldwide. I've been shaving it since 08. Keeps you looking young. Yeah. Do you have to wax it though to make it shiny, or does that just naturally happen? Because that's my biggest fear. If I do it and then I got one of those like matte skulls, you know what I'm saying? I don't want like a matte black type, you know what I'm saying? Like, or like anything. I just don't want it matted. I want it to be like shiny. Why not get a hair transplant? I got one that changed everything. I don't know. I'm not really. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna commit to like aging with grace and like not give a f. But yeah, we'll see. It was part of the story here today. My goodness. It was so active, but what's the volume? I hate late Euro close. I honestly despise it. This whole waiting for the Europeans till 9:30. This is a nightmare. They spend 4 hours eating lunch. This is awful. Yeah, only 30 million involved. 38 million. We're around hour number 3 right here. Exactly on the dot. Derek Marie. God, is it Meyer or Marie? Miri? But Chad, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. It's time for push-ups, baby. Get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank, a worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, wow. Do you feel it? Your eyeballs should be relaxed. Come on. There you go. Relax it for a little bit. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. You looking good. Not wrapped behind the computer chair. Not kicking your nuts. You doing your thing, man. You doing your thing. I am AI. Thanks for the roses. Hey, do your push-ups. Hey, do your push-ups. Oh, you're sitting and smoking? Ban. 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 Oh, thanks for the roses. Hey, do your push-ups. Oh, you're sitting and smoking? Ban. Oh, you're sitting and smoking? Ban. Hey, thanks for the roses. All the banks are sounding resilient. All the banks are sounding resilient. All the banks are sounding resilient. Hey, thanks for the roses. Hey, do your push-ups. Oh, you're sitting and smoking? Ban. All right, man, you get it? You understand it? All right? Because AI is more funnier than the same joke. That's the double entendre to that joke if you didn't get it. Look, I'm making you guys are expanding your mind. Do them damn push-ups. Let's go. Legs in front of you. I'm doing my stretches now. Oh, man. You had to smoke earlier? Again, to everybody, all equally, unequivocally. Don't tell me if you smoke. I don't care. No matter what. It don't matter. For any reason. Because usually I just end up making fun of people for whatever it is for telling me. You keep it to yourself. That's it, baby. That's it. You smoke? Okay, nerd. What? I didn't mean to. See, it just came out. That's what happens. That's all. That's because again, low key in my mind, like if I ever encounter like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, like I just smoked, Josh. I'm like, okay, nerd. The fuck? I don't care. Great. Welcome to 2005, bro. What the hell? It ain't even like that's dude. I'm telling you, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like the last time, like it was cool to tell people was when the movie How High was out, because that was a good movie. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I know. You good. Yeah, I hope you're feeling good too. That's it. But sure enough, another Twitch chat. They wanted to ride with it. They wanted to ride with it. I'm still doing my resistances, baby. Took until Euro. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, that's why I hate this. This little delayed Euro close this week sucks. I see your member chat. No. They hate you. Wait, I do. It doesn't show up on, if I scroll up, but it doesn't show up with the other ones. Jeff Gunlock said if we go into recession, we'll need 200 basis points of cuts to move the long end since government is issuing so much. Thoughts? I could get behind it. I don't know the specific amount, but this is what I was talking about the other day, where like kind of the worry is that even if we do start cutting, the question is how much, because they could start the cutting process, but it doesn't necessarily mean it'll take TLT back to where it started, especially if they started slow. So what he's saying makes sense. But it's just a matter of how they do it. But, eventually we'll see what happens. Again, I think as of late, a lot of people have been getting stressed out by your girl yelling. Lebanon's Hezbollah simultaneously attacks 19 positions in Israel along the border with Lebanon. Lebanon, 19 simultaneous attacks. That was 2 minutes ago. But again, I mean, did you guys not hear Powell yesterday? It's crazy because, like, I agreed with Powell towards the war stuff, but I didn't think Powell would say it. I thought he would have used an excuse. I thought he would have used the war as an excuse. But Powell literally was like, yeah, you know, Powell said it's awful, things will happen. But, like, Powell pretty much said it's not even a market event. That's borderline what I got out of it. But don't let me turn into Nikki T. Wouldn't a rally make sense if it's going to be needed? Well, don't even worry about it in that sense. You know what I'm saying? Again, yesterday, everybody was saying, is this the run-up for the cushion? But just keep in mind that, like, right now, people are rallying on this idea that Powell is done raising rates. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And then they think the economy is bad enough where he can't even raise rates too, where he's kind of stuck. That's why we're getting this type of move, in my opinion. So that's why I'm like, I don't think it's about moving or not, where it's like, it makes a lot of sense. Even leading into a crisis, there's a period where everyone feels very optimistic, and then the market is very forward looking. We're looking towards now rates not going up, and that's why you're getting, you know, some of this movement here. So I don't think it's, again, just leading into the broader stuff, but watch the yield curve and you'll definitely see. Again, we just saw what happened when the curve uninverted. It didn't fully uninvert. And if now the curve steepens on a little rally, I mean, wait till we uninvert again, and that might be your answer. But for the most part, I would just take it one day at a time here for now and understand that people are rallying on this idea that Powell is never going to raise rates again. Yeah, look at the yield curve. Look at all of these moves. Again, yields coming down. So I'm telling you, it's uninverting the curve. And like we said, every crisis this year, when the curve would uninvert again, or when the curve would invert, then we would start to rally. Again, beginning of the year, you had crisis in October. Curve uninverts a little bit. We start inverting. You're rallying. November, December, problem. You uninvert. Throughout the beginning of the year, we invert again. SVB uninverts. And then what happens? You get over SVB and FRC. We uninvert and rally. And then sure enough, as we start dying here, you get the uninversion. And then we're still right back. So, exactly. But if you want to look for any broader what's happening next, the rally before the crash, keep looking at that yield curve because it's doing its job. It took us right up to the cusp, but now you're seeing what's happening. But the yield curve, the 2-year, 10-year, how I've told you to watch it, I mean, it has been pretty solid. It is not to say it hasn't been confusing at times, but I mean, that little criteria is still all remaining as we've outlined years ago. Who cares if he doesn't raise? How do they expect to ease and get inflation down? Economic decline. So again, tighter financial conditions, tighter credit conditions, and weighing on economic activity. I think that's word for word from the statement. But that's the way. So just like when you watch oil decline when people don't want to buy it, if we walk into an event where rates now restrict the economy, that would be the only way to bring inflation down. That's what the trouble is, because if all of these rates do not bring down the economy and, you know, add some pressure, then yeah, inflation will go right back up. All right, you're rocketing up now. Euro close. We are 10 minutes after it, and sure enough, you're hitting a new high. So again, 43.08, and then up to the 43.20s, and then 25, I believe. Yeah, 43.07, 43.08, maybe 43.10. And then again, 43.27. You might get 43.21 too. There's a couple of baby levels from here. And then we're back to, it may seem high, but at one point, this was the low. This was the low of the quarter at one point. So it feels a little different here. Guild on the high. Yeah, Apple still has ability to move things after hours. So we're going to see. And sure enough, Tim is at it again, and he has created the first ever AI Osama bin Lizard. This is what showed up when he entered that. So yeah, honestly, it's quite accurate to how I look in a weird way. I just don't wear green like that. I'm not a big fan of the color green. You know, if that was like a black on white type beat, you know what I'm saying? The black headband, white scarf, you know what I'm saying? A couple of diamond stripes, that would definitely, you know what I'm talking about. All right. Did you hit a new high on that one? The wicks are weird. No, you didn't. 4303. Wait, why isn't that? Oh, 4304 was the high. 1 point off of it for now. There's Uber. Bonds stopped dying for now. I don't know if the dollar came down. Dollar's still kind of elevated, but negative overall on the day. Netflix. We sold out of 6. They came back. Elf. That'd be nice if they could come back. Elf's actually holding green now, but that was wicked. They sold off that gain. New high of day wick and then come down. No, we still didn't even get it. Believe it or not. I don't know how. I thought we would have already wicked into the high, but we have not. EW. Yes, yalla. Long way to go still. Walmart new 52-week high. Where's Staples? XLP's been. It probably bounced off the bottom now. It was kind of holding the pin. And then Roku, you did on your chart. That's weird. Mine does not show a high. I see the high 4304.35 at 755. Interesting. Again, it's 10 minutes after Euro close too. So if this fails though and starts turning us down, that won't be good. But after Euro close, if we could go and start setting a high and hold it, that would be more better than not. Non-farm predictions it's expected to drop a lot. Non-farms are supposed to come in at 170 to 180, and last month it was 360,000. So everybody is already expecting a low number, especially Bloomberg, but we will find out tomorrow. So we have to deal with Apple earnings after the bell and then non-farms in the morning, and how those play out on the bonds is pretty much going to let us know if we're going to kind of hold this up or not. Mine was on SPX. Oh, no worries. No worries. All right. Now we're talking, baby. Put some respect on my name. It was good. I need to get my girlfriend beside me so I can hang this up in my house. That's like the self-portrait. Elf, some BS. Crazy, bro. Crazy. Dude, we were up $4 a share on it. A little bit more. I thought that thing was going to run to 120. I was like, oh yeah, baby, let's go. But hey, I mean, the beauty is, with shares and patience, I don't like some of the instant claps, but so a lot of things came back up. I'm still down on a lot, but like certain names like Netflix and again, even like Cart and all that, like they were, they don't expire. It's kind of unfortunate riding through them all, but you do get some movement. So we'll see. But I did like Elf, but they just gave up. I don't know why. I don't even think it was a conference call or anything. Reduction in activity levels, especially in the floor and wall. What does that mean? I see a headline on Swiss regulators discussing measures to prevent bank runs. I don't know if that's related to it. The euro market is already closed. It closed at 9:30 Pacific time or 12:30 Eastern. It usually closes an hour earlier, but due to daylight savings this week, it's been extended by an extra hour. But Europe is now already closed. So literally right when Euro closed, we started rallying, or at least hitting up. There you go. Now I got a new high on SPX, 4304. I averaged on Roblox once, but that was a couple years ago. I think I grabbed some in the like 25s or 30s or something like that. I made one big average down after the first purchase, but that was about it. I'm getting new high of the day now. Yeah, that one actually hit. Wasn't just a wick. I think you're writing. I think it even went up by an extra point, maybe extra half a point right there. 430474. Again, it's like 4307 to like 4310. It's a weird level up there, so it might get a little choppy, a little higher if it doesn't just absolutely rock it. EWJ on the high. Yen doesn't look like it's moving. Shout out to my youngest. She's 2 today. Wow. Baby open face. Let's go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to the child. Dang, that's 2. That's crazy. I think my niece just turned 2 or 3. One of those, but it's so weird. Because they become like real humans. That's it. They've moved past the alien stage. Happy birthday, Lil Sandwich. That's Lil Sandwich. I like Lil Sandwich. Yeah, I do trade futures every now and then. I'm holding yen futures and bond futures actually this whole time. Foggy Friday. Not froggy, just foggy. Uh-oh. I bet you do the head bob thing. I just do like an animation. My hands move. I don't really do the head bob, but I do the hands. And then I like tilt my head, I guess. I like tilt it. I go like this. You can't see me, but maybe you can hear. I like tilt my head. That's about it. It's the same head tilt, but then I just move my hands. How much should you put into your baby's long term? I mean, whatever you can. Honestly, I mean, you got to save your 10%, but anything after that, I mean, I would try whatever you can and maybe even set them up with a Roth account as possible. So, and then get them dividends and early stuff compounding. But it's crazy. I'm telling you guys, I don't know if some of you realize it. Like, for real, some of you encounter me and you got a long term, but like the ones who are doing it for your children now, like it's crazy how many Chads. I met you didn't have a child, and now you are having a child, or you've already had one. But it's just like to go and set up a child with a long term, bro. Do you guys understand what you are doing? Like, do you get what I'm like? Think about it. Like, if you just even set the smallest amount of money away for your children early, when they are 1 year old, not even just born, 2 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude. You're going to give them 18, 20 years of investment compounding if you really just set it away and hide it for them and just let it sit there. Bro, that child is just going to have something. I don't know if you really understand it because I envy them too. I've never had, dude, like that's something most of us, we never had that. So, but it's just like for real, just don't underestimate the time. So, as much as you can, anything, a dog, you have way more future value because there's time. So don't, whatever it is for your child's future, don't underestimate it because even the smallest amount with compounding, and the fact is they really don't need it for 18 years. Hopefully everything else is taken care of with them. But at the same time, it's like, you're going to get 15, 20 years under the belt for them before they even know what the fuck they want to do with their life. You know what I'm saying? That's literally, they could be 20 years old and not know the path of their life, but they will have something that you let stew and sit for 20 years and just grow and compound. It's amazing, bro. You should pull out the calculator. I should, but at the same time, the calculator is prone to stupidity. That's it. Lately, I've been seeing stupid mother effers. Just look at a compound calculator and say, who wants this anyways? I'd rather do that in a year. And I'm like, you fucking are... This is doing nothing. I'm not telling you to only do this. I'm just telling, that's just off of nothing, off of growing and off of own. I'm like, oh my gosh. So honestly, the calculator will show you'll make it'll be a couple $1 million, maybe a couple 100,000, even if it's the slowest amount. But it's regardless. I'm telling you, it's to leave them with something. But I mean, now, dude, society, TikTok society, we've already ran in people. I've saw videos. I've seen people reacting to compound calculators, saying like, "Well, I could do this in a year. I'd rather just make a business, buy a course, and do it in 3 years, 2 years." I'm like, oh my fucking God. Amen. Forgive me, Lord, forgive me. But my goodness. So, good job for all the parents out there. If Apple has bad earnings, can it kill the market? It could a little bit, but we're not as sensitive as we were a couple of days ago. So that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, if Apple reported here, we're fucked. Now you're reporting from Apple with a little bit of strength. Remember, Google, Microsoft, they were reporting, we were holding up a little better. So in a weird way, I do think Apple can be bad for the overall market, but definitely a lot better than where it was at earlier. I got one for my kids, but it's in my name. Should I put under one for them? Do a Roth if you can. Try to set up like one of those retirement accounts or something. It's going to limit them. The best part is if it's in your name now, you could transfer it whenever. But if there's some way to benefit off of the dividends and taxes for them being young and knowing you have their whole life to hold it, try to organize it in that. Or you could just put your name. Or another thing to do, just make sure your child is a beneficiary on your account. That's always something too. Maybe if you have accounts for your children or people there, just make sure you set a beneficiary. Yeah, just in case anything happens or whatever. It's like you could literally in writing make sure that it's theirs, and that they have access to open the account, close it, do whatever they want with it. It's not too late to start for yourself at 30. It's never too late. Again, the only issue you're going to deal with is feeling like you're too late, feeling like it's too slow, and then watching every other jackass do something else. And then you're like, wait a minute, why don't I do that? Oh, wait, they did very good. Then 2 years later, nobody has anything, and then you're the only one with something. But still, it's just along those lines. Again, it is... I got another email. I don't know if we could talk about it now. Maybe I might have to do an 11 at 11, but... some of the younger Chads have been going through issues. We've already discussed it, but it's like I've had several young Chads. What they've gone through a weird struggle, and I think you're one of the young Chads as well too. But what I mean by it is that they got into investing, they've done all of this, or they've gotten into real estate, right? It's like, and they did all of this, but now. Their issue is like they're telling me it's what they want to spend their money on. As weird as that may sound, but it's funny because I tie it into kind of the bigger concept of I'm like, you're young, the timing. And again, you're like, is it too late to start? It's like, no, it doesn't even matter when you start because the difficulty, like I'm telling you, I have groups of people that started with me young, executed, did very well, but even then, their problem is still how they feel about it. Where, like, again, I've told you this many times, they could have $100,000 in their bank and still feel inadequate or feel bad because other people are driving a nice car or they see other people making money doing this, doing that, and it's like, yo, you got to really think about it. This is what you are going to encounter at every level. So, like, are you too late to start? No. Start whenever. And I'm telling, as long as you are not concerned with speed, then you're going to be good. But yeah, it's just unfortunately, even if you do, I've always said this, the hard part of getting rich and staying rich and wealthy, it's the time in between. The actual act is easy. It's easy to make money. It's easy to lose money. I could click a couple buttons, change my life. I could click a couple buttons, lose everything I worked for in a year. That part's easy. I know that sounds wild. It's what you do every other day before and after, leading up to those button clicks, leading up to those phone calls, leading into what you're going to do. So that's why it's like, unfortunately, like the mindset behind it is like, you know, some people when they're older or younger, they're going to, if you feel like you're late, you're already late. Right. And even then, even if you do good and you feel like you're falling behind or you feel like you haven't accomplished much because other people made worse decisions than you and chose to spend their future on today, you're still going to feel some way about that. Again, I remember everything. And why I say this, I told you even my stories, even from earlier this year, this year, we're talking Airbnbs. I'm talking about my properties. I remember what people would say to me about my decisions. Again, they wanted me to go spend my money how they did. And they would tell me other things. They'd make you feel a certain way. I remember looking a certain way, feeling a certain way. I had a chat ask me, they're like, how do you not care about how you look? Y'all don't fucking feel me, bro. Stop. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't understand this. I really hope you do, or maybe y'all don't want to be real enough. Think about it. Bro, I got Chads. You got a long term. You doing good. You making progress. Again, all of you, you go make money, dog. You're going to make a lot. Everything you think you want right now, I could hand it to you. And you still going to have an issue with something else tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's wicked, bro. And it's okay because that's natural. That's what I'm saying. The only reason I'm like how I am today is because I got to try the shit and realize it was fruitless. So guess what? You could take all the wisdom I could drop on you. I could share with you my life. All the other Chads in here who have more wisdom than I do too, because they've lived more than I have, which is amazing. You have a lot of wise people in here and people willing to guide you as well. But guess what? It don't fucking matter. You know why? Because you have to decide in your heart, in your mind, you have to be able to go through this stuff and decide, okay, this is for me, this is not. Yes, it is part of your ego. You are going to have to realize what it is and what it isn't. And that's why, so like, no matter what, maybe you have to go buy the car. If you think you need nice clothes, like, cause watch, I'm telling you, bro, I wore the clothes they wanted me to wear. They still treated me like shit. You see what I'm saying? How many times have you seen, I could go call out and do this. They're still going to focus on the shit you didn't do. So I hope you get this through your head now. If you're waiting for the validation of other people, they ain't going to give it to you. Welcome to human life, unfortunately. You guys see it with me every day. I don't know if you do or not. That's on you, but we all experience this. No, it's not even an event. I say this as I hope I could be an example to you to live your fucking life how you want to. That's it. Fuck because you know why? I still show up. I smile. I have fun every day. We gonna do it, baby. I don't care what I get credit or not for. I made a commitment to something. This is what I like. And then ultimately it's who I am. I'm comfortable with myself. I don't need to post my this or that for you to think a certain way. If I do this and you think I'm this, well, guess what? You're going to think that no matter what. But fuck me. This ain't about that. I do this every day for years. I'm just telling y'all because, again, I got an email like this morning. And we're having this talk about being too late or not. And then like, oh, even when you get what you want, you accomplish your business, you're trading, you're going to start worried about the clothes you wear. You make good financial decisions, then you start getting worried about the car you drive in. Fuck no, you shouldn't. Because even then, go get the nice car. They're going to tell you why you didn't get an AMG once you get a Benz. And once you get a Benz, they're going to say why you didn't get a Bugatti. Right? And once you buy your first condo, they're going to say, why didn't you buy your first house? Once you get your first house, they're going to be like, why isn't it in a gated community? How come it don't got a view? So guess what? You got to figure out very early and figure this out right now. I really hope you do. Because the earlier you realize this, you are going to make good financial decisions for yourself and your family, and that's it. But if you don't believe me, then my friend, go buy the house, go buy the car. You know what I'm saying? You think you're too late? Go act like it's too late and watch how fast 5 years goes by and how many more people make millions of dollars. You'll be mind-blowing because every 5 years I thought something topped out, and even then it's still up. It's going to happen so you got to figure it out, but I don't think it is too late. And also at the same time, even if you think it is too late, you still haven't even felt the other repercussions. So everybody still has time, but you just got to do it. And you got to really decide, and hopefully you're doing it for the right reasons and know what you're doing it for, because at the end of the day, if there is a validation element of money, and I understand it. Again, I grew up poor. I didn't grow up with all of the things, you know. I grew up, people made fun of me. They made fun of how I looked. That's why I have so much pleasure laughing about everything in my life now. I'll make fun of my looks. I'll make fun of my hair. You know, they said the same thing to me, bro. Believe me, I could have been insecure about all of these things. But once I realized that they don't reward you, I said, I'm doing this for me. I don't care. Trust me, they're not going to reward you for it. The friends, the peers, society, social media, you'll get a little bit for this, for that, but when it's all said and done, it is your life and how you feel about what you accomplished. You got money in the bank, you are accomplishing your plan, you are doing good. That is what you should be excited about, not because somebody can judge you on the fruit of what you did. You see what I'm saying? It don't make sense. But again, humanly, I get it, because we go through stuff, and then you go through this journey, you fight, and then you make something out of it, and you want to do something. But at the end of the day, just keep thinking about the future, because I'm telling you, there's more in store. That's the beauty of it for all of you. You think you're 30 starting too late? Oh, fuck no. There's so much in store for you. You have no idea. Fuck around, see what happens when you hit 40, 50, 60. Same thing. You think this little amount of money, and you think that you getting mad they not showing you effort because you don't have a car, or you want a nicer house or this, but no. Because, again, there's more in store. You're going to have 20 houses. You're going to have 20 fucking cars. Shit you can't even imagine at this point, because you're too worried about getting that versus actually building and maintaining real wealth for you. So, yeah, end rant / rant. There you go. But I don't know if whoever sent me the email is even here, but I was going to call him and talk to him about this too. But it's for real though. Like, you know, I think I would not think like this, but at the same time, make a decision. Simple as that. You don't believe me on it, you don't want to, just go try it, bro. Seriously, go get you go lease a car, go lease a nice car. It's dope for a couple of months. You'll get over it. Unfortunately, I've been there. So I'm saying, go get the nice clothes. They gonna compliment you on it for a little bit, and then that's it. After that, it becomes something in your closet, and then go put it through the washer. It's not gonna hit the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, go. The girls, again, amen. You could go. You like, wow, I need this. They didn't treat me like this. Go ahead. Girls will love you. You got money too. Those really love you. Oh, but guess what? You're gonna get over it. You're still gonna feel. You're gonna feel a certain way. Every single time, everything, no matter what it is, bro. That's why I'm like, try it. Be my guest. But don't let it cost you your financial future at the same time. And hopefully you just don't. The problem is don't make a habit out of it. And I hope you don't, and I hope you don't get stuck in it. Giving game. I hope, man. I hope. We have not spoken on Apple yet. Nope. You're coming in perfect time. It's 10:04. That was just an impromptu philo. I'm fired up. I hope so, man. But like, y'all gotta. It's like I tell you, man. I'm like updating you guys on this stuff like every other month or so. But I'm just telling you, man. It's like I see, you know, even the poll today, 50% laid off, 40%. The other are saying they're loving everything, and it's just like it's wild that I'm seeing a lot of similar feelings but different stories and different situations. And then again, I'm seeing people doing good being weighed down by the worries of life or their peers, and then vice versa. I mean, I'm seeing people who are genuinely sad about what's going on, but then also too continuing to do the same exact thing. So it's wild to think, but I'm also seeing good and bad act exactly the same, and that is a trip to me. You're titling this philo, what would it be called? I don't know. I have no idea. Well, the reward? I don't know. I have no idea how to honestly, just real Chads asking questions about it. Again, I got that email this morning too, or last night. And somebody, we had this little talk. It flowed right into it. But when it's all said and done, though, I mean, I think it's just real life. And you got to really decide. And it's okay what you do. Like I'm saying, if you don't believe what I'm saying, try it. That's it. Worst case, you're going to slow down your progress a little bit, waste money on something, but maybe you'll get something out of it. But at the end of the day, I really hope everybody makes their decision. And that is one of the most important things that I didn't touch on. Just make a decision and stick with it. And if you do that early, you're going to, that changes a lot. I heard it here. I heard this the other day. It made me laugh. Because I was like, it's kind of true. Let me ask you guys something. You need to make a decision. How many of you, when you go to order something at a restaurant, and then you have that person in front of you who's super slow ordering, and is I don't know. What's that? Does the lemonade have lemons in it? Oh, okay. Does the grilled cheese have cheese? Oh, okay. Have you ever tried that one? Do you like that or no? Have you ever encountered that? You hate that? Good. None of you should ever do that. I'm sounding like fucking Andrew Tate. None of you should ever do that. No, yeah, don't be that person. And why I'm telling you that, because some of you are doing that with your finances and your life. I heard something about it, and it was saying how just people, if you really, on things that don't matter in life, you can't even make a quick decision on inconsequential shit, and you're just sitting, you know what I'm saying? And the lack of awareness to even know there's people behind you and inconveniencing, but it's the screw in real life. I'm talking in money. And I'm talking in what to do with your life. That's why I'm telling you, make a decision. Some of you are that lady at the checkout. And I encourage you to refuse to be that. You should know what you want, what you're going to do. And this is what I'm ordering. I'm putting in my order, and I hope at the very least, though, if you want to get into a good habit of this, stop wasting time on small decisions. Make small, good decisions, but you need to learn on the inconsequential ones. You got to learn to just go and be efficient at the stuff that doesn't matter. And that will take you a very, very long way, but that's what I'm saying, decisions. We got people still deciding on what they want to do in 10 years with money. It's no. Make that decision. You're really talking long-term or not. You're saying, I want to build a company. Really make those decisions. You're saying, I'm going to get rich. I want to own this many houses. I want to be extremely rich, and I'm willing to sacrifice. Make that decision now. You want to be kind of rich, have a nice car, do it. Again, I told you my story. If I bought just less cars, I would be 10 times richer just from the moment I started. Again, I had to learn that on my own. So whatever it is, make a decision though. And I'm telling you, if you can make a decision early, make it quick, and it's actually a good decision, oh my goodness, and you stick with it, that's all you have to do. That knocks out a big portion of the battle. Yeah, show me how long it takes you to order at the counter, and then I'll show you your bank account. Yeah, that was it. I loved it. How did you tame Yash? It's how I tame him every time. I see the consequences of what I did. And I said, fuck. And then I wasted my time and or money, and then I proceeded to plant the money tree again and try again. And hopefully do what I did better, and hopefully avoid the same mistake. But also wisdom. That's it. I don't know. in a weird way, if you took upon the challenge that I gave you at the beginning of this month, or which you could start today, literally, if you go and go read the first couple chapters of Proverbs, be friends with wisdom. It will protect you. And if you're not wise, you'll always call to wisdom when it's too late. But again, what wisdom does in learning and knowing, what the right answer and right path is, and sticking to it and clinging to it will take you a long way all the time. That's what I constantly learn and refine over my years. Another new high, too. They loved it. All right. So you guys want Apple preview? Let me queue up the other ones. The long term, I can't. The other one I can't get. I could show you, but I can't show you because there's no page that doesn't have my whole fucking all my info on there. And then the TD, I only have the 2 accounts. I don't know if it moved totally yet. I think I have till November 3rd. Yeah. Well, you got YouTube long term. The other ones moved. We got the random account too. A random account. He's dying, bro. He died. We sold the Tesla too early. But yeah, not too bad. Again, even from the beginning of the year, I mean, long term is still up. That's 30-something% year to date. It's fucked. That's what I was saying. This whole year, I'm it's kind of bittersweet. Did some things good, did some things really bad, but everything ownership wise is you've recovered a lot. But I mean, we'll see where it ends up staying. All righty. So we got Apple, Square, DraftKings, Carve. Do you want to go over all of these? Y'all gonna make me go to work, huh? Y'all gonna make me go pee then if I don't know, I need a water too. Is it 10? It's already 10:13. That's a lot. Oh, buddy. All right, we could do them all. Why not? Why not? Apple only. I do think Apple's the only important one. All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. I'm going to get a couple of these queued up. We're going to go over Apple, Block, DraftKings, Carvana, Fortinet, and Coinbase, and Net. I'll go over all of those earnings previews when I come back. So sound good? Sound good? Good. Mm-hmm.
Expectations of Fed rate cuts early next year are obviously slowly going out the window. So this is going to continue on for a while. And coming back to your M&A conversation, importantly, the financing costs are high, even for investment-grade companies that have got high-quality balance sheets. The numbers have gone up. So they have to factor in how long they can continue to finance that way, number one. And number two, do the transactions make economic sense in that context? The equity markets, as you know, are still trading at pretty robust PEs and multiples. I mean, they're not at their high, but they're not that far from their high. So people are going to want to see valuations that make sense. I will tell you, our backlog in M&A is pretty decent. But people are cautious in terms of going forward and announcing for financing reasons, geopolitical reasons, which obviously make people incredibly uncomfortable from that standpoint. And then last but not least, the FTC. Because the regulatory side of the equation is incredibly important if you're going to have a transaction that maybe sits hung up for 1 or 2 years with potential challenges.
Are they being too aggressive, the FTC? And by the way, they've been losing some of the appeals lately.
They certainly lost some of their appeals. As we know, Microsoft just closed their transaction here right now. up, but companies are quite cautious, and historically they would have relied on very strong legal advice about what works, what doesn't work. Now it's not just the legal advice, but taking into account the overall environment at the FTC.
You know, beyond those big ticket corporate deals that you're seeing, because you are seeing some come through, Microsoft closing, you have those big oil deals. Private equity, though. How much trouble are they in? I mean, you see the performance really muted. You see them looking to extend and pretend all over the place. Is there a lot of pain under the surface?
I'm not certain there's a lot of pain. Obviously, a bunch of portfolio companies have got higher interest rates if they were unhedged, so they have to take that into account. On the other hand, private equity has been investing, pretty aggressively during this period in terms of taking companies private. So there's a fair amount of that. But remember, Shonali, the hallmark of private equity is to be able to sustain these kind of companies through downturns. So they can afford, if they need to put more equity in a company, if they need to refinance in a way that makes sense, they're not looking to exit immediately. So they will wait. They will reconfigure businesses as it makes sense here, and then they will exit at the right time. I think the other question is, from an investor side in private equity, there's less recycling going on. So, less sales, less IPOs, which means the investors are in there longer and hopefully for better.
Frankly, also less fundraising. And I'm wondering how much uncertainty the war in the Middle East, the Israel-Hamas war, how much anxiety is there around an expansion of conflict, especially given the presence of investors in the Middle East and the relationship to the private equity industry?
There's obviously a lot of anxiety, and we all know about the horrific event.
Well, that's Citi's vice chairman. STZ resumed. Here, let me actually keep playing him while I get all these others.
The investor base has still got significant capital to deploy. And I think from their vantage point, especially when you look at tech, which we haven't discussed, valuations have come down. So the opportunity to start to deploy capital is pretty good. No one can guess the bottom, but it starts to look quite interesting at this point in time, especially for private companies that are sitting in portfolios that need capital. And they've been an obvious source in the Middle East, and they've had actually a very, very successful run.
Let me ask you finally about rates, because yesterday Powell said, rates the Fed believes are restrictive at these levels, but last week he told David Weston they're not too tight.
Right.
From your view, what do financial conditions look like?
I think financial conditions look reasonable right now. I mean, we saw obviously the third quarter GDP number. At least from my standpoint, was a surprise. So the consumer is still continuing to do well. What we have not yet seen is smaller companies that have had their interest rates float upwards here right now that are going to be in pain. And I believe that that's something that is still to come. Remember, the Fed rate increases, they've been at it a long time. We're at numbers that haven't been seen, I think, since 2000. But it takes a while to bleed into the real economy. We all have discussed commercial real estate, but I think some of the mid-market companies will have to watch very, very carefully if they're unhedged here.
S&P raises Avivi rating to A- from triple B. That's great.
Interest rates up, significant portion.
They're going to sell corporate bonds.
Quite seen that pain.
Long and variable lag still to come.
I think so. It's going to take a while until this sorts through, and hopefully, both geopolitically and financially, next year is a year of stabilization.
All right, Leon, great having you on the program. Thank you so much for coming in. Shonali, thank you for bringing him. Shonali Bassick, our Wall Street reporter, and Leon Calvaria from Citi. Now, still ahead, we're going to talk about Ozempic and
Ozempic. Oh man, that sneeze! I know. I had to sneeze. Sneezing's great. It's great. Can't complain. I got it queued up. Oh, I got to get net. That's the only one I'm missing. I don't know. I kind of don't want to. That sneeze had you dying, really? Hey man, I'll take it. But I do think maybe we start with Apple later. Let me do a couple of the other previews, because I genuinely feel like what happens is I do a couple of previews, and then like 50 mother effers walk in and they like, yo man, what about Apple? So I feel like a strategic delay on Apple preview. How does that sound? Does that see, you tell me. Maybe you put yourself in their shoes. Maybe you wake up around fucking 10:30 a.m. on the daily. I don't know. Either way, that's up to. I'm just saying. So I'll let you decide. But I think a strategic ambiguity. You know, we've seen it used by Powell in militaries. So, you know, maybe we could do it, man. Maybe we could do it. I think they're gonna say that BS regardless. I mean, hey, man. In the end, nihilism is always a great argument. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Roll with DK. I got DK ready. Let's start with Block. How about we do Block? You know, PayPal just reported. I think Block is nicely in the middle. So sound good? Let me send out a stream alert just in case anybody on the stream alerts wants an earnings preview. Again, I'm trying to make sure. You know, today's been a chill day. The headline, everyone's focused on one thing and one thing only. You know what I'm saying? So we're doing good, but then also we got a big event after the bell. It's with earnings. Then tomorrow we got this set up for all of this. We could talk a little bit more, and then we'll go from there. So I just want to make sure everybody's ready to go. Apple, Square, DraftKings, Net. What's the other one? Net, Carvana, Fortinet. These are all the ones I already got them already queued up too. So that's why I could even stall. I don't need to get anything else. Apple has a little bit more. I could double check on each of these companies. I think I have Coinbase too. But we could double check that all of them. Some might have other additional comments. Is Redfin report today? Sure. I just can't wait to hear fucking Redfin CEO. I like love and hate the dude. I just like, I don't like dislike him, but like I don't trust him. I don't know. Have you ever had that? Oh wait, that's probably for some of you. That's like me. You probably like Josh. I don't necessarily not like you. I just don't trust your no face ass mother. Even though a lot of things in the world have gotten really weird, and now this whole no face thing maybe kind of give you a little strategic advantage in own way of privacy. But anyways, either way, you know, because that's how I feel about Redfin. Oh shit, is this it? Yeah. Wow, I did that automatically. That's beautiful. All right, I got Redfin too. So we'll give the stream alerts. Give them a minute or two to pop in here. You know, that'll be good. It's on the screen. No, that's another one. That's Square. But I got like 15 of these, or 10 at least. That's right. Where's your face? I mean, again, I don't know. Maybe I expect too much, but like, how many like past scandals, like, and crazy shit that's gone on in the world with like somebody like just hella sketchy. How many of those instances have you seen their face prior to their crime or prior to whatever else they wanted to do? And a smile on their face and pictures, and maybe pictures with them with politicians. So just at the end of the day, I don't know. I like the track record. Okay, you guys ready? Y'all ready for this? Bow now, pow, 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 bow now, pow, pow, pow. Everybody earnings. All right, I'm sorry. I should have played Uncle earnings season. That would have been a better fit. But this is for your company, Square. I'll keep the dollar in the top right. We're going to hide the bonds. They kind of calm down, but equity in their own land of relief, as everybody wants to believe that Powell is done raising on the next episode. So for Square, revenue is expected to come in, GAAP revenue 5.42, transaction 1.68, and subscription 1.4, gross profit of 1.9 billion, adjusted EBITDA of 377 million, EPS of 47 cents, GPV of 61.14 billion, transaction take rate 275, transaction margin 11, full year adjusted EBITDA 1.5 billion, adjusted operating income 25 million. Price history since last close, Square is down 46.7%, S&P is down 7.4%, XLF down 8.7%. Near-term options imply a 13.1% move. Last 4 quarters of earnings, loss of 14, loss of 2, gain of 4, gain of 12. Revenue has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. For Square, not bad. It seems a lot like PayPal, just the numbers are a lot lower. So again, I mean, And that's something, I don't know. I mean, you focus on it however you want, but, you know, in reading some of these earnings previews, pay attention to these numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially understand the names that we're talking about. You could see, you know, again, like GPV, the gross like value that they're bringing in is $61 billion. You know, go see other companies in that space. We just went over PayPal and all of that. Go see again,
guys, welcome to
how much are they bringing on the top end? How much are they bringing in before everything? Net income, all of that good stuff.
So today was FOMC.
So keep that in mind. That is your boy Square.
This is
okay.
Who caught this?
Next up, we're gonna do DraftKings, and then after that, I will do Apple.
So I zoom out on.
I'm gonna put Apple in the number 3 spot.
Do not take a trade.
So DraftKings again today after the bell. Let's throw them up. I should throw up
exactly what we wanted.
A multi-day chart, maybe a yearly. You can see how they are at the year.
Accumulation, right?
So DraftKings revenue expected to be $704.7 million, EBITDA of a loss of $208 million, EBITDA margin loss of 29.8%, and EPS of a loss of 69 cents. Monthly unique players 2.08 million, average revenue members, or is it member per user? What is that? Average rent? What's the MUP? But 111, I think it's just average. It's like an ARPU, but they ARPU. But they have something to MUP. But full year guidance, revenue 3.46 to 3.5, EBITDA loss of 220 to a loss of 190, and then EBITDA margin of loss of 6.5 to loss of 5.4. Since the last close, they are down 8.3. Since last quarter, S&P down 7.3, XLY down 10.5. Near-term options imply 11.7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, gain of 15, gain of 15, loss of 28. Revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 14 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 6 of the last 4.
You have the
Redfin, you said you were going to add Redfin, fool. Hey, man, respectfully calm the F down. Okay, sir? If you could just have a seat and remain patient like the rest of the other Chads who are interested in the whole totality of the market. Okay, you know, we're going to get to there. I added it to the list, sir. It's in line. So, you know, we're going to get there. Like I told you, number 3 will be Apple. You know, probably the biggest company in the world. I don't know. Don't take my word for it.
The more that you start to understand why the markets
we got you, man. We got you. Just, you know, calm down, please.
I always repeat to you guys.
Respectfully sit the F down.
I will always say.
Thank you.
Always say. Which is, I always say, wait for structure. I always say, what has to happen first? When I say these things, when I say wait for structure, or I say what has to happen first, I'm saying what has to happen first in this model.
I like to say Apple.
For me to get a high quality setup.
It's your boy.
Guess what? If I'm looking at this, let's say this is structure right now.
I love hitting y'all with all the weird noises.
Justin, what are we looking to take a short? Am I looking at the long year? Am I looking at the short? I say, wait.
I'm sorry.
Because I don't know.
Just like the video. Thank you. God bless you.
At this point in time,
Apple revenue expected to come in at $89.34 billion. Products $68.06 billion. iPhones $44 billion. MacBook $8.5 billion. iPad $6.14 billion. Wearable home and accessories $9.4 billion. Services $21.42 billion. Gross margin of 44.5%, 36.3% on products, 71% on services. Operating expenses $13.61 billion. Operating margin 29.4%, and EPS of $1.39. Next quarter, Q1 guidance, which looks very strong. Revenue of $123.12 billion. Products 99.7, 69.67 on iPhone. MacBook 8.21 billion. iPad 8.0 billion, wearables and home accessories 14.05, services 22.89, gross margin of 43.9%, products 37.6%, services 70.7, operating expenses 14.93 billion, operating margin 31.7, and EPS of $2.09. So look, I think people are expecting strong guidance for the most part. We'll have to double check. And remember, Apple has been coming off some of its worst quarters. It's been a while since Apple has came out with like a crazy guidance. Like if you think about it, again, mostly they have been kind of weaker.
Market maker,
more or less.
Basically, the fractal insight of the power to 3 model.
I got one more actually here for Wait, there's more here too. So since last quarter, Apple is down 10.9%, S&P down 7.6, XLK is down 6.1. Near-term options imply a 4.3% move. SPY is hitting a new high. Last 4 quarters, loss of 5, gain of 5, gain of 2, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line.
We need liquidity to move the market, and without
STZ halted
manipulation,
2 billion
the
buyback.
markets will
Shout out to
stay
Peaches. Hey, Sir Moses. 3 years here and you changed my life. God bless, baby. God did. Finger to the sky.
It's
you know
always,
what I'm saying?
oh my God.
Amen.
Hey,
New
guys,
high date, man. That's crazy. What level is this at? It is 4309. So 4309, 4310. This is a level. If we could run past it, I think you're going to go to 4325. But if not, this may be the high of the day, give or take a point or two. We'll see. We will see, my friends. We will see.
People that are now chasing all of the shorts. All of the shorts people are now chasing. Where do you think they're putting here? Oh my God, everybody gets stopped out. No, just to reverse get stopped. Like, that's all it is. Anywhere that you look, when you look at the market maker buyer
so
sell
for
model,
Apple,
that's all it is. Again, zooming back into the original example that we had today.
Results and outlook. Street expects slightly above management's guidance for revenue of loss of 1 versus guide of loss of 1.4, and iPhone revenue 2.7 year over year with an acceleration versus June 2.5 decline, and services 11.4 year over year versus an acceleration of third quarter 23 of 8.2. So yeah, analysts are expecting good guidance and then slightly better on this quarter than what was expected. China, recent news of increased restrictions on iPhone ownership in China, a tepid recovery and a rise in revitalization of competitor Huawei weighs on Apple's China business. Investors will be looking for updates on China's smartphone and other Apple device demand. iPhone overall smartphone demand has been modest, with iPhone growth more modest in developed countries but faster in emerging economies. Investors will be looking for details on iPhone 15 demand and growth across models and geographies. Services revenue growth hit double-digit growth in third quarter 2022. Investors will be looking for any sign of re-accelerating growth revenue given the large installed base of Apple products and large base of Apple products, and consensus currently expects service revenue growth of 11.4% year over year. Apple is up 32.5% year to date, underperforming the S&P index, the IT index, which is up 35, but outperforming the S&P, which is up 9.5. The S&P 100 or S&P 1500 hardware, storage, and peripherals index is up 31.9. I didn't even know that index existed. The S&P 1500 hardware, storage, and peripherals. I would never hang out with him, but that sounds intense. 60% of analysts have Apple at a buy equivalent rating unchanged from last month and down from 76% a year ago. 33% of analysts have the stock at a hold equivalent unchanged from last month and up from 17% a year ago. And 7% of analysts have the stock at a sell, and that's been the same. The average price target is $197.88, which represents a 14.9% premium on the stock, and that is Apple. And the SPY has rallied.
Fine, actually. I mean, again, this is
so 43.10. This is one of our first big levels of the day. So, like I'm saying, we either top out here or we come back to the 43.20s, and pretty much get back to a higher level than not. I mean, honestly, this starts to hold up that quarter. Remember, we gave up this. It was awful to give up 3-4 months of gains, but now you're kind of returning to that that rally. This is where I closed my NQ short. Again, or was that July, end of July, or beginning of July, end of June? Yeah, so it's give or take. You either get back to there or you stay back to the gulag of the other year.
I know what I'm looking for 90% of the time, but I need
let's see.
On my psychology. That's one of the things holding me back.
Bonds are interesting, though. They're back to 1.8, but if they get a bid at the end of the day, that would be it.
Yeah, that long looks good. Short is okay. One to one short, it's not bad. Yeah.
So that was Apple.
It's not bad. Again,
next pump it up levels at 4,600, bro.
Take trades at this point.
So you might want to take a ticket and just wait. The number will be called. Maybe it doesn't. If it does, we'll let you know. If it doesn't get called, we'll also let you know. But at the same time, you got to wait. There's I think about roughly like 290 points ahead of you. Don't worry. Here, that reminded me. I called. I forgot what I was calling in. Oh, what was it?
Guys,
I was on the phone for some automated shit, bro.
I would say stay away
and
from
like, I needed to talk to someone.
oil.
And
is
then
just lower probability.
they were like,
oil is just
it was an automated
constant
thing,
low
and they gave you an
probability
estimate of the
conditions, low
time.
probability conditions.
And they said it will take 5 minutes for
Like,
a representative to reach you.
Great,
Sorry
but
for the
guess what?
inconvenience.
Most
And
of
it
the
let
time
me
it's
know
fake.
5 minutes was
Oil
the
is
timer,
like
right?
Off and on. I really don't like trading oil at all. And
Yeah, I mean, long story short, I was on the phone for like 55 minutes. I just didn't want to hang up because they hooked me with the 5 minutes. But then, like, I just started walking around with my phone and doing other stuff. I even drove to the gym. That's what I said. I was like, I'm going to go to the gym. And if I'm by the time I'm walking in the gym, they still have not. I'm going to have to just hang up, even though it's supposed to be 5 minutes. So, yeah, it was like an hour and nobody. And I hung up. That's what that reminded me of. So you may not get a call, sir. It may be longer. I don't know. No guarantees.
So is this accurate? Market maker bond model.
Okay, that was Appel. DraftKings. Which one's this? All right, Carvana. Anybody with a used car out there? Maybe you want to buy a used car. Maybe you didn't understand the future was vending machines. I remember this name, Carvana, Wild Time. Went from the best in the world to at one point they were trying to figure out how to go bankrupt and repurpose a car vending machine to a couple of creditors later. A little restructuring. We back in the game. So Carvana, that's the one we got up next.
This is what I'm looking for. Right, I'm looking for the
revenue is expected to be 2.81 billion. Used vehicles 1.89, wholesale 699, other 198, gross income 434.6 million, EBITDA of 73.4 million versus guidance of 75 million plus, EBITDA margin of 2.6%, EPS of a loss of 71 cents. So analysts think they're going to do bad. The company guided good, and the analysts think they're going to come in shorter. I don't know if analysts are sandbagging it or what, or they just don't believe Carvana. Unit sales, retail vehicle sales, 546,000 versus guidance, similar to quarter two of 76,530. Wholesale vehicles of 47,986. Gross profit per vehicle, retail 5,685 versus guidance of 5,500, and retail vehicle 2,300. Price history since last close: Carvana down 31.2%, S&P down 8.5%, XLY down 14.4%. Near-term options imply 18.1% earnings. Last 4 quarter moves, gain of 40%, gain of 24%, loss of 21%, and then loss of 39%. Revenue has beaten consensus 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 7 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 38%. Wow.
I'm going to be super patient.
Heavily short.
Again.
But also, I mean, it moves at minimum 20% on earnings over the last year.
Look at this NQ chart right here.
So, like, I don't know. Hypothetically speaking, you know those mother effers who like, Josh, if I needed to make X amount of dollars in a day, I need something like, I don't know which way it'll go, but if you went one direction on Carvana shares, it's either going to go up or down 20%. No, both. You've gotten both. So, I mean, literally, the latest earnings was a gain of 40. Then the one before that was a gain of 24. Then the one leading more to the beginning of the year, end of last year here probably, that was a loss of 21. And then the one prior was a loss of 39.
I won't trade Friday, but
so you had losses this year, gains this year, and now you're here.
Where are we right now?
And then 38% short analysts. The company's raised guidance multiple times. I just know that from following, but analysts are still a little bit guided, or still a little bit below the company's guide.
Rebalance this inefficiency.
I haven't priced it in myself, but this is saying 18.1. Give or take, I think it should be around there. It doesn't sound crazy to me, but I have not checked myself.
This high being taken.
So you're still a little bit above the 43.10, but remember, this is a level. We're getting volume.
What I'm
again, after Euro close too, we got, damn, this is actually like, with the gap, this looks like a rocket.
Here,
my goodness.
Or here.
It's starting to add up. 1.7 on the SPY. SPY's moving more than the NASDAQ. So we're just back to October, mother effers.
We're super bullish, super bullish.
So 1 day off. I was wrong by 1 day, technically. October ended up negative, and now I guess you're literally at the same fucking spot. That's insane. 70. It's pretty big on the SPY. I'm surprised. Even Russell 2%.
when I'm taking entries with 15-second time frame, stops my SL and pips is so small it calculates my max lots. Any idea how to help? Don't.
You guys don't need pump it up. You need hallelujah. You need to praise the Lord.
SL and pips is so small, calculates my.
Man, it went from nobody's buying bonds. That was.
I do this.
Yeah, actually, I don't even know if it's going to hold though. That's the thing. We're all speaking so ahead of ourselves, myself included.
Trading view, right click.
Maybe play hallelujah, praise the Lord. You know. It looked like it was death, and on the third day it bounced back to October. You know what I'm saying? Like it looked like you know people getting really, and then it took 3. Amen. The resurrection. You got back to the decent level. We were like, okay, hold on. Now we could like digest data once again, and then the market's trying to like bully Powell. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, guys.
But again, I think Carvana, if you don't really like risk, if 20% up, 20% down, I really think it's gonna move.
That we talked about. I think today was actually a really good day. Tonight's session was really good. Hopefully that you guys got something out of tonight's session and learned a lot out of going over those trades, going over market maker buy and sell models, going over how I view the market.
So next one,
I, just think.
That's Carvana. Thanks you, Carvana.
Because this is when we really get
Carvana. This one, Fortinet. Trading arms of Nigeria's NPC to deliver 6 cargoes accrued for test run.
The more that I can start to, impact my experience and knowledge on you guys, the faster that you guys will learn, and that's the whole.
All right, so this is Fortinet. Again, they're like cyber security or like software. Up one guidance expected to be 135 versus the company guide of 132 to 138. Non-GAAP gross margin 76 versus 75 to 76.5. Non-GAAP operating margin 25 versus guidance of 24.5 to 25.5. EPS of 36 cents versus guidance of 35 to 37. Cash from operations 509 million. Free cash flow 364 million. Ending deferred revenue 5.38 billion. That seems like a lot. And then billings 1.59 billion versus guidance of 156 to 162. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 1.5 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin 74.5. Non-GAAP operating 25.4%. EPS of 42 cents. Cash from operations 365.9 million. Free cash flow 243.8 million. Ending deferred revenue 5.77 billion and billings of 1.9 billion. Full year guidance on the year revenue of 535 to 545. Gross merchandise or gross margin, 75.3 to 76.3. Operating income 1.35 to 1.43 billion. Operating margin 25.3 to 26.3 and EPS of $1.49 to $1.53. Fortnite since last quarter is down 25.7%. S&P down 7.4 and XLK down 6.1. Near-term options imply a 9.3% move. Last quarter, I forgot to put the chart up. We got to see this. And SPY just holding that other level here. Oh, yeah. Fortnite got murked on the last earnings. So last earnings, they dropped 25%. The one before that, gain of 6, then gain of 11, it looks like, and then loss of 14 prior. Revenue has beaten consensus 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 with 2 in line, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 7 of the last 20 quarters with 6 in line. Who's this? PRLB? Why do I have this? I think that was supposed to be Coinbase. Because then I got net and yeah, hold on. I got the wrong one. We need Coinbase. Please hold. I'll just read you out Coinbase. So Coinbase, again, they're after the bell here today. Market's still holding up. They had a little pop. So Coinbase, revenue expected to be $650.9 million. Transaction 276, retail 255, institutional 14, subscription revenue 326 versus guidance of at least 300 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 18%, EPS loss of 55 cents a share. Trading volume 83 billion, monthly transacting users 7.55 million, verified users 114.23 million, assets on platform 121.7 billion. Price history since last close. What? Why does it say PRLB? Am I tripping? Proto Labs? Hold on, this thing could be glitching because it's telling me the price history of PRLB, but then it's giving me numbers of Coinbase. So I do not know. Yeah, and then I don't know. Coinbase, you might burn it. I don't know. I wouldn't want to. It's still showing me another ticker there, but all the info seems likely, but I think the estimates are correct, but the price moves are not. Your new name is Chad, yes. Or at least if you hear Chad, I could be talking to you. You know, just good to know for future reference. You know, there's a lot of terminology here. I totally understand. It takes a long time sometimes, but it's worth it. So now, you got your boy, Cloudflare. This is the one that I think has the pin. I don't have a play on it. I wonder if they ran already with everything in the market. They're up 4% today, but I think maybe they could be decent. They could be decent, especially with all the cyber stuff going on. But Cloudflare, revenue is expected to be $330.5 million, guidance of $330 to $331, non-GAAP gross margin 77.7, non-GAAP operating 20.7 versus guidance of 20 to 21, non-GAAP operating margin 6.2 versus guidance of 6.1 to 6.3, cash flow from operations 71.4 million, new high on the S&P, free cash flow 17.4 million, EPS of 10 cents versus guidance of 10 cents, ending deferred revenue 305 million, billings 349 million. Guidance for next quarter expected to come in at revenue 356.3 million, non-GAAP gross margin of 77.7, non-GAAP operating 23.4 million, non-GAAP operating margin of 6.6, cash flow from operations 85.1, free cash flow 31 million, EPS of 10 cents, and ending deferred revenue of 357.6 million, billings 408.9, revenue for the full year guidance 1.28 to 1.29 billion, operating income 81 to 85 million, operating margin 6.3 to 6.6, and EPS of 37 cents. Since last quarter, they are down 14.1, S&P down 7.4, XLK down 6.1, and near-term options imply a 12.4% move. Last 4 quarters have moved down 7. Let's pull up a daily. Down 7, gain of 21, gain of 3. Gain of 7, loss of 21, gain of 3, and then loss of 18. So when they lose, they lose. And when they gain, I think they just go up after earnings. Seems to be the story. All right. And last, but definitely not least, because interest rates are 8% for a mortgage. Redfin. Back to where we started at the beginning of the year, but who would have thunk we would still be up 100%? Shout out a damn covered call. You know what I'm talking about, Chad, but Redfin. Where's my man? I bet, did he fall asleep? Where's Redfin man? I told you to take a ticket, Mr. Redfin man. Where's Mr. Redfin man? Redfin man, Mr. Redfin man. Where is he? He left already, huh? Okay, bro. That gap, we haven't seen like a fat gap and rip in a while. Last time you saw like a gap between the charts was here. Was literally the beginning of July. Maybe a little bit here in June. Again, it was at the same level, actually. In between here, you get real gappy on the highs. Nope, not today. You had a little bit of pullbacks or like wasting time kind of, and then bonds kind of pulled back, but everything is still up quite substantially now. I mean, it's 1.6, it's starting to, if it holds up here, if you could hold these range and go higher, 1.7, 1.4, 1.6, 2% on the Russell, I mean, all of that's pretty high. Tejas Pedro. All right, man, let's go. Redfin. We got it, baby. We got it cooked up. So Redfin revenue expected to be $270 million versus guidance of $265 to $279. Real estate services $177 versus $172 to $180. Brokerage $167, partner $9.8. Rentals $46.4 million, guidance $46 to $47. Mortgages $37 million versus guidance of $35 to $38. Other $11 million versus guidance of $12. Gross margin is 37.9. Adjusted EBITDA $8.7 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin 3.2%. Real estate transactions 13,710. Revenue per transaction, no guidance, and then EPS loss of 23 cents. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 241. Real estate services 147.6. Brokerage 141. Partner 8.1. Gross margin 37.8, adjusted EBITDA of 8.3 million, adjusted EBITDA margin of 3.4%, and EPS of a loss of 19 cents. Since last quarter, Redfin is down 68.5%, S&P down 6.2%, XLF down 7.1%, near-term options imply 14.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 24, gain of 33, loss of 7, and gain of 32. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. Short interest is 17%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten consensus 12 of the last 20 quarters. Ta-da! And ladies and gentlemen, that is all of your earnings previews. There it is. An apple after the bell. So what's next? What's next? I don't know. Do you some people want to call lending tips, some don't. I don't know if he's working a job or Uber. I don't even know how mortgages are doing for him. I'm sure not good. 8% interest. I don't know. SPY's hitting a high. Really, the market just rallying off of the low, and you want to talk to a guy like lending tips? He's pretty bearish sometimes. Thank you for the preview. Thank you, my friend. Well, let's see. The data tomorrow, I think, if we close up at this level and we kind of hold up here and really, again, just get right back to, again, October was technically negative, but now, I mean, this would just take us right back to recovering this. You hold the higher range. If the non-farms are the only thing, I think that will stop you now, unless everybody vomits up the bonds. So pretty much if non-farms could be the only thing that could get in our way in terms of a little relief rally here. Oh, Tejas, he signed up because of that. He said, I'm going to become a member. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Tejas. Let's go, Mr. Pedro. That's my man. Let's go. That's it, man. I waited for you, bro. Thank you. Teamwork, baby. Teamwork. All right. I'm going to be right back, though. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. You are a Chad now. You always were, bro. No matter what. It show with how you treat the other Chads. Oh, they don't feel me. All right, man, I'll see.
I thought it was
I'll be right back.
A clickable headline when I first saw this. I immediately read the story, and I saw on the byline Bloomberg's Emily Grafeo. She wrote about whether or not AI has the ability to pass the first 2 levels of the CFA exam. She joins us now on set. So this is what JP Morgan and some university researchers looked at level 1 and level 2, and the free version can't do it, right?
Yeah, well, without prompting the models with some example questions, both ChatGPT and GPT-4 were not passing.
GPT-4 is the one you have to pay like $20 a month to get that, right?
I'm not sure how much it costs.
I'm pretty sure it's that.
It's OpenAI's one of their other chatbots.
The better one.
The better one. When you prompted it with some example questions, the researchers found that it actually did. GPT-4 passed level 1 and level 2. So we might not be that far off from actually seeing a GPT CFA title.
Well, Emily, I mean, it was amazing that we also got an indication that ChatGPT might be a little bit better with derivatives knowledge, but maybe a little less so with portfolio management. So maybe we get a taste there. But again, the work experience component here, I guess, for anybody who's worried about chatbots taking their jobs, it's one of the takeaways from this as well.
Yes. So William Shaw of Bloomberg and we spoke to a CFA Institute representative, and they said to become a charter holder, not only do you have to pass level 1, 2, and 3, but you also have to have a certain number of work hours actually put in to receive that designation to be able to say that you are a CFA. But again, an AI bot may be able to do that one day, I would argue. It was interesting. There's a lot of categories on the CFA. So the researchers found that those that had to do more with case studies where the question, like a portfolio management question, was going to have a large example, the models had a little bit more trouble answering those questions. The ones that were just straight definitions and computational problems, generally they had an easier time answering those.
All right, Emily, thanks very much. Emily Grafeo wrote this story with William Shaw. I use ChatGPT for Yahtzee strategy, and it's not very good at that. So I hope it's better at financial analysis. We're looking at markets that are on a rally right now, 4 days in a row, and it's the best 4 days in a row that we've seen in about 1 year. So the S&P at session highs up 1.8%. For John Ehrlichman, I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg.
That's crazy. So this is the best 4 days of the year now? That doesn't make sense. I guess I could kind of feel it, but like low key, I felt like these were way bigger days. What was that? It was 1, 2, 3. That 4 day. What did we do? We did 3995. What was this? 3973 to 4121. It was like 150 points. Oh shit! This is already 200. Never mind. I guess. Yeah. No, I don't know. It just don't look. This looked bigger, kind of, but nah, dude. That was. I guess we were fucked up. We were pretty fucked up, if you think of it. We were at 4,100, but, I mean, at least that was a big one. And again, some of the SVB, I don't know if it was 4 days in a row, but no, I don't know. 200 points is pretty wicked. What about this? 1, 2, 3. This was pretty big, too, though. That was 4,302 to... This was 230 points in 4 days. Yeah, I don't know. And, Chad, I did something crazy. I'm waiting. I'm seeing if LT... I texted him a warning that I'm going to call him for some earnings, but at the same time, I was like, we got earnings, we got to stick around. I needed protein. I made me a snack. I'm cooking a snack right now. It's hard to explain, but it's a classic. I didn't even know I had this, and I got inspired today. You know, the market was like, I'm going to have the best fake 4-day rally, not 4 day. I don't even know if it's real or not, if that statistic, but I'm just... It's good. I tried something. Microwave? Yeah, I'm cooking it in the microwave. It's hard to explain. That's why I said it's not what you... No, not pancakes or Pop-Tarts, but, you know, my money-saving tip of the day, they got the cheap Pop-Tarts at the Amazon Whole Foods store. The Amazon brand of Pop-Tarts, I forgot what they call them. They call them like pastries, like toaster pastry or something. And it's like $1 for like 7 of them. I didn't get them, but I saw them. No, it's the Amazon brand, bro. It's ridiculous. And then, bro, you were cooking up. It's called Not Tarts. 4313. So again, I think all that matters here is like 4320 to like 4325. And again, that's what I was saying. If that's not the top on the 4310, then it should be those levels. But if you could close at those levels, I mean, this is a very good day. And again, I mean, this now, I think if we close into the highs, like even 2%, it's going to make it where you need the non-farms to F you up. Otherwise, people might still feel good. Because again, tomorrow's a Friday. Weeks like this are followed by 2 bloodbath weeks. They have been for the last 3 months.
Please leave your message for...
Oh, did he ignore my call? I gave him a text. Maybe he didn't respond either. That's it. Maybe. Nope. That's it. LT says, screw y'all. He didn't say that, but that's kind of the idea, I think. Covered call versus cash secured puts. Covered call, you own the shares and you're agreeing to sell them if somebody pays you the price of the option. In a cash secured put, someone gives you the price of the option, you collect the premium, and you agree to buy the stock at a certain price. Oh, he said he's on a conference call. Oh. Says he loves you, but he's on a conference call. You haven't mentioned potential geopolitical impacts. Don't find this pertinent. Not for the market, no. I think it could have maybe every day, I think like a 0.2% effect on the indexes. Again, or maybe even like moving gold or oil. But again, Powell, I was already feeling like that, but then Powell, kind of solidified it a little bit more. I do think, energy, gold, all of those factors apply, but I think it's more important in real life than it is for Wall Street and the stock market. Oh, wait, my microwave. Hold on. I'll be right back.
iPhone 15 is faring, but of course a big hurdle could be China, where early sales estimates have been weak. We're going to bring you those details as soon as they cross. But before we get there, Shonali, of course, the Treasury market remains the epicenter of volatility, but this week actually it's been because of a bid for bonds.
It certainly has been, and let's talk about that bid, particularly in the long end, a very controversial space in the bond market. We're looking at the 30-year yields here, Katie, because you have just seen extraordinary volatility in this market. When you look at that 14 basis point move that was yesterday alone in the 2-year yields, you saw it even more drastically in the 30-year at 16 basis points, and even further falling today, meaning that bid has been sustained. Now, does that last into the end of the year with all the fiscal questions, with all the supply questions in the market? We will certainly see. I want to flip up the board here and talk about the differential here again between that 30-year and 2-year, because that yield curve, the 230 curve in particular, is fascinating. You have seen it disinvert just weeks ago, and you are looking at it at a 15 basis point differential once again. Now, what that means for the market and the pain that it signals ahead, Katie, is up for discussion.
Well, let's kick things off with Subhadra Rajappa, head of U.S. rate strategy over at SocGen. And we'll start, Subhadra, with the long end, because as Shonali walked through, it has just been an incredible move lower in yields over the past couple days. What did we actually hear from Jerome Powell that sparred this move? Or is this really more about what we heard at 8:30 a.m. yesterday with that Treasury refunding?
So I think it's a combination of factors. It's the Treasury refunding, where they announced less than people had anticipated for the long end. Keep in mind that they are increasing issuance. They're just increasing it lesser than people had anticipated. And then we had the weak ISM data, JOLTS, as well as ADP on the weaker side. And then you had Chair Powell come in and talk about his concerns about tightening financial conditions. And I think that ultimately led to another rally in bonds. To me, this feels much more like an unwind of positions. I think the market, as well as investors, were sort of concerned about more issuance, and the bearish positioning got reversed very quickly when we didn't get that.
But Subhadra, to your point, of course, they're still increasing auction sizes, maybe not by as much as had been feared, but still an increase nonetheless. With that in mind, do you think that this move lower that we're seeing is sustainable, or something that will knee-jerk higher?
So it's possible that the sort of the rally we saw in the last couple of days is much more, sort of position unwinds. People were in, 2-10 steepeners and 530 steepeners. They probably took some profits and unwound those positions. But ultimately, the concern and the reason for why yields got to as high as they did was because of more supply and rising term premia. That picture really doesn't change meaningfully until the middle of next next year because the Fed is still poised to continue to unwind its balance sheet. The Treasury is going to continue to issue more debt. So that would imply that 10-year yields probably stay anywhere between 4.25 to 5% at least.
Everybody in the STZ. That thing's running. Lucky Soldier coming in, baby. Shout out to Chad. Y'all show mad love today. My goodness. I feel like extreme green, extreme red. Y'all get super hyped. Horn. I love you, Chad. I love you, Lucky Soldier. Thank you for everything, my man. Very proud of you. Yalla. Yalla. Soldier. Yeah, Starbucks. They were supposed to be after hours. STZ, I don't know. Torias, they had something earlier. Didn't they get like halted? And then I just went, bro, are you ready for this? I found this in my house. It wasn't expired. I ran out of protein. So I said, run it. Bro, I have Easy Mac. I just found Easy Mac and I made it and it was easy. It's amazing. They halted news. Yeah, that's what it was. And they came out with guidance and a buyback. Not bad. Not bad. You love Easy Mac. I do too. I used to eat it a lot when I was younger. We used to live off the Easy Mac from Costco. You have no idea. I know I haven't had it in a minute. That's why I'm like, wow, it's amazing. It tastes great. I said I needed some pro, and I was like, we got Apple earnings. We got to make it till the end of the day. We went over like, there's going to be like 5 other previews. So we'll see. You ain't heard the news, shocking news. Easy Mac is easy. You don't put anything in it like butter with milk? What? Nah, man, I didn't even know you could do that. That's crazy. No, pump it up at 4,300. Just like hymns and prayers, you know, that it holds. That's the only thing I'll allow, because this is starting to look monstrous. Again, it's like day after day, like just on the way they slowly work this down. I mean, you have slowly worked back up here pretty quick, but, just like kind of like they were talking, the lady's still up there. Here, let me get a couple bites of Easy Mac while she could say it, but, borderline. We need to see if the bond rally actually holds. That's going to be the key.
To be able to absorb, I should say, the investor base to be able to absorb the additional Treasury bill supply. It was our expectation going into the refunding that the Treasury will tilt towards issuing more in the very front. And if you look at, say, 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, there's a much more diverse set of investors that are buying these sectors in the bond market as opposed to the very long end, where you're much more reliant on pensions and perhaps insurance companies to take down that supply. So it really makes sense for the Treasury to be focusing a lot more on the very front end. Also returns on the very front end look very attractive on a risk-adjusted basis. So I think you'll see more investors come in to buy the front end as opposed to if there was just long end issuance.
Good. Remember, I've been telling y'all about the short end before they all said they buy in it. I hope you guys did that. If you were going to just hold the TL. But the TLT plays came back a little. Honestly, some of the bond carnage just came back. I think you got Kirby speaking right now. Yeah, Mr. Curbs. All right, this is a great time for Easy Mac.
Are they just supposed to sit back and let Hamas attack them?
To get aid in? You betcha we do. That doesn't mean that we're calling for a general ceasefire. Hang on a second. There's a difference. There's a big difference here. And we understand that, as I said earlier, humanitarian pauses have to be negotiated, and you have to have a credible basis for doing it in a temporary, localized way. I would also expect that we would get a lot of criticism from you and from your network and others if we just eschewed the whole idea of some sort of temporary pause so that people couldn't get out. I mean, we're doing exactly what you should be doing to try to look after these folks.
So a pause does not help Hamas?
A temporary pause that's localized, that would allow us to get aid in and to get our people out, is a good thing for the the people of Gaza. It's a good thing for the Americans that are being held hostage. And it's not going to stop Israel from defending itself because the security assistance we're providing continues to flow. And a temporary pause doesn't mean a general ceasefire where the war is over. It means pause, only temporary, for a specific purpose.
And Jay, the temporary ceasefire that the president said he had convinced Prime Minister Netanyahu to put in place to get the Renans out. Can you tell us more about that? Was it localized? Was it for a short period of time? Just anything about the parameters of that?
No, I won't go into the details of that since we're going to be trying to see what we can do to get additional temporary pauses, humanitarian pauses in place. But in order to move hostages from where they were being held to safety, it does require a short pause in the fighting so that you can do it safely. I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, it would be completely unsafe and irresponsible if you weren't trying to find some safe passage for a hostage that you got released while there's an area of combat going on.
Andrew, Admiral, earlier this week you had said after the first airstrike in Jabalia that it's obvious to us that Israel is trying to minimize civilian casualties. Now that you've had more time to see and assess the situation there, would you still say it's obvious that Israel is trying to minimize civilian casualties?
We see in the scope of their operations that they are making efforts to try to minimize civilian casualties. That does not mean, and I did not say, that they aren't still causing some, that their operations aren't still causing some. They are, and each one's tragic. Each one shouldn't happen, and we have been crystal clear about that.
Would you say with Jabalia specifically?
I'm not going to talk about a specific event.
But why not?
Because I'm not going to litigate an operational event that our military is not involved in almost real time. I'm just not going to do that, MJ. It would be inappropriate for me to do that from the White House podium.
Kirby's aggressive
On
today.
the question of minimizing civilian casualties, isn't an airstrike
I've never seen him get
a refugee
worked
camp
up.
or densely
Yeah, he's
populated,
snippy. He's
civilian
usually
area
like
isn't
cool
sort of the
outfit,
definition of
glasses,
not
like
minimizing
I.
That is a question for the Israeli Defense Forces. They should have to answer questions about the decisions they're making on the battlefield and how they're doing their targeting and how they're doing their operations. We're not gonna throw it in from the sidelines here all the way in Washington, D.C. I will just tell you again what I've said 100 times already. We're having daily conversations with our Israeli counterparts about their thinking, about their plans, about their strategy, about the execution of that strategy, and continuing to urge them to do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties.
So on this, you wouldn't weigh in, even though the president and everyone on down said that the minimizing civilian casualties is incredibly important, that it's something that he is talking to his counterpart about all the time.
What I said was, I'm not going to weigh in from the podium and make public, provide public analysis in near real time of operations that U.S. forces aren't involved in.
Thank you. Given the intensity of the IDF bombing across Gaza and reports that even areas that are considered to be safe passage are being targeted, is there any concern that Americans who want to get to Rafah can't get to Rafah? And then I have a second question.
I don't know what the status is of how many of all Americans in Gaza are down at Rafah. I just don't know. That's a better question for the State Department. I do know, we believe that the vast majority of American citizens who we know are in Gaza are down there. But I can't tell you with certitude that there's not family members elsewhere that haven't made it their way down or can't make their way down. The other thing I can tell you is I know the State Department is in direct contact with all the American families in Gaza and keeping them informed, particularly those that are coming up on the lists for departure. They're being notified where to go, when to be there. And as far as I know, and again, a better question for the State Department, that there isn't, that we aren't aware of American families that are trying to get down there and can't. But again, that's a better question for my colleagues.
My second question, the Independent has reviewed a list of 400 Americans who have been cleared to leave by the Egyptians, the Israelis, and so forth. There have been prior reports that there were I believe between 500 and 700 Americans in Gaza. So I'm just curious about this discrepancy. There are 400 cleared to leave. If there are several hundred more in Gaza, is there a reason that they have not been cleared to leave? Have they not asked? Are they on some other list? And why then would the U.S. Not object to U.S. passport holders not being allowed to exit?
So what you're talking about a rolling process here. I think our estimate is somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 U.S. citizens, and that includes, dual nationals and legal permanent residents and family members. So then the pool is somewhere in that number, somewhere there, about 400 families. But this is a rolling process of getting folks out. So we know that there have been 400 that have gotten through that.
John, I have a question on the Islamophobia strategy, but first 2 quick ones on Gaza. In London, the vice president said that every Gazan who wants to go back after the war will be allowed to. Does the president agree, and how will the U.S. ensure that Israel will allow this?
Say that again?
The vice president in London said that every Gazan who wants to go back after the war will be allowed to do that. Does the president agree, and how will ensure that Israel will allow this?
Bruh. Of course. I've said this before.
Oh,
dude,
new. What the hell?
But if a citizen of Gaza,
that's crazy. All these retail plays are going back up there, but that kind of looks like
we absolutely
looks like damn
that,
Clorox.
We'll work with partners in the region to make it happen.
And on still on Gaza, this week Israel released intelligence showing
literally,
Hamas
there's only like
taking
10.
fuel from the Indonesian
I think there's like 20 names
Gaza.
tops. Red.
It appears with the knowledge of the hospital's director. Is this something that you can confirm?
Nope. This is weird. I'm burping an Easy Mac.
Islamophobia. Some of the Muslim leaders that I spoke with said that while they appreciate
you got
the
70
effort to
red on
combat
the spy.
Islamophobia, they thought the timing of
2
the
on the
announcement
Dow,
was interesting
so
because this is something that the administration has been working
the
on
NASDAQ
for
100,
months,
10,
and some of them
82
feel that this
names
is a
are red
political bone
in the whole
thrown
entire
at
stock
them
market.
and does not address their bigger concern, which is U.S. policy to support Israel, where they are frustrated that their perspectives are not being heard. Your message to them?
This is a very genuine effort on behalf of the president and the vice president and the entire administration to plant a marker about how hate has no business here in the United States, particularly hate that can lead to real threats of violence against the Muslim community, the Arab community, Palestinian community. We take that seriously. The thinking that went into leading up to this strategy is long-standing and predates the events of October 7th. But again, I don't know who all these folks are necessarily, but we value their opinion. We value their perspective.
Yeah, staples are on the high.
And even especially if it's a contrary perspective, or they feel it's a contrary perspective, that's valuable to us. We want to, as we embrace the effort to develop this strategy, we're absolutely going to reach out to folks all across the country from all different.
Yeah, that little red just got eaten up.
Particularly in the Muslim community.
Again, you're still 2 points off the high. It's either 43.20s or just this and below, but you're holding that squeezy pattern. Still got 2 hours.
Israel, the White House
45.
pivots to Islamophobia. Is that an accurate assessment? How would you respond to that?
I'll let them speak to their opinion of our work. I can tell you that
vote against merger.
This strategy is born from a genuine desire to go after the kind of hate in America that could lead to real threats of violence against real people, our fellow citizens who are of the Muslim faith or in the Arab community and Palestinian community. I mean, that comes from a genuine, instinctual place for the president and for the vice president. I mean, he has said time after time after time that kind of hate has no place.
Almost everything. Again, there's not much red today. It just, if you keep going from here, it starts to get crazy. Again, you're already up just under 2%. Russell's already doing it. Some are doing better than not, but like even some of these names that just died off awful earnings the other day, they're up 10% right now.
And to what extent would the U.S. be able to help Israel in pinpointing its targeting precisely to avoid the casualties, for instance, 195 that were killed at Jabalia? I mean, what do you have to offer? What can you offer? How can you help Israel minimize casualties?
I mean, look, we have a lot of experience in what's called urban warfare. In Iraq, Afghanistan, I mean, think about Mosul, think about Fallujah, places like that. And one of the reasons why we dispatched a few senior officers to Israel not long ago was to share some lessons learned about how you conduct operations against a terrorist network inside an urban environment such that you are minimizing damage to civilian infrastructure and absolutely minimizing loss of life to innocent people. And there are things you can do on the ground that you can't do from the air, particularly if you have good intelligence. And so I think those were the kind of conversations that we were having with our Israeli counterparts. And on your second question, I mean, there's no plan or intention for the United States to get involved in the targeting process. These are Israeli military operations, and the Israeli Defense Force, they're leaders. They're making these decisions. They're executing these operations. What
Try
we are
to be
doing
nice
is
in your
making sure that
discussions
we
with
are
other
giving them the tools, including perspective and
Don't
advice.
worry.
but
Just because
also
Kirby's
weapons
mad, you don't have to
be able
get
to
mad.
conduct these operations in the most efficient way possible, and in a way that, again, minimizes civilian harm.
Follow up. If the U.S. is providing weapons that are intended to minimize harm, but then we see large civilian casualties in places like Jabalia, does the U.S. bear some responsibility by providing the weapon?
We are not making the targeting decisions. The Israeli Defense Force are making the decisions. We are giving them the tools and capabilities they need to defend themselves against what I just read is a pretty dire, chilling threat. I mean, these guys want to wipe them off the map. They don't believe they even have a right to exist. They have every right. In fact, they have a responsibility that are people to go after these folks, and we're trying to give them the tools and capabilities to do that. But in addition to it is our perspective, our lessons learned, our advice about how to do it in a way that minimizes civilian harm.
Are you going to increase the number of officers that are providing this advice? And then I have a real quick question on Chile.
I know of no other decision to send more officers over there. The ones that went over are now back. They're not still there. But obviously we have terrific communications with our Israeli counterparts.
Okay. And then on Chile, the president of Chile will be meeting later with the president or shortly. Chile has recalled its ambassador from Israel. You know, obviously there are other countries in Latin America that have also recalled their
I like her
envoys
voice, though. She's
and have broken ties. Bolivia has actually broken ties with Israel. You know, do you see this being a big topic today? And what will the president say to the president of Chile about this decision to recall an ambassador?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of a conversation that hadn't happened yet. But obviously, each country, these are sovereign nations. They have the right to handle their bilateral diplomatic relations in the way they see fit. We're not going to lecture to people about how they handle that. I don't know, to your other question, I don't personally know of other nations that have recalled their Israeli ambassador.
Bonds are still holding up, man. That's 2% now. We're about the 2% mark on TLT.
What I just told you about our
and I think the rest of the curve
and our support
doing a little bit better,
but
some more so than others.
This might be repeating something, but I just want to be fully clear that so when the president said last night that he convinced Prime Minister Netanyahu to do a ceasefire, he was referring to the 2 Americans that got out. But Israel has never acknowledged that they paused. So can you give us a better understanding of what exactly was paused, and if the understanding is that for every sort of hostage release there would be a pause?
I'm not going to go into more detail than what we've already put out there publicly. We were able to help negotiate the release of those 2 Americans, and that's a good thing. And
Coinbase on
in
the
order
high.
to be able to get folks out,
Again, they have
you gotta
earnings
make sure
after
they
the
can
bell.
do it
They're up
safely.
8.5 too.
And that's
My
what
goodness.
the president was referring to.
So much a gap, you know?
Admiral, switching gears from Gaza to Israel's northern border. Tomorrow, Hezbollah's leader...
Dollar came down a little bit.
So
again, that's a better factor than not. It was way better in the morning, but
said that it mounted
I'll take it.
19
Cards near the high.
simultaneous strikes on Israeli forces just today using guided missiles and other weapons. So what does the White House expect to hear from Hezbollah's leader tomorrow? And if the goal of the administration was to prevent a wider war, isn't that starting to happen with so many engagements with Israeli forces already?
Well, we'll wait to see what he says. I mean, I don't think he's calling in asking for our talking points, so we'll see what he has to say. Our message to him and anybody else is that if they're thinking about widening and escalating deep in this conflict, you shouldn't do it. We've got significant national security interests at play here.
You want to think if you want to have it, you really want to come to war out here, but if you're thinking about doing it, any countries in the Middle East, I tell you, don't.
Obviously, we're concerned about continued attacks on Israeli forces there in the north, as are the Israelis.
It's not hyperbole. Don't.
But I don't believe we've seen any indication yet specifically that Hezbollah is ready to go in full force.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he has to say.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Mr. Kirby, as you know, Afghan refugee in Pakistan, there's a lot of
She's about to ask him a hard
Pakistan pushed
question.
them, and police, make
her?
a bad deal with them to force them to leave Pakistan, although they don't have any opportunity in Afghanistan.
I don't think it was the one lady who always grill them the last couple of days.
Pakistan some pressure to give them more chance.
We let Pakistan speak to their policies with respect to refugees and asylum seekers. Obviously, we want to see all nations do what they can to help refugees and asylum seekers, and that certainly includes our Pakistani friends with respect to Afghans who are trying to flee.
Thanks a lot, Karine. John, over the past 3 weeks, you've expressed from the podium your opposition to a ceasefire. Now you're advocating for a humanitarian pause. That's the way you described it. What's the difference between the two, and is it a two-way street? Is a humanitarian pause one in which there would be essentially no fighting from the Hamas side at the same time that there's no fighting from the Israeli side?
So a couple of things here. First, you said now we're advocating. This is something we've been talking about now for several days. In fact, Secretary Blinken brought it up at the UN, believe late last week. I mean, this is not some new idea that we're just introducing into the intellectual pool here today. And I'll repeat it again. When we talk about a general ceasefire, we're talking about a stoppage of fighting all across the front, if you will, all across the battle space, where neither side, everybody lays down their arms, and it's a general ceasefire. Usually, when you're talking about a general ceasefire, it is about trying to find a cessation to the hostilities, to try to get to a truce, right, or to some sort of end of the war. That's what we mean by a general ceasefire. And we aren't advocating for a general ceasefire at this point. As I said earlier, we believe that a general ceasefire would benefit Hamas in providing them breathing space and time to continue to plot and execute attacks on the Israeli people. A humanitarian pause, when we talk about that, it is temporary, localized, and focused on a particular objective or objectives. Humanitarian aid in, people out. And in a pause, again, each one would have to be negotiated separately and distinctly, but the general idea is that in that geographic space, for that limited time, there would be a cessation of hostilities enough to allow whatever it is you're trying to allow. Does that make sense? Does that lay it out?
It does. You've spent most of your professional life in the military. I don't know the answer to this question. Was there a time in the U.S. fight against al-Qaeda in which the U.S. implemented humanitarian pauses?
I'm not aware of any, but I would remind you that al-Qaeda, wasn't in possession of 200 hostages in Iraq or Afghanistan, and it's a different situation. But that's what we're talking about here.
Humanitarian pauses.
Thank you. Senator Durbin.
Bro, I'm just watching both Chads. You guys are just as the conversations get heated. I'm just watching one heated conversation at a time.
Analysis about
I really thought y'all liked
this process could go before no longer benefits Hamas to have a ceasefire, and how are you doing that analysis, especially as additional lawmakers call for ceasefire?
Well, there's no change to our view right now that a ceasefire is not in the best
Meanwhile,
interest
you're like,
of
can
the
we get some
Israeli
pump it
people
up?
and the Israeli government who are trying to protect those people.
Read the room, man. Read the room. We're talking. We haven't got in the midst of everything, a lack of geopolitical updates today. If you think about it.
You said that the U.S. played a role in getting that reversed.
Yeah.
There was another report about a blackout yesterday. Is it the U.S. position that communications blackouts, cutting off internet, cutting off phone access, is against U.S. policy for Gaza at this point?
There are times in military operations where you want to limit your enemy's ability to communicate. We've seen that in the war in Ukraine. Both Russia and Ukraine.
I feel like that's a tough question to answer.
Each other's ability to communicate.
Even based off his reaction.
In the execution of that task,
he knows he's going to follow up with, are all of them enemies?
Of the public communication vehicles. So, I can't sit here and tell you that in warfare, either side might see benefit in doing that and a legitimate need to do that, to shut down an enemy's ability to communicate amongst itself.
Dude, I'm telling you, he's more
make decisions,
aggressive
execute
today.
command and control.
Or just more like usually.
In this particular case, we felt.
How come everybody stops wearing glasses now on TV?
Hampering.
Powell started with no glasses.
Hampering
that was
the ability to get humanitarian assistance in, and hampering the ability of humanitarian agencies to communicate with their people on the ground to try to solve a level of desperation that we just haven't seen in a very, very long time. And so we did not believe that it should continue, and we did have a hand.
Yeah, coin gapped up 9 today.
Michael,
you got to watch out for earnings.
John, on the subject of hostages, Hamas says that at least 7 were killed in these Israel strikes on this Jabalia refugee camp, including at least 3 with foreign passports. Does the U.S. think those numbers are accurate? And of those 3, do you know if any of them were Americans?
No, sir. I don't have any information to verify those claims.
Great, Phil.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a quick question about Ukraine and then a follow-up to something you said previously. In an interview with The Economist, Ukraine's top commander acknowledged that his forces are locked in what he called a stalemate. And he went on to say that there's no chance that a significant breakthrough in the front there is imminent. Obviously, the president continues to say that the United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. But is there, in the months and years ahead, is there going to be a updated strategy required? Perhaps more advanced weapons, or perhaps more of an appetite for negotiations?
Well, certainly we'll let Ukrainian leaders speak to their progress or lack thereof. That's really for them to talk about. I think it underscores how important it is that we continue to support Ukraine. I can't stand here today and tell you that it's going to lead to this particular weapon system or this new capability. We are evolving and have evolved what we provided Ukraine as the war itself has evolved, and I suspect that process will continue. It would be eminently easier for us to do that if Congress would pass the supplemental funding that supports Ukraine, because it's not only about capabilities for Ukraine.
Canceled?
There's a big chunk of that goes to replenishment ability for U.S. for our own inventory.
It's been a weird, interesting 3 months.
You said moments ago that the president would veto an Israel-only bill, but you also noted that each of those 4 categories, I believe they were Ukraine, Indo-Pacific, the border, and Israel, they were all critical, and that's the point of supplemental, that you do it as the need occurs. So can you kind of take us into the president's mindset here? Why not triage this, and as you have opportunities to meet those critical needs, why not take them as they come rather than wait and try and deal with them all at once?
I think in our statement of administration policy, we laid out very clearly why we wouldn't want to do that and why we think that all of the things we've asked for in the supplemental are important. And let's go back on the Israel-only thing. the way the House Republicans have carved this out is no humanitarian assistance. It only goes to security assistance for Israel, and that's got to be a non-starter. I mean, that's nothing more than partisan politics right there. I mean, here we are. I've been taking I don't know how many questions about civilian casualties and the desperation of the people in Gaza. I mean, it's incorrigible that anybody would think that we wouldn't need some additional funding to help get food, water, and medicine to these people. They didn't cause this. They didn't ask for that. Hamas doesn't represent them. They're victims too, and they need that support.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, Corinne. I've made a mess of your whole. Let me just clean up here. I think it's just. I've got all my.
They all say the same thing, John. It's okay.
No, I did.
They make a mess?
I think that's better.
That was fucking weird.
It's okay.
He said, I made a mess. He's like, they all say the same thing. You know, what the fuck are you talking about?
Was asked about.
Stupid.
And, I just want to add to what he said as it relates to our
That's a
strategy
weird ass
when it
comment.
comes to making sure that
Fucking take away his media
no hate
pads.
of any kind.
What news network
is
are you
allowed,
with?
any light of day. In this country, right? And that's including Islamophobia, certainly anti-Semitism. And one of the things that the Admiral was saying that I just wanted to add to is in December, as you all know, in December of last year, the President established an interagency task force to address anti-Semitism, to address Islamophobia and related forms of hate. And the first order of business when we did that a year ago was to release a strategy on combating anti-Semitism.
Yeah, Tesla was going up there earlier.
So many of you reported on this. There was 100
Goldman will promote
actions
600
that
executives to
were
managing
able to
directors.
take to counter
fewer than the 640 it elevated 2 years ago.
And then the next step was developing counter Islamophobia. And so that's what you're seeing, and that's what this is the president's commitment. He ran on this, as you all know, to restore the soul of this nation, to make sure that no hate sees the light of day, to continue to fight against that type of hatred, and that includes all types of hatred. That includes Islamophobia. That includes anti-Semitism. And this is an administration that's taken action not just the last couple of weeks or the last couple of months, but started this process back in December of last year. So I just wanted to make that super, super clear. And that's what we've been. That's been our approach here, the president's approach and this administration's approach again.
On Tuville, does the White House believe that the Reed-Sinema resolution is a way out of the blockade?
I mean, look, and we have said this. We're certainly not going to speak to the procedure of how the Senate operates. That is not for us to do. But we will continue to be crystal clear and very, very loud about what Tuberville is doing. It's just shameful. It is dangerous. It is shameful. I think the Admiral did a great job laying out how that's affecting some of our key critical service members. And we're talking about 380 service or positions that are at risk, or that no one knows where they're going to go, right? No one knows what's happening. And we're talking about families too. That affects their families. And so this is not a way to keep our country safe. This is not a way to move forward with our national security. And it is shameful and it's dangerous. And we are very, very proud to see Republican senators speak up. As I did at the top, I laid out just direct quotes from them and how this is not how, especially in this time, what we're seeing around the world, this is not how we should move forward.
And then on the mayors, I guess there were a couple of mayors who came to the White House today to meet with officials on their problems with managing migrants. I just wondered if you can say anything about how the meeting went and what they talked about.
So a couple of things. They met with the White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients. They also met with Senior Advisor Tom Perez and other White House and DHS as well officials. DHS officials, obviously, who representatives from Chicago and Denver to discuss the joint effort to manage what they're dealing with migrants arriving in their city. And so this is something that we took very, very seriously. We talked about, part of the conversation certainly was about the importance of the presidential supplemental funding request, which also includes support for communities and to continue
those value plays are going up again, high ticker gas, and you're like 1 point
permits, as you've heard
off
us speak
of the high, literally.
from here many times for eligible migrants. And,
Bond's
and
kind
so
of
we're
chilling
gonna
out, but at
continue
least
that
it's still
partnership.
holding
We're
up,
gonna
man.
continue to have those
Today was your like
conversations.
real squeeze
It was
day. For now, we did the
constructive,
DraftKings preview already. Yeah, we went
conversation.
over all
and
the
this
earnings
is not the
preview.
first. There've been
We had a
many,
speed run
many
with all of
others.
them.
And so, look,
It was a lot of
we
fun.
understand what they're going through. We understand what's going on the ground, and this is why we say,
You miss me? I'm
that,
sorry. I'm here. I'm
if
chilling. I'm not.
Republicans
I
truly
ate my mac
care,
and cheese.
about border
Life's
security.
good.
This
I'm
is
getting. I
something,
mean,
as we
Apple
talk about the
earnings.
national
We can still
security,
talk about that.
Supplemental.
I mean,
we know
there's a
that's
lot to
included,
go over. I
then
think it boils
they can
down to
act.
China. We still got an hour, 2 hours almost.
Thank you. You
Hour
just
20.
mentioned that
Spitting out numbers.
representatives from Chicago and Denver were here. There was reporting that Mayor Adams from New York was on his way and then turned around.
I can. I
Do
know.
you have
I
any more
can.
information about that?
Be
And
what I
also,
have to be,
did
want to
any
be.
other
If
representative
I
from New
work hard,
York
they
join
did.
that meeting?
To be what I
So,
want to be.
I
Be
believe
boys and
a
care, listen
staff
up.
from
You
the
can
mayor's
be
office was
anything
in the room for this meeting. I cannot speak for the mayor's schedule. That is something that I would have to refer you to his office. But you saw the reports.
You
I
don't
just
pray.
can't
Don't
speak
say
to.
that in public.
Obviously,
I pray.
I can't speak to his schedule and why he had to.
I cuss. They get mad, but like, I love Jesus.
Completely different. A government
I get an
shutdown
amen.
is about 2 weeks away.
I don't know. I don't want to get too
if
political.
something
You don't
doesn't
have to make it
happen.
political.
What
I
are
made
your
this decision a long
expectations
time
there?
ago, but I love
The
Jesus.
speaker today was talking about
Amen.
something
Finger
called
to
a
the sky.
laddered continuing resolution. What is the White House position on that concept?
I mean, look, we've been clear when we were here the last time, close to a government shutdown that thankfully was avoided. Look, they have 2 weeks. Congress has 2 weeks to do their jobs. As you just stated, they have 2 weeks to honor their word to avoid a shutdown. That's what they have to do.
Israel?
And the president
When last
said
time you
this,
talked to him?
When
That's
he
crazy.
signed the last
I thought Jesus, he said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. It's in red in the book.
There really isn't. That's our
Still,
message to them.
love
There is
Jesus.
no excuse for
talk
another
to him? That's
crisis.
crazy.
They have to do their job, and they have to honor and avoid a shutdown.
Would the president sign a continuing resolution that has this laddered structure so that different agencies would have different expiration dates?
It's not good, but
what
like,
I will say
love
is
you.
that
Amen.
they have to do their jobs.
They gotta work on it.
They
Gotta
have
work
to
on it.
make
I'm
sure
trying.
that
I'm
they
trying.
avoid a government shutdown. Not going to
The
get
Lord know my
ahead
heart,
of
though.
whatever process they're going to move forward with. The president wants to see them avoid a government shutdown, and so we'll see. We'll see what they do. Let's see if they're able
We
to.
still
do
haven't
their
hit a new
jobs.
high in all of this discussion,
White
politics.
House
Carvana's
concerned to
running.
see
We
Senator
went over that earnings
Menendez,
preview too.
attend a classified
Tell us,
briefing
like,
on
let the
Ukraine
sweet-
yesterday, given
little
that he's
sweet.
been accused of aiding a foreign government.
So look, and I've said this before, this is very serious. The investigations, we take them very seriously. I don't have anything to say about, to comment about the meeting that he attended, the classified meeting that he attended. Just not going to get into that from here, but obviously we take this very seriously.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the Islamophobia question. With this initiative, are you going to be reviewing laws and regulations that are in place across the U.S. government that are
Is it her again?
targeted at Muslims and not just in the federal level, but also the state and local
Who is
level?
this industry
Do you
plant?
see some scope for those
Why do we keep seeing her all of a
measures
sudden?
to be rescinded? And in
She's
what
gonna become
kind
a
of
meme or
timeframe is
something.
that even possible?
She's gonna be the next
So
vice president.
we're definitely going to. One thing I can say is we're going to continue to have conversations
Totally
with community
kidding.
leaders, advocates, and members of Congress and others as we move forward with the strategy. This is something that this entire
Take over at
administration
the
takes
Twitch.
very
Well, listen, I'm
seriously
trying to
and
give
make
you
sure that
guys
every
your
American,
opportunity to talk with this. I've
has the
given a
freedom
lot of
to live their
warnings
lives.
to everybody to,
certainly
be
we can
nice
get
to
more-
each other.
We can get you
But,
more
I mean,
specifics.
Robin,
on
I
what
warn
this is
Robin
going to- the
every
strategy
day
is going to
on the
look
damn
like, the
conspiracy
breakdowns and the
shit.
agencies that are
It's
gonna
not
be
even
involved.
conspiracy shit, man.
And
Spit
I
your
can't
truth,
speak to
but
specifics
you got to keep it to
investigations or
there is a
penalties
quota and a
of
limit.
that, of
There
that
is.
nature.
That's it.
But
But
this is the
y'all got to
beginning
show
of
love.
it, and certainly
I think
this
it's
is
simple,
something,
but
like I said,
at the same time,
the first step was
we haven't heard
order of
this.
business
It's
was
going
back
to
in
be
May
over
when
soon.
we released the
But
strategy on combating
like I said earlier,
anti-Semitism,
I
and
mean,
this is the next
here,
steps.
we'll
and
end this
certainly
in a
we'll have
little
more to
bit.
share as the days
This
go
shouldn't
by.
move the market too much, but over the last 2 weeks, it has been 3 weeks. It's a very,
you
very
said
big
that
deal.
this is,
Not to mention the real-life
visits are
consequences of it all.
to the president. Are you planning to, after this latest shooting, Is there any action that you're planning in terms of maybe bringing people together again, local officials? We've set the incident, the tragedy in Maine did cause Representative Golden to change his view on an assault weapons ban. Are you seeing any other lawmakers come forward that might have changed their view? And will there be any kind of a summit or
I'm not doing
gathering?
this. This is like a one-on-one with this lady. Why do I keep seeing this lady, bro? I can't get away from this lady. But anyways, Chad, that should be a new high. I think, did I exit out right at the perfect time? I did. 43.15. There it is, man. That's it. Good. Keep talking. Dude, calm down. No way you just said heifer, bro. That's insane. I learned that when I was young. When I was a kid and my sister showed me, my sister was talking shit to somebody. And my sister taught me that word, heifer. I saw her call somebody a heifer and I said, what? I said, what's that mean? She explained to me a heifer was a baby cow. I said, oh my gosh, that's insane, bro. That's like a wild comment towards something. You know what I'm saying, bro? Anyways, either way, like I said, I mean, I don't know if you agree with me or Jerome Powell, and I'm not going to try to make you agree on killing anybody, but the war stuff may not be affecting the market. So I know the last couple of weeks, you see, again, think about it. The market's killing it today. You really haven't heard much. There was a couple of news updates on all of it, but the last couple of days, oil's chilled out. I think gold, if anything, is probably liking the whole rate aspect. Again, you got to think about it. Gold is getting one step closer to the cut. If anything, I mean, you're already getting your pause. So if anything, you guys could still, again, like you're saying, there's real life consequences of all of it. I hope you all both get educated on the matter or get educated on both sides, not you both, but everybody. There's a lot to it. But, I mean, for the market, unfortunately, fortunately, you may not see, again, that effect may fade unless there is, like, a really huge escalation. And the same thing could be said with the economy. Again, that's what we've been talking about today, how the whole market getting excited about the fact that Powell, not even the fact, but the assumption that Powell is done raising rates after two pauses, but kind of the same idea when it's all said and done. So Chatadonia, what is it, 45? You got an hour and 15 remaining. SPY just hit another high, not too much higher than the last high. I honestly, barely 1 point higher. You've kind of been doing that here. You went 7 points from 10 o'clock, so 2 hours ago, but really ever since you got up to 413 in the last couple, you've hit 2 or 3 new highs, but it's all in the same point range, whatever, and we still got a little bit more to go. And then Apple after the bell. So again, Apple will have a big effect on the market, but keep in mind, everything is green today, and a lot of other good earnings could be good. I think that's something we didn't talk about today. Do you guys remember what happened this morning? I don't know. Does anybody remember what occurred this morning? Something occurred this morning. Do you know what it was? There was something unique. And maybe it's to explain why, again, Apple doesn't have to be, it will have a big effect on the market, but I want you to think broader. There you go, Flav. Flav. Yes. All of those beats. So don't, even yesterday was it was a little bumpy, I feel like, it's kind of on and off in terms of earnings. But Sinclair Broadcasting wants to scoop up bankrupt RSN, Giant Diamond Sports. TLT, if bonds could go up, again, that would make sense. We were not as high with the bonds, again, it was almost 3%. It was trippy. But yeah, a lot of beats on earnings. So just think about it. There was a lot of gigantic beats in the morning here. So that was a good start. There's still a lot of companies after the bell. Even tomorrow morning, you're going to get a couple more. Those are the previews we haven't done, actually. I didn't think about that. We were very forward-looking, but we did not go for the ones tomorrow morning. But tomorrow morning is what? Nothing. Oh, it's Friday. Pfft, screw you. I'm not doing no Friday earnings. It's Friday. Who cares? Friday. No, honestly, though, there's been hits on Monday earnings, so I don't know. The world has changed. I might have to change with it. You're going to get Fubu, Enbridge, CBOE, CAH, EOG, IEP. That's why you were asking for that. Cinemark, FLGT, PAA, and QSR. That's Popeyes. Carvana premiums jacked up. Dude, you need to know what you're getting into with it. I mean, literally the last 1 year of earnings, Carvana has moved 20% minimum both ways. 2 earnings, it went down minimum 20%. 2 earnings, it went up over 20%. I think last earnings, it went up 40%. So that's pricing in, I think, minimum 20. But we even said that's something you can, like, literally, if you wanted to go with, like, shares, if you're willing to risk 20%, either way, you'll be good. You say Fubu or Fubo? I don't know. I'm on, I really don't know. Either way, there is that earnings tomorrow. Could bring back many memories too. That's all. I could have said Fubu. I don't know, honestly. I think you just confused me. But yeah, Carvana, that's 20% both ways minimum, I think. Maybe it doesn't, but even with shares, like I'm saying, if you want a big mover, your risk is being wrong on the move, and that's about it. But if you want something that's really going to move, I think Carvana is the one. Remember, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. That couple of restructure later, boom, bang, boom, like this, stock very good now. Very, very good. Cars, the vending. Coin too. I mean, Coin will be interesting. DraftKings too. It sucks because DraftKings is like getting better, but like, I don't know. After seeing Airbnb, though, I'm just, again, there's a lot of companies still just in negative earnings. So again, even the members though. But DraftKings, I noticed on the thing, I don't know if I said it when we were going over the preview, but I think the expected monthly users, like unique monthly users, is 2 million this quarter. So I don't know. I thought there was supposed to be more. I thought you had NBA starting, you had NFL. I guess all of that was kind of recently. But I feel like the unique monthly users on DraftKings is, I know they have football season, but I'm pretty sure that guidance was lower. Again, beginning of the year, I'm like, I think they expect like 4 million. Last time, I think we saw like 4 to 11 million or something like that. You think I don't know if it's going to go up or down. You know what I'm saying? Spend a lot. It's not even, they're negative, but they cut that margin faster. That's the thing you got to remember. That's like the crazy part. Because like if you see it, I mean, DraftKings, again, they're losing money. Even on the year, like they're legitimately just like, they are straight up losing hundreds of millions of dollars when it's all said and done. But why is because, but down here, they thought they were going to lose way more than they're losing now. So they're losing less money, which is why they're up. That's the interesting part. But only thing that's why besides that, the only other thing that I'm concerned with is the what's it called? The monthly active users and that expectation. Because like I was saying earlier, just I think throughout the year, DraftKings has gotten more monthly, like unique monthly users than like Robinhood. And then even Coinbase has 7 million, 120 something million accounts total. They're today too, but there's a 7 million active users. So like think about it. That's kind of crazy though. So like what, like 40% of the amount of people that use crypto, like so take all of the people that trade crypto, and 40% of that's like the DraftKings sports gambling market. That's mind-blowing to me. That's assuming at these numbers. If DraftKings comes in at 2 million users and if Coinbase came in today with 7 million. So that's wild to me though. So that means even for crypto, like Coinbase, like the highway of crypto, obviously there's a lot of other things to use now, but that's a trippy concept. The gamblers, I'm sure at one point, depending on the season, they may rival the what's it called? The financial investments. Airbnb. I love it. That's why I'm saying, I mean, if you go look at a lot of the earnings, every company, I mean, just Airbnb has really stellar numbers. Again, There's a couple of things people get hung up on about it. I mean, the price to earnings is still very high, but I think they're growing into their valuation quite nice. But again, that's a company with net income, billions of dollars, multiple quarters in a row. It's like it's just different stories, different things. MPW, I mean, we ride that out until either rates hook us up or management fucks something up. Honestly, I think they'll recover with rates. No questions asked, honestly, unless the management makes another mistake. Again, last guidance was good. That's it. No Fubo preview. It's Friday. I take a day off on Friday, so I can't even look into Friday. What? That makes no sense. Yeah, we could get Fubo. I know a lot of Chads like Fubo. Anything is possible. Fubo, I may not even have a preview, to be honest. I do. So Fubo. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. Okay, Fubo. Damn it, Fubo. Damn, why would you name it that, Fubo? Why would you change one letter? Stop it. Stupid. It's Fubo, man. It's Fubo. I really meant to say Fubo. What is it called? Fubo. I have to read it. I have to look at it. I can't say it out loud. I have to literally read the words. Fubo. If I read it, I'll say it correctly. Fubo. So Fubo. Is it Fubo? I feel like Ted Lasso. You have to see that scene. But revenue expected to be $286.2 million versus guidance of $279.7 to $285.7. Subscriptions $260 million. That's a lot. Advertising $25.1. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $72 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin loss of 25.3%. EPS loss of 32 cents a share. Paid subscribers $1.72 million versus guidance of 1.71 to 1.73. Next quarter revenue guidance expected to be $378.5 million. Subscription revenue of $345 million. Advertising of $34.4 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of $69.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin of 18.5% loss. EPS of 32% loss. 32 cents per share loss. And then paid subscribers of 1.97 million. Full year guidance revenue of 1.29 to 131 billion. North America 1.65 to 1.85 million members. And then 1.26 to 1.28 billion in revenue. Price history since last close, loss of 22%. S&P down 7.1%, XLK down 5.8%, and near-term options imply a 14.5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, gain of 31, loss of 14, and then break even. Revenue has beaten consensus 10 of the last 12 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 3 of the last 12. Short interest 18%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 7 of the last 12 quarters. Fubo, ladies and gentlemen, Fubo. Yes, I said Fubo. I'm done. That was the hardest one to go through because in my mind, it's just yelling at me, Fubo. Disney. Yeah, no one talked about Disney. Can y'all go watch the South Park episode so I could talk about it? But you have to watch Disney. It's hilarious. I love it. I think you'll all enjoy it, no matter what. The new one. What's called Welcome to the Panderverse. Tesla. Dollar holding up too. Tesla's 6%. I mean, everyone just saying it was just right below 200 for a little bit. Netflix still up. I think Tesla's one of the best. Nvidia is actually kind of killer today, 3%. Back above 400. I bought 1,000 shares of MPW. I was going to flip them, but with this move, I think I'm staying. Well, hey, man, it's not a recommendation. You will lose money. But it's just bonds. So, I mean, that's the thing. We need the bond rally to hold. And if you've been here all day, as much as I appreciate the bond market rally, you know, I'm very skeptical just because of how the last 3 months played out. So again, I still have my positions. I'm still doing my thing. But at the end of the day, I'm not really, you know, I'm still a little worried. We made a lot of progress here today. This is last time we were here. We were stoked off of it. But I've been here before, man. That's it. I'm just worried, man. If the last time we were here, you know, all of our hopes were dashed on the bonds. So as long as that stays there, man. As long as it stays there. Not all in on the bullishness. I went in a decent amount of bullishness coming into October, so I got a decent amount back now, but I already have my exposure and I got my long term, but I'm also just, you know, I think there's more downside, but to the point where I'm comfortable holding what I'm holding to a degree where it's like, I do think that the next step of any downside, I mean, it's probably going to be a bigger development and we'll have a lot more info from there. And by then, too, I even think maybe the Fed and other things will be more supportive, or rates will. Or essentially, this rates are getting blown out, but I already watched it for 3 years, but it could be coming to an end. It always could be after you always go on an extended streak. So, you know, whenever bonds rally and calm down, you know, we'll be good. Is the market pinned? No, just it's squeezing. You don't remember what these squeezes were like? Where you just go, you got bam, a new high, and then you just like come down, and then it just goes really slow, just for hours. And you just hit like one point, and then you like go for like 30 minutes, kind of go lower, and then it just like squeezes up. So you've been working your way up all day. I mean, there has been a very rare amount of like dropping and going below like the latest low or anything of that nature. So it's been just straight up, and this is like 4 days, and it's huge on the chart now. Again, we were like right here. That candle could have gone both ways, but like these candles ain't even connecting. These are like just different neighborhoods. Again, you've seen it only a couple times this year, but that's if we hold up. I mean, we'll see by the end of the day. You got power hour starting right now, baby. It's already been a minute and a half actually, a power hour. So we'll see, man. We'll see. And then don't worry, bro. There's still more. Again, I said today would be the perfect day to see how people really interpret Powell and even the Bank of England. But we get to see how people feel. Everybody wants to believe that Powell is done. They're kind of getting that hint, even to the point of the 2-year bond, you know. But let's see what Apple provides. And although that's important, I do think that the non-farms tomorrow morning are way more important. And if the non-farms are good, we're going to keep going up, I think. If they're bad, then I do think we're going to get clapped. And by bad, I mean a strong jobs number. By good, I mean a weak jobs number, but not too weak. That's the weird part. If tomorrow's like too weak, like negative maybe, like you guys know non-farms can go negative, right? I don't know if you guys are aware of that. You just haven't seen that shit in a long time. But, you know, as long as it's a low number, it's already expected to be low. So I don't know, but we'll see from there. But a low jobs number would help people out a lot tomorrow. Unless Powell knew it was a high jobs number and financial conditions were going to get shit on. And that's why he was like, I don't know if it's tight enough yet. It was like oil could go negative. Well, no, like there was a time where people would lose jobs. Like, you know, just like it's a month over month change. So it could go negative compared to the last month. Oil just actually, that went negative on some crazy for a lot of different reasons. My goodness. Okay, tight enough. I don't think he'd cut rates, but maybe then if the market would spiral though. It just all depends though. But we've been close to spiraling. And, you know, we were able to recover. Look at little red there. 11:30. No, that's old. Lil, welcome to Power Hour, Chicle. But again, it's happened a couple times. You like hit these highs and then you get a quick red, and then it just acts a little weird. But we'll see. Where did all the money even come from? Was there this much cash sitting on the sidelines? Of course there was. What do you mean? I could find you so much cash right now, it's not even funny. It's fucking money markets. It's all money markets, bonds, but literally just like money market funds. And alone, there's a lot in there. It's literally sitting in bill and then sitting in the actual money markets and stuff that are just getting yield and are fully liquid. All of those cash equivalents. So they have trillions of dollars, literally record highs right now, or the longest in at least decades. So there's still money there. And again, even for the institutions, some of them just did a lot of tax losses. They're not buying back, but that, and even the CT, then people talking about the algos and computers flipping. But in general, I mean, that's not the problem. The problem isn't cash that's available. That's why they're trying to pay you to not put it anywhere. They want it in the money market. They don't want it in the stock market. They don't want it in real estate. Powell would be much obliged if you just took your 5% and didn't contribute to any demand or inflation. I'm still in outlook. They got the bad news today. You know, we've talked about it several times. It was looking good on the little bounce back and the new approval, but they found out that it's going to be a year. So the FDA said not only will we give you till like end of next year, but you have to do a new trial. So that was something they were hoping they could avoid. But the FDA, so even though their first trial was approved and they didn't get approved on manufacturing, the FDA is like, nah, you have to do a whole nother trial now though, unfortunately. So they want them to do a whole new trial for the drug and for the manufacturing, and both need to get approved. And now they said the date is set for end of January 24. Or excuse me, end of 24. TTD, no. Were they on earnings today? All right, that little red got absorbed right away. You're still just holding the pin. It's a calm squeeze. I think some people could appreciate it. You get the squeeze, you get the upside, but it's not as insane as other points you've seen. So it still keeps you a little paranoid. This is back to what? This was end of September. And then this is what? Second day of the month. 2 days off. Taking off, GG. Enjoy it, baby. Have a good day. Have a good day. The Power Hour departure. We still got 55 minutes left if you're going to hang around. All right. Is it another? It looks like we're hitting another high. Yeah, Rivian's going up. But it's still just doing this. Again, Netflix now too. They weren't really reacting. Disney, NVIDIA. I have Disney. NVIDIA's going into the high. No Microsoft today. Not as much. Apple too, man. So Apple got the earnings. $4.25 on Netflix. Apple. So let's see, man. I don't know. I'll ask you guys this question. You get 2 flash balls today. You get another one. I'll leave this one up for a little bit. I'll leave you time with this one, man. I'll leave you time with this one. Very simple. I try to make it simple. I tried to make it simple. After earnings, Apple stock will go up, down, or unchanged. I was going to put Kanye. I contemplated it, but I just figured you wouldn't vote. You know what I'm saying? If because in this case, I wanted to try to simplify. Again, is it going to go up or is it going to go down? Is it going to be unchanged? Because that way you could answer. And I'm asking something a little bit more specific here, because if you think about it, You know, you could have a miss, you could have a beat. There could be a lot of factors like we've seen this earnings season. You know, how many times has it been like literally Google dumped after beating? Meta dumped after beating, but they went up. Google kind of went up, but they struggled a little bit, but there was reasons why. So you let me know, man. You let me know, okay? What you got for me, bro? After earning, oh, wow, we're like tied right now. After earnings, Apple stock will go up, down, or unchanged. Right now, 350 votes, 45% say up, 45% say down, and 10% say unchanged. Look at you guys are just like analysts, huh? That's crazy. I think these are the same ratios. A little higher for them. Let's split. Oh my goodness. We'll leave this one up. We'll see. We'll let the early voters get in. We'll see what the mail-in voters bring. When they, I'm gonna leave that poll up for a little bit. AMD, Netflix is kind of rocketing a little bit, 1.4. Some other ones doing better. Yeah, AMD, Nvidia's already into the high. Intel at 37. Remember Qualcomm 6%? Shit. Dude, I'm telling you, some of these names and how they moved yesterday was one thing, but some of them, like, again, after a lot of other good earnings this morning, a lot of them, like, really, really launched. My goodness. Oh, we have Expedia after the bell. Got Apple, Fortnite, Coin, DraftKings, Square, Dropbox, Expedia, Net, MSI, and Yelp. If Apple misses but data hits, how that'll play out. We'll rip. Apple will have an effect, but that's what I was saying earlier. If all of the other earnings are good and nothing scares us besides Apple, and then non-farms is a really good amount of data, and we love it, we could ignore. Apple can drop 5, 6, 7, 9% tomorrow, and the rest of the market can rally. Don't forget, again, how many days remember, we just saw Google down the worst since 2020 not too long ago. Again, even Meta and all those names, the market did come down, but there were some times we did hold up on the earlier earnings. LT Apple earnings, he has not called me back. What does Mr. Kennedy think about Apple? I wonder if I can find a clip of him. Maybe you want this clip?
Secretary Austin, is it not true that
this was a day ago?
The world is on fire in Ukraine. The world is on fire in the Middle East. And that there are embers smoldering in the Indo-Pacific?
I would say that clearly there are challenges in both the places that you mentioned, and of course, in the Indo-Pacific, we see
exactly. Would you say that it's on fire?
Aggressive.
Do you disagree with my statement?
That the world is on fire? I would describe it a bit differently. I agree with your premise that it's as challenging as we've seen.
Is it not true? Sorry to cut you off, but we only have limited time. Is it not true?
I love him.
That China, Russia, and Iran have worked between and among themselves to either start those fires, encourage those fires, or create those embers?
I would say that we see evidence.
Man, that was good. That was a good minute. That was a good minute. Now, is it not true? Is that what you're telling? Is you telling me Apple has no fruit in it? Is that true or not? Agree, true or false? Exactly. Thank you. You said Daniel Iverson. Does he play
Right thing is
basketball? I said, is that him?
I think his stock is in a place right now where it's sitting on the fence. It could go either direction, but it's got to be that services business and the cash to save it.
Honestly, I feel like that's a little over the top, suggesting that Apple is like this great read on where the overall economy is. First of all, the economy's been really, really strong for the last year, right? At least. Apple revenues have declined every quarter over that period of time. The iPhone's been up and down. It's told us nothing about the broader strength of the U.S. economy
Hey, you're hitting a new
whatsoever.
high on this, too.
It hasn't. So why is it going to now?
Okay, well, you have new products that are being launched. You have a holiday season, which is typically the strongest quarter for Apple. And if Apple is telling you that they have muted expectations for that holiday season, isn't that a direct read-through for what the overall holiday season is going to look like?
I don't know that it's a one-to-one comparison between an upgrade cycle for a new phone when people already have phones versus if they're not upgrading, that's somehow a statement on the weak economy.
I think you have to look at it from the perspective, though, of this is the quarter. The holiday quarter is supposed to be the best quarter for Apple.
Okay.
And if they're telling
Five more points, power hour, 45 minutes
a
left.
strong quarter, what's the signal? What's the message there? You just dismiss that? I don't think you can.
I'm not dismissing it, but not willing to make some broad brush comment about the overall economy based on what they say about demand for the new iPhone. I don't know. Okay. Malcolm, AI. It's the one thing we haven't talked about yet. What do you want to hear from Apple, if anything? It's the one company that really hasn't given you anything to this point, right? They're being deliberate. They're being patient. They're going to get it right. Most people think it's around Siri. Do you need more definitive information today or not?
Macy's again, bro. A lot of those retail staple names too.
Leave it to Apple to
XRT's
provide us
on the
with
high.
a more elegant solution on their timeline, right? That's pretty much what the expectation is for them around AI. Right, something like $166 billion in cash equivalents that, if they park it in treasuries, it's going to provide them with a really nice yield, and that's really all they have to do. But I want to hear about how the company is going to innovate itself out of this rut that it's been in, and whether they're going to work there. You've heard me make the case for them to push further into fintech, for example, right? Are we going to get a new partnership with somebody to
I do not
replace
have a play
Goldman
on
Sachs?
Apple, though.
Separately from that, are we going to get something in the world of connected fitness, maybe, right? There's companies like Peloton that were once COVID darlings that are now cast out that they could pick up for pennies on the dollar. And so I'd like to see Apple become really innovative with the dollars that they do have sitting on the sideline on their balance sheet, as well as finding ways to integrate AI into their product set and impress us with the ways that they can make Siri make us more efficient and tell us to do things.
Everything looks like a computer ramping up
What do you
with
think
options.
about
but
AI?
no, I ain't got no
What are we
plays on
going to
this.
get? When are we going to get it, and what's it going to mean?
Well, I think in June
I'll play it
is where
after
you're
the
going to get
report
it. That's
comes
where
out.
they're going to start what I view as the AI App Store that they're going to lay out to the developers and to the consumer base. And I think that's really the opportunity for them in terms of monetizing.
What is that, WWDC? Is that what you said?
So I think that's where they ultimately lay it out in terms of the AI App Store for developers. When I look at Vision Pro, it's really just the start in terms of courting developers. And I believe a year from now, we have an AI App Store that's within the ecosystem.
So a year from now, Joe, are investors patient enough to wait a year from now to get more answers on AI?
I think so. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be. They've been rewarded in certain circumstances and in select stocks year to date. I think it's one of the stronger theses as why you could be bullish equities in 2024.
And there's no surprise up Tim Cook's sleeve at all about an acquisition of any kind related to AI or something else, is there?
I don't believe, but we've talked about it. I think even for a company that's never really done M&A outside Beats $3 billion, we believe for the first time, I think ESPN, I continue to view that as sort of
PUBG.
That would really be the trophy case for them
And
to look at
Spotify on the low?
ESPN asset.
Not
because
too
that's
many-
something
okay,
from a live
Spotify. Not
sports
too many names are
perspective,
red.
it's unique, and we think 30, 40 billion they could easily do that.
What probability would you put on that?
I think 30 to 40%
That didn't
probability
sound like he was
that
gonna
they're
say a million.
seriously looking at it
kinda
in
sounds
terms of
like-
the opportunity,
Okay.
and if
Yeah.
anything, at a minimum, a strong partnership. But I believe for
30.
the first time, maybe ever, they're going to significantly look at a larger deal here.
Wow, okay. We'll make that the last word then. Dan Ives, thank you. Joey, thank you.
Thank you. 43158992. So again, we got about 40 minutes remaining here. You're still holding up near the highs. About to be a 2% day for all of the indexes. 1.85 on the SPY, 1.8 on the NASDAQ, 2.4 on the Russell. Again, bonds are even TLT's up 2% right now. So you already know the story. The digestion from yesterday with a lot of supporting acts following earnings and all of that. And now we got everything tomorrow, or today and tomorrow, in about 45 minutes. So there you go. You got to listen in. They were talking. I put up a poll here. There you go. You guys voted on it there a little bit. We were asking you if you think Apple will go up or down after the report. I think I might play it afterwards. We're going to see. Again, there's a lot. I think it just boils down to really if they did good in China or not. Again, Qualcomm had really good feedback from China. So that was actually the good part, more or less. So we will find out. We will find out. You grab some Carvana puts. So I don't know what the premiums are at, but I know equity is I think equity will move 20%. If it doesn't, then I guess even better or worse, depending on how you want to look at it. So we will see. You got an 8-hour round trip drive tomorrow. For about 2 to 3 hours of work in Miami. Oh, you'll be with the Chad and Spirits. Okay. It's okay, man. If you're in the car, man, Chad's great for road trips. It's great anywhere you go. But enjoy Miami. Enjoy it. This flush is going to be epic. Hey, man. I think the flush we already went through is pretty epic already. So, again, like I said, maybe Powell knew the data. I can't trust any bond move or stock move. That's what the last 3 months have said. But, don't underestimate how dramatic the last 3 months really were. Again, that was your worst 3 months since COVID, since March of 2020. So the last time I could only imagine the only other time before that probably would have been 2018. But that was like 3 months in a row of consecutive losses. That's again been at least 3 years. And the last time you saw that was one of the worst environments that we all witnessed in as a society of economy shut down and all sorts of things. Markets don't go straight up, next leg's down. That is true, and they don't go straight down. It's the same thing. That's the paradox right now. Markets don't go straight down, so this could be your rally to kill you, but also markets don't go straight up. So it's you're going to get a little bit and vice versa on every single end. So we'll see. We will see. Again, tomorrow's data in the morning and even, 40 minutes from now? What time is it actually? What time does it come out? Does it come out right after the bell? Airbnb, Apple. It says 4:30. Boo. So we have to wait 30 minutes? You think we could get a game of 2K in? I don't want 4:30. That's awful. They're going to make you wait. So you're going to get every other earnings, and then they're not even going to get their full move until after Apple, unless they absolutely blow it out. Am I going to stay? I think so. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think we could do 30 minutes. I think we get a game. We'll just run a quick game of 2K as we wait. And yeah, I'll play 2K and I'll just read out the earnings from the wire. You could read them, right? Yeah, you could watch me play 2K if you want. No, I don't think I'm going to play 2K, but you'd have to start your game right at 4. Am I DGen running a strangle on Apple? No, I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe one of the better ideas, because they have a lot of pressure again on the China stuff. They have a new phone release. They're going to have to talk about the performance of the release as well as guidance for holiday season. So maybe it just ends up not bad, not good, and then there you go, Iron Condor. And yalla. But you said strangle. I was thinking iron condor. No. I'm thinking iron condor. I think an iron condor, but I don't know how sharp the move will be. That's the thing. I do think Apple's going to be huge, but I also think that the non-farms can make us easily ignore it. Yeah, Google and Meta. Well, they already moved. Again, they've a lot of other companies and related ones. There's, again, a lot of earnings this morning. So companies moving now, I mean, they're the ones that haven't moved or were beaten down a lot more, like Google, Meta, Microsoft. These things already moved a ton if you think about it, and they're still pretty elevated. Like Microsoft's chart looks like it's getting right back to where it was in July. You know what I'm saying? Like Netflix, even, they're a little bit down, but like a lot of things are just like look at these. Your big tech names are already gassed up. This is just everything else kind of coming up. U.S. overpaid Teamsters plan millions, counting dead participants. NVIDIA. We still got a couple weeks for NVIDIA. That's the interesting part. I think, again, you got like Disney and stuff next week, I believe. Paycom on the high. Remember, they just died not literally yesterday. We got 35 minutes remaining. Oh, where's Elf? Bill. What about 6? They came back up. Again, I sold off pretty good in the morning, but they dropped, and now they're moving back up. They said shareholders aren't going to vote for it. But still doing good. Non-farms is an hour before the bell. I think I will be on early tomorrow for them as well, too. SMCI got cloud. Remember, I think it's because it got bought up 11% instantly. But they might get freed up with the rest of the market. But that one is pretty interesting. However, we have seen a lot of earnings do good and then come down. And then TLT is trying to get out of here. That would be nice if it could break up here towards the end, especially if we make a move. And then you're 2 points off of the high of the day, 43.16. What's cool places to go in North Park in San Diego? You can find good food, actually. I think there's a food spot called Truffle in North Park. It's pretty good. But they like hella do truffle shit if you into that. But other than that, just go to downtown. You're pretty close, I think, depending on the traffic. Well, other than that, food. There's really good food in North Park. I think it's called Truff. I don't know what it's called. It's called something like that. It's really good, though. City Tacos. Oh, the Chad. The Chad's already coming out. What's up, San Diego? Meet me at Harris. No, man. Last time I was at a casino, I saw Cole Real Estate. I didn't even like gamble. That was just because I was like, I had to get a hotel. I had to sleep. We got copy paste to the earnings. I don't know, dude. Lately, how the earnings have been coming out. I've been getting the small ones, but the big ones, they've been reporting super weird, or like it's showing up on the IR website as like PDFs. You got to kind of hunt for it. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope it's easy today. That would be nice. Tesla, I mean, a lot of things about Tesla. Like I was saying, just from when they had earnings, I didn't know if it was make or break it. I mean, I think it was just a couple days ago, everyone thought it was going to die now below 200. You get the hit pieces as well. But I think it might stay within the earnings range. It kind of reminds me of Netflix, just trailing behind it a little bit chart-wise. I feel like they kind of look similar. Again, but Netflix had a better earnings. Coinbase, dude, that's crazy. They're about to report 9% up. Elon needs to stop making daft tweets or it's going to 60. But, like, do people still care about Elon? I feel like I haven't, like, it used to be big news if Elon would say anything. I feel like everyone kind of, like, I don't know. Do people still get mad at Elon tweeting? Has Elon hurt any of you recently with his tweets? KRA, big bounce again for financials. They love the rate move today. Financials, REITs, anything you could think of that's attached to bonds. I mean, again, they came back from that little bottom. This is still low, though. It's still like back to the FRC low, but definitely recovering from here when we were like, things are getting really bad. I don't even think in the beginning of October, was it up here? Yeah, it was. Some do. Yeah, but it's not like, I think everybody has their personal opinion, but I don't know if it's like, it used to be like a breaking news headline if Elon would tweet something. I mean, today, his tweets about SpaceX, those hit the wire. So we'll see. All right, Coinbase still go. Again, banks. High ticker is literally gassing right there. You were coming down, but now you got one of these little baby green shoots. Jurors in Sam Bankman-Fried criminal trial begin deliberations. Four, 3, 1, 4. You always get volatility with Elon. That is true. DraftKings has a lot of potential. Hopefully they make some, if they make money, oh my goodness. And they, again, they did just launch in a couple of places, but at the same time, even then, just any shred of progress, I think will get received very, very well. Again, Walgreens, the best Dow performer. Oh man. Well, that's how you know. You got a broad rally. The MGM news, they didn't, again, I don't think they'd have to report till December for the law. But now I don't even know if MGM got everything up and running. But even then, I mean, the stock, we went back and hit a low. Your puts, even here, the puts were down. I mean, when we sold them and made them free, I think right here or something like that, it was a good move. I don't know if they're still hacked. I don't think they are. You got Apple selling out. Can we run the high of the day? I mean, I think you got like, if you really want to get, you got 10 points of upside. Otherwise, I mean, you could really 14 to 7 points of downside, unless it really wants to sell to just close at any other recent level. But, you know, we are right next to the next event. The next event is 20 minutes around the corner, 27. Those ARC calls coming back. Yeah, ARC had a great day. I don't know if the PayPal ones got clapped. The ARC calls, again, you're up, I think, 30% on those now. At 10 cents a share or 10 cents a contract. Strange day. It's just a broader, this was like a real relief day just because, again, the narrative is Powell pausing. Again, Powell no longer raising rates. You got your digestion today. There wasn't too many events. We got to really see how people felt about it. And then we're going to wrap it up with Apple here. And then tomorrow's non-farms. That will either set things in stone or again, bring back all the trauma. City's on the high. XLF, again, banks are still ripping. Citi and JP Morgan. Even Bank of America, Wells Fargo, yeah, they're killing it. It's interesting because it's not like the yields are going too crazy unless the 10-year is bouncing more. Nah. Alrighty. You're working your way up again. That candle's getting a little bigger. J&J, XLV on the high. Still off by 1 point, my friend. Again, imagine every little red candle you've seen here. This is those squeeze days. We haven't had this in a minute. I like Uber, but I think it's kind of expensive, especially after everything. Wait, when do they already report? I don't know if they already reported or not. I can't remember. But they, again, they had some news today, but they're still like up again, even on the year. Even if you pull the chart back, I mean, this is the higher end of Uber than not. They're next week for Uber. I think it should be good, though. I mean, again, DoorDash and the food delivery stuff was very good today. So at least, one segment sympathy looks good for one part of Uber. Again, even DoorDash, I think they're kind of, they're ripping up. That's a big move for them, but they still have a lot. I can't believe they were at 240. Square. Yeah, they're after the bell. There's a lot after the bell. That's the good and the bad part. I wonder, and then we got to wait 30 minutes till Young Apple. Is that a new high? Or that candle looks big on the SPY. It might be. Just might be. Tesla running. It was going up a little bit earlier. Earlier it hit a high. I think everything's kind of taking turns. I feel like smaller cap names are the ones going up. The names that were leading earlier, those came down. So now you got like Microsoft. They weren't moving the same way, but I still think, again, just a lot of just random smaller names. Again, XLV, XLP, most of the sector by sector is just on the high. Any data for stronger or weaker? I think it's weaker. I mean, again, the last couple of years kind of skews the stats and there's a little bit more anomalies, but for the most part, tomorrow is expected to be a low number. It is expected that jobs come in at 160 or 170,000, I believe. So we'll see. Again, if anything, I do think there will be a little bit of emphasis on revisions. You're like 0.10 away from a new high. Again, high ticker, look at it. Low ticker's not moving as much. There's a couple of names. There it is, 41632. So again, right into the 4320s. That's where maybe it gets juicy. Oh, we have not had bigger candles yet. You still got 22 minutes. There's the new high. Where does this put you? So the high of the last, how many days is that? 10 days? I guess. So you were here 10 days ago. This was like right where the carnage really started. You were back up to this level. So again, I think that day you even opened, again, 43.20, and then hugging here leading into the 43.39. But we still haven't even got to 43.20. This was like your biggest move. That was almost the point right there. Jobs forecasted at 170. Previous was 336. That sounds right. But again, I mean, every other time they forecasted low numbers, it's been a blowout. And last month was a monster blowout again. So it's hard to say. And even then, how people take it. But, you know, I still think the revisions are going to be the name of the game. Because even if the move is big or small, if that revision is very big or small, then, you know, kind of like the data we saw over the last couple of days, you know, Jolt's jobs openings, that revision, we were so, you know, imagine all the reactions of Jolt's, and then that one revised number came in, and then we just ignored all of it and just kept focusing on the bond refunding and everything else. You're going up higher there. That's 1.5 points off of the latest high, more or less. You haven't really moved like that, so you're freeing it up, 43.18 now. So, okay, I thought it was going to move slower, but you haven't got a little move like that in a couple of hours. And volume's kind of ramping up. We are coming into the end of the day. 20 minutes remaining. 68 million in volume on the SPY. Kind of low. I feel like you'll do like 80, 90 million by the end of the day. 90 if you're lucky. But there still is Apple earnings too. The Apple Play. I don't think I'm going to go with the Apple Play. I'm just going to wait till they report. I think there's just so many factors. It could be good, though, like really good, but that's where China comes in and future holiday plans, but that could also be really bad. So I'm just going to wait till the release comes out and then maybe play the shares afterwards. 43.18.5. Bro, 2.5 points off that one. You're still hitting another high. You're actually getting some movement. High tickers gassing again. Just go XLV, XLP, XLF, every industry, especially the ones that got beaten down or interest rate sensitive. They're running, but you're about to do 2%, I think, if we could get up here. 1.9 on the S&P right now, 1.8 on the NASDAQ, 1.6 on the Dow, and 2.59 on the Russell. Classic Bostic pump. That's what it feels like. This is the day. The Bostic pump, though, you had a few bigger candles, but this just felt like a Friday squeeze. That's the crazy part. Tomorrow's the Friday. Whoa. My goodness, Chatadonia. France defense minister says Dixmude helicopter carrier to be sent to Gaza coastline. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We got the Apple poll. 34 minutes, 1,200 votes. After earnings, Apple stock will go up, down, or unchanged. As more people voted, 47% think up. 40% think down. 13% think unchanged. You have 28 minutes or 18 minutes to vote. Tomorrow is a Friday, but beat then sell off. You can vote whatever. That's why I said up, down, or unchanged. You don't even have to be right on the earnings. You just got to be right on the direction. The mail-ins, well, we're gonna accept all votes until 1 p.m. Maybe 1:30. That's it. UTHR on the high. United Therapeutics, EFX, Ford. Ford's kind of running up here, 2.3. Again, SPY just came down after that little pop there. Will we have another green Monday? Well, we'll see Friday, but I think if we have a green Friday and a green Monday, that'll be, 6 days in a row of rallying? NVIDIA's coming. I feel like bigger tech's coming down now. Even the high-low ticker, all that gas, you kind of just took a little baby step down real quick. O's above 50 already? Bro, O like rebounded quick. O is higher now. So, O, you had like 1 day to scoop it up. 10% lower? That's insane, actually. We can even have our damn deposit. Damn. So, we'll see if it could get out of that base or not. That's a pretty crazy move. Yeah, O went to 45. We got to get this. Okay, again, those little quick reds still holding up here. I mean, I hope you're used to it. I don't know if you need the minute-by-minute breakdown, but we are approaching the 10-minute rigged very, very soon here. What a day. IQV on the high. What's this? Yo, Icova? Oh, that thing's just been killing it all day. Those daily candles look nuts. I picked up 20 more shares at 45 for O. It's a large percentage. Good work. That's what O did last time when you bought him. Yeah, I got it at like 50 or 52. This time I just didn't have money. That's why I said, I was like, I'm definitely putting it on my list. Now it's not. I mean, like, again, I was like, oh, hell yeah. If that's gonna, I didn't know if it would stay down there, but again, you recovered your bonds pretty quick. TLT kind of, hold up. TLT could work its way above here. I mean, this could open up the door to higher, at least a good close on the bonds. It's already going to be a good close regardless. You got some Carvana shares, little earnings play. Now you going for the 20%? You going for the 20? Tempted to swing out of the money puts on Apple. You're too late to apologize. You're too late. So on it you can, but like all of these mother effers, bro, they look disgusting. They literally went up 3. You're already like, you're paying a premium just for thinking that shit like 5 hours too late. You see what I'm saying? They've robbed it, bro. So even then, even if you, everything on like a next week, a weekly Apple is straight computer up. Like even some of the, even from the last time we went over the preview. So honestly, in a weird way, I think your best bet would be like at the money, in the money if you wanted, but why not just go to Shareland if you really want to play it? So I'm just going to wait. You're liking the next tier TMF calls? We'll try to get them on a day that the bonds did not just have a gigantic rally. That would be your only thing to help protect you. Since I know some people don't want shares. Some people don't want shares. They don't want the shares. Do I plan on buying them? I don't know. I'm data dependent. Like my name's Jerome Powell. It depends on the data of Apple earnings. And if it's kind of clear cut, if it makes sense, you know, especially if I like it too. I would like it if service growth and revenue jumped up. I would like that, a good holiday guide and a better than expected China. I'm down to make a play. So those are the things I'm looking for. You're right. No, man, just some people don't like shares, man. You know what I'm talking about, right, Braxton? You know exactly. You know what I'm saying. You know them people out there. They don't like shares. You know what I'm saying? But nah, either way. Even for the option, though, it's kind of like buying, you know, any of the, like, even the bigger plays, especially with volatility. Just wait for the one pullback that makes everybody shit themselves. Just because, again, remember, I'm still paranoid on bonds, so it's not going to be your easiest green rally. Those people, I still love them, man. I still love them. Yeah, if you don't get the joke, I'm not really talking shit to the shares. It's just because Braxton, he asked me this, and I always tell him buy the bonds with shares, and then he always asks me how he should buy the bonds with options. It's good. It was like the conversations. Honestly, I enjoy that conversation more though. It was like when I told the internet guy, I was like, don't cut off the internet. And then he was like, yeah, all right. And then just cut off the internet. I was like, damn, bro. Damn, that's crazy. That's good, man. I'm just looking out for you. Shares. Maybe shares and options. Just interchange. How about that? Every time you buy an option, the next time you want to buy another option, you got to buy shares. And then after you buy shares, if it keeps going down and you want an option, then go buy an option. And then if it keeps going down and you want to buy another one, then go buy shares. Just interchange. That's all you got to do. You interchange, you'll be good. Bank of America killed all the banks right now. Again, everything related to interest. This was the first thing we said in the morning. You know, somebody was even asking again about like what industries and what we should be watching. And I just said anything related to financials because it's all holding up for now. What happened to the crash? Again, Powell, if you were here live, you know, in real time, you got to watch the market bully Powell and interpret his hawkishness as, oh yeah, he's not raising rates anymore. And that is the prevailing logic of today. Throw in a little Bank of England pause. You get a little support, no data to shock you. And now it's Apple earnings in 10 minutes. And then the data in the morning. Do you sell your SQQQ? It depends. I mean, I think your last hope is tomorrow morning. We'll see what happens with Apple. But if tomorrow's non-farms come in weaker, I think the market is really going to rally. If not, then your SQQs might have some hope. But I closed mine like a week or two ago. I don't know. I forgot when I closed mine. It was recent though, but I was out there. But not a recommendation. I'm out of those. I closed it on one of these. I don't even know what the Qs were at. Why didn't Bank of England pause, bring down the pound? I think it's because they're already pricing in rate cuts, no? I think that's it. And again, just like, it helps. That's not really too bad. The dollar's down too. So us also coming down is a reason why the pound could be going up. But I also think part of it is like Bank of England, they're already pricing in cuts, unfortunately. Okay, you're right back up after your little random candles. Volume's coming in pretty hot here. Again, that was just the 10-minute rig. It didn't look too crazy. Am I still holding the art question? You're not the one who asks me every time, do you? But yeah, like everyone keep asking me about them art contracts. So I'm like, yeah, but yeah, I don't know why there's any other intention. That's the ghetto bond play. It's the ghetto bond play. It was on 122. What? The SQQ? No, because I just closed it after the average down. Yeah, so this stream alert, what day was that? For last Friday? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, so I closed the SQQ last Friday. Oh, guy asked SPY all-time high. Oh. Today was rough. Yeah. Well, we are holding those. I don't have any other intention. Again, it's like the ghetto bond play, like I was saying. You know, I don't really view Cathie Wood's stocks as like Cathie Wood stocks. I view them solely as interest rate sensitive and that they move like a different type of bond class. So other than that, that play, we like it. It'll get, again, I bought it for this reason. If we did get a rally, if that bonds do chill out, I'm hoping that could give us something nice. So we have time. I mean, if you like this small profit now, I think it's up like, what, 30% or something? I mean, you could take it if you'd like, but totally up to you. Tesla squeeze in. And we just hit another high off this. Again, I re-hit 420 now, 43.20. This is crazy, actually. I can't believe it, man. I can and I can't, but every day I say that on the way down, I say it on the way up. But just these moves over this last even just couple of weeks alone, you're starting to get that real volatility, but you're already right back up here now. Again, this was like a kind of a safe spot, but if you hold the 43.20 levels, again, this was that last quarter that we just gave up. So holding that would be better than not. Well, my goodness. Don't jinx it. No, I have many opportunities to jinx it. Don't you worry. All right, final five's approaching now, too. Poor guys who sold their long term. That's fucked that we just had that conversation like 2 days ago, unfortunately. But that's the whole paradox, because all of it will happen in one day, unfortunately. But like I said, make up your mind and don't look again. Make up your mind about hopefully your decision and don't change your mind now. But yeah, I never saw that. The consensus on Apple, 1,500 Chads have voted. Right now, 48% of those Chads believe that Apple stock will go up after earnings. All right, final five, man. Let's see what we got. Long-term printing. Well, yeah, this is because you have big tech up and everything. I wish I had my long-term working for me. I can still see the positions. I just can't do anything with them. That's what's fucked. And then it just has all my info. Yeah, long-term's up 2.3. Again, it is a 2% day. That's actually insane. Oh, yeah. So the new guy, you guys are totally right. Almost forgot. And I hope you're ready for Apple earnings after the bell. So if you are going to stick around, I hope you're ready. I think it's 30 minutes after the bell. I don't know if we're going to get it right away. But here's the deal. The new guy is going to come on. When I say earmuffs, that's his entry. And why we say earmuffs, because he is extremely loud. And we love all of you here. We appreciate all of you being respectful to other Chads, providing info, having laughs, sharing info with everything going on. It's been a joyous time. So we really appreciate you, and we want you to have the best experience. And honestly, we've made mistakes in the past, and without warning people have told me, they said, Josh, my eardrums are bleeding. They said, Josh, I'm a baby back bitch now. They had dormant baby back bitch. A lot of other things have happened, and it's okay, and it's totally my fault. So, we've got to grow and learn. So that's why I just want to make sure you have the best experience and none of those things happen to you. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to silence your speakers and protect yourself. So thank you, and thank you for being here as always. And I hope you're ready for it, man. I hope you're ready for it. So just be prepared. It's coming in hot, man. It's coming. It's right around. Is he here? I think he's here. Okay, he's here. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, Chatadonia. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Thank you. Thank you. Earmuffs. Right now. That means, yeah, earmuffs. Yeah, exactly. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 80 degrees and sunny, looking like another beautiful day, especially for anybody who bought the dip. And even though Powell said exactly the opposite. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is you exit out one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, We appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Apple at the bell. Chads, put in your vote. You don't have much time remaining. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Some people want to say this is the best 4 days of the year of 2023. I know, but 30 seconds left and you have Apple after the bell. Big jobs data in the morning. Speak now or forever hold your peace. What are you going to do? Options, shares, futures, finalize the plays. If it's not shares, oh my goodness, then you're setting it in stone, baby. Wrap it up. Finalize those decisions. Less than 10 seconds remaining. We're closing into the highs too. No remorse. No remorse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. I need a good game right now. Drop that GG, 7 hours in the books, baby. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, where is it? That's not where it's supposed to. Hold on, he's supposed to play. It's supposed to play. Wait, ready? Yeah, give me my GG. Let's go. Aha! It don't matter if they made money or lost money. I know you learned something, baby. Everybody that contributed, everybody that stayed in the game, stayed in the long term, even if they didn't. I hope you learned something about it, baby. But good game. Everybody, drop some love. You think you're the best chat in the world. You think you're the worst chat in the world. You think you're a nuisance. You think you're a demon. You think whatever it is, I need a GG. It don't matter. That's it. It don't prove anything. You just a baby bat. You better drop it, GG. Show you can respect at least one finger being in here. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me. It's a good game, baby. We made it. All the people contributed. Showing love. Positive to all the other chats. I'm talking about you two Twitch. Hope you know we're stronger. It's when I see you two, baby. Let's go. Good game. That's how you play. Everybody holding it down. You got news. You got contributions. You got good laughs. You got good personality. You got people who ain't quitting, baby. Let's go. Bookings, earnings out. 734. Estimate 729. Wow. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. All right, man. I think earnings, you got DraftKings out.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch.
We got a couple.
Shout out to Percy, that's me. You can just call me JP. I do not answer.
All right, cut it, uncle. All right, man, I love y'all. Thank you again. Good game. But we got a couple of earnings, so I'll have these up. All I care about is Apple. I don't even want to look for anything else. Again, you got Expedia, all of that. Coin already came out, bro. I think they switched it up on me. I think I answered too many questions on how I get you this shit so fast. But yeah, I have to go to the websites on these. They're hustlers now. This earnings season, something has changed. I can't wait to figure it out, but Coinbase, are you sure it's out? Let's see. Apple, Cloudflare. Apple, I think, comes out later. Third quarter earnings call. I see the webcast and Q&A. They do it like Elon. Yeah, I don't see it on their side either. Expedia ripping. I know Booking, those numbers got dropped. Let's see with Expedia. Again, bookings. Did Expedia come out? Yeah, Expedia, I have that 287 on EPS, 425 net revenue, and then 3.93 billion, $5 billion share repurchase. And then Booking, 734 7.34 versus 7.26. They beat. Adjusted EPS was 72.32. Estimate was 67.84. Booking rooms sold 276 million. Estimate was 269.3 million. Yeah, and then Expedia looks like they killed it too. And then Expedia, $5 billion buyback. Lodging gross bookings at 18.5 grew 8%. Revenue 3.9 grew 9% compared to 2022. Net income was 425 million. Adjusted at 778 was a record for any quarter. This is for Expedia. And then they repurchased 17 million shares. So that one already came out. Cloudflare, Dropbox is coming out. Again, Expedia good, Booking good. Oh, ooh, you see that? Okay, let's go back to Apple. Expedia reiterates full-year guidance of double-digit top-line growth with margin expansion. Oh, wow, very good. All sounds very, very good. Apple, did Redfin? I haven't checked yet. Apple comes out, I think, in 30 minutes, sadly. I don't know if Redfin is out. Redfin's going to come up with some stupid shit every time. They're always like, we made a bunch of money, and then they come out with like a weird, really, really actually, they already came out. So Redfin third quarter loss, 19 million, loss per share, 17 cents, revenue 269. They see fourth quarter revenue 211 to 226. Included with total revenue are real estate services between 127 and 137. They see rentals between 49 and 50 and mortgage between 26 and 29. I think they just came in line. Fortinet tanking. Again, I think Redfin was borderline in line. Yeah, Fortinet, they died last time. So remember, we went over that one. I have to pull up the chart for their guidance. They see revenue 211 to 226. That's in line, right? Yeah, Fortinet loss net was 322.9. Third quarter revenue 1.33 billion. EPS of 41 cents. Adjusted was 41. They see full year revenue 527 to 533. So let me see. Again, ICF, you have a lot of earnings coming out there. Revenue 356. 527. What was it? Oh, that's net, not Fortinet. I think guidance was 535 to 545. They lowered it. They lowered it by like 100 million, I guess. Not too bad. Then full year adjusted EPS 154 to 156.